Oh, yeah. Actually, what I actually need is that really fast. Well, we're going to give it a whirl. All right, everybody, start taking your seats, please. I've been informed that we have a hard stop today at 3 p.m. Yeah, so we have got to get it on if we're going to get it done. So start taking your seats.
Good morning. Here, let me give you this. Well, I mean, when the credentials report is presented, I'm going to move to amend it to make Taylor Ricky an alternate, make Don Pepper a delegate, and then she can have tokens. Everybody else is cool with it.
All right, everybody get in your seats. Everybody get in your seats.
Hey, Will. About this. Sorry, I was told there was on top.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saw Kelsey check it out. I don't know if he...
Okay. I'm not.
Yeah.
Jim Turney, right there. Jim Turney, right there. And then I really do have a. All right. So, all right, I'm going to set this right back.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Microphone 3, Mr. Chair.
I'm trying. That's on. Okay.
We shall see. I put it in when I emailed you. Yeah, I think it was 7:18, but it's in the email.
Barely, sufficiently. I did not go party last night. Oh, I had 9 to 4 hours of sleep. I think my heart would be out. Oh man, let's get this done.
I'm gonna. I've been sitting right in front of you this whole time, and I've been winking at the screen.
All right, everybody, take your seats. All right, it is 9:04 a.m. Pacific time, and we are coming to order. As a couple of notes, yesterday I asked around. Everybody thought things went pretty well yesterday, but there were a number of complaints about the noise in the halls and the chats in the walkways. If you're going to have a conversation, please take it away from the business area so that the delegates that are paying attention to the business know what they're voting on. We have a very limited amount of time today, so let's do this. So, is credentials here? Do we have a new credentials report? I'm going to assume that there's no credentials report, no amendment, because there is no one here to give it. So, I believe the next item up on our agenda was at-large elections. I see there are some people at microphones. I actually saw microphone 3 first, so we're going to go over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. TJ Ferreira from this. From the state of California. It's a point of personal privilege. I don't know for who else this applies, but we have a birthday in our group today. And I was wondering if we wanted to just sing happy birthday to everyone, since we only get to see each other every 2 years. Would everyone be okay singing happy birthday to get us started out right today?
All right, there's a motion.
There's a point of personal privilege.
All right, I'm hearing a motion in a second. Those in favor of singing happy birthday, please raise your hand. This is a suspension of the rules. It'll take 2/3. Those opposed? I'm sorry that fails. But happy
Sorry,
birthday
Chris,
to those
nobody
who
likes you.
Happy birthday to those whose birthday it is now and will be for the next 2 years. All right, microphone 2.
I have a motion related to the credentials report once it is presented.
Okay.
Happy to wait to be recognized.
Okay, yeah. Once credentials comes here, I will be happy to. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't know what I don't know. So thank you. Let's see here. Over microphone 1.
Are we doing nominations yet, Mr. Chair?
We are at that point.
All right, then it is my great pleasure to put the name of Whitney Bilyeu, our current national chair, into nomination for at-large.
Sir, could you state your name?
Oh, I forgot. Sam Goldstein from Indiana. You know who I am.
I know who you are, but the audio doesn't know who you are.
Whitney
All right,
is not
thank you.
present, but her husband has assured me that she does want to run for the office.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Let's see here. We're back to microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, with apologies, I have a quick motion to suspend the rules that will facilitate the order of business today.
Okay.
Okay, I move to suspend the rules, dispense with the dice rolling, and do the at-large and judicial committee speeches in alphabetical order by last name.
All right. There's a motion on the floor to dispense with the dice
name
rolling
and
to choose
delegation.
order. It is a suspension of the rules. It'll take 2/3. Instead of rolling dice to determine order, we just do it by last name.
Mr. Secretary, that's James Jenneman from Minnesota.
Thank you very much for that. There's a motion on the floor. There is objection, but I actually didn't hear a second yet. There it is. And there was objection. So it is a suspension of the rules. It's not debatable. Those in favor of eliminating the random dice roll and doing by last name, raise your hand. Yep. Okay. It's so different being up here. And then those opposed. That does carry. All right. We are back in nominations. Let's see. We went 3. We're to 2. Is anybody at microphone 2 want to do a nomination?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Dan O'Neill, New Jersey delegate. I want to nominate Mike Rufo for at-large.
Mike Rufo. Is Mr. Rufo accept the nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was the name of the nominator?
It's Dan O'Neill.
Dan O'Neill?
From New Jersey. Delegate from New Jersey.
All right. From New Jersey. There you go.
Can we hold up just a second so I get caught up?
Yep, that is no problem. We're just a moment. The secretary needs to catch up. And yeah, we need to verify that.
Earlier I had a list of names up on the screen. I don't have them in front of me.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Go for it when you're ready.
All right, microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, I'm Tim from the state of Michigan, and I would like to nominate Patty Maloney of New Mexico.
All right, Patty Maloney, do you accept the nomination? I heard that yes. Okay, thank you. All right, back to microphone 3.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Taylor Richmond from the great state of West Virginia. I rise to nominate my fellow citizen of the beautiful mountain state, Dustin Blankenship, for at-large member.
All right, Dustin Blankenship, do you accept the nomination?
I humbly accept.
Thank you. You still okay?
Blankenship?
Yeah, Dustin Blankenship. All right, microphone 2.
Hi there, this is Nikhil Sureshkumar from the delegate from New Jersey. I'm here to nominate the wisest and goodest man from Jersey, Rich Bowen, for at-large.
Mr. Bowen, do you accept the nomination?
I do accept the nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mike, what's that?
What was his name?
The nominator?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll get it later.
Yeah. All right. Microphone one.
Christian Paget, delegate from New York. I rise to nominate Pietro Geraci from the state of New York for at-large.
All right. Pietro, do you accept the nomination?
I accept.
Thank you, Mr. Geraci. All right. Back to microphone 3.
Darrell Perry, delegate from Maine. I wish to be recognized for a nomination and a motion.
Okay.
I nominate James Ogle from California. While he is not here, he has declared in writing his acceptance and willingness to serve.
Okay.
I can provide that.
Okay. All right. Assuming that what's that? Yeah, he has a second part. He's basically doing two things while he's at the microphone. Okay. Let's put it this way. Anybody who's being nominated must be qualified to serve.
Point of information.
I'm hearing objections to this. Microphone 2.
Angela McArdle, California delegate. Can you please state the requirements for nomination?
Okay, a few things. Number one, I know for sure you have to turn in a petition of a certain number of names and co-nominators, in numbering no less than 15. And what else do we have on the bylaws specifically? All right. I hate reading the bylaws. I think it's back here in the actual bylaws under National Committee. Because in fact, I know for a fact that you have to be a member of the national, a bylaw sustaining member of the no, I'm sorry. Let me make sure that, but I believe you have to be a bylaw sustaining member of the national party, but I'm going to verify that right now. In fact, I know that is the case. Yes, you have to be it's a sustaining member. They went after. Thank you, 7.4.
They were trying to amend that in the bylaws this year.
A national committee member shall be a sustaining member of the party.
Oh, National Committee, Jason.
Yeah, yep.
I'm tired.
That's okay.
Mr.
All right.
Chair, is it
Yes.
possible to verify membership if it's in dispute? I don't want to cause any delays.
Yes, so I think what we will do, once we're through this nomination process, is we'll ask a member of our staff to look in our membership database, verify that each person actually does qualify to serve. We'll need to do that for judicial committee as well, because they have to have been a member for 4 years for judicial. So we will verify anyone who's been nominated is actually qualified to serve. And if someone were to slip through, obviously we can always correct that after the fact, and they would be ineligible to serve and therefore could not have been elected. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Perry, you also had a motion.
Yes. The agenda as originally adopted had a recess from 10:30 to 12 for people to check out of their hotel rooms. The agenda that we actually adopted does not have such a recess. I move to suspend the rules to have a recess from 10:30 to 12 so that delegates who need to check out of their hotel rooms may do so.
Okay, Mr. Perry, just to get clarification on your motion, there is currently a lunch recess from noon until 1:30. Are you looking to extend that recess, or are you looking to move that recess back to 10:30 to 12?
I am looking to move that recess
Okay.
because the checkout time at the Ramada is 11 o'clock.
Okay.
So if we don't recess until noon, people have to either check out late or pay for an additional day.
I understand. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to move the planned lunch recess that's from 12 to 1:30 to instead be from 10:30 to 12. It is a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda. Is there a second? Oh,
Mr. Chair, point of information, Eric
Yes.
Hanley, Kentucky. Do we have anything planned during the lunch hour today that would necessitate the recess that's currently scheduled that you're aware of?
not on my schedule. It just says lunch recess. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Starr. And microphone 2.
I don't know if this is in order, so I'm going to ask. Is it in order to postpone this item for at least 30 minutes so that someone can ask for extended checkout times for this hotel? Because hotels often do that.
I would say, why don't we just dispense with it? Because if we argue over how we do this, it'll take longer than just doing it.
Okay.
How about we just do that? All right. Yeah. Yeah. Right, because, okay, I'm getting told by the Convention Oversight Committee that it's unlikely that most people are going to get an extended checkout because that's like 1,000 people and 500 rooms. So it is unlikely they're going to give everyone extended checkout. That's the information that the Convention Oversight Committee just provided. So we are on a motion. It is not debatable. We are moving the lunch recess from noon to 1:30 to 10:30 to 12 instead. From noon to 1:30, and instead it would be at 10:30 to 12. Everybody understands where we're at? It takes 2/3 to pass. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, those opposed? That motion fails. So we are going to continue onward with nominations.
Point of
at
information.
Where's the point of information? Microphone 1.
Hollywood, Virginia. There was a question about memberships earlier. I know we've had this in our state where the state donation comes through and it doesn't show for national membership. So if there are memberships in question, I would implore the body to get with their state chair to ensure correct annotation of donations and membership dues being paid in the CRM.
So without getting too technical, and I misword Virginia
I don't know who
there.
runs the CRM.
Yes. Without getting too technical, at this current time, National has two different databases. The CRM to which the states have access is not actually the authoritative database for membership.
I
we will be
understand.
looking at the authoritative database for membership, so that is what will be used.
We in Virginia have often found that to be incorrect, and we've gone through with Robert Krause and Matt Thexton. It's been helpful, but I'd like to bring that to the attention to make sure no one is improperly excluded.
I can only work with the information that I have, and if we have an issue, we'll work through it at that time.
Mr. Mulman, surely you understand.
What? I barely heard what you said. I'm sorry.
I said surely you understand.
I do, and don't call me Shirley. There we go.
Mr.
All right.
Chair.
Hold on. We're at microphone 2. We're doing nominations. Unless someone else has a point of order or a point of information. I'd
Request
like
for
to-
information.
Yes, microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, Craig Shute from New York, and if this is at the wrong time, you tell me that, that's fine. But I just wondered if, Mr. Chair, if you could explain how the voting for the at-large works, because there's a number of positions and then there's all these different people. Could
Right.
you explain that to us?
We will get to that
Okay.
once we close nominations. We will explain approval voting and our particular process.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Request
All
for
right.
information.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
There was, in case anyone is wondering, is there any hard stops today?
Yes, I have noted. We have a hard stop at 3 p.m.
Okay.
They will disassemble this room around us at 3 p.m. Do not go till past 3 p.m. All right, so where were we? I was over here, and then I was over here. Microphone 3.
Hello, Bill Schultz from Kentucky. I move to nominate Stephen Nikela of Florida for an at-large position.
All right, Mr. Nikela, do you accept the nomination, Mr. Nikela? I hear you over there, Mr. Nikela. Thank you, you're nominated. There's no one here at 2. Number 1.
Dan Lewis of Illinois. I would like to nominate, I'd like to move to nominate for at-large Region 6 Representative John Phillips of Illinois. He is not in attendance, but he does accept the nomination. You can even, I believe my state chair has also talked to him, but I would like to motion to nominate John Phillips, and I can speak on his behalf.
Okay. For those that are nominating those that are not here in the hall, if you can actually provide some evidence or something to the secretary.
I do have a
It's not
screenshot.
immediately. I mean, just before we close it, if you wouldn't mind giving the secretary some evidence or proof that they accept the nomination, that would be greatly appreciated. Microphone, that's 3.
Zach Britt from Mississippi.
Yes.
I rise to proudly nominate Rachel Danner McCauley for LNC at-large from Florida.
All right. Ms. McCauley, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Thank you. All right. Hey, somebody figured out that thing about microphone 2 is empty. Microphone 2.
John Morrissey from Florida. I'm going to nominate Omar Recurio.
All right. Mr. Requero, are you... Do you accept the nomination? I see your thumbs up. All right,
I'm
thank
gonna
you.
need-
You're nominated.
I'm gonna need him to come back to the mic real quick.
Oh. Yeah, I think he needs your name again.
John Morrissey, Florida.
And who did you nominate? Sorry, I was right.
Omar.
Omar Requero.
Thanks.
All right. Microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This time, it's Donovan Pankey from the great state of Texas. I rise to nominate John Wilford, fellow Texan, for at-large LNC.
Mr. Secretary, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you're qualified. Otherwise, that would be a problem. All right, microphone 3.
Clint Rapp from Oklahoma. I would like to nominate Rex Lawhorn.
Is Mr. Lawhorn here? Do you accept the nomination, sir? That's a thumbs up. That's a thumb, not a finger. Got it. Thank you. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony DeRazio, delegate from New York.
Mr. DeRazio.
I'd like to nominate Fida Benowen, delegate from Hawaii.
Ms. Benowen, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination. Thank you.
What was
Thank
her
you.
name?
Fina Benowen. All right, microphone 1.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good
Matt
morning.
Baldoni, delegate from right here in Nevada. I would like to nominate Brian Elliott for at-large representative.
Mr. Elliott, are you in the hall?
Accept.
You're right there.
Accept
you
it.
accept the nomination. Thank you. All right, back over here to microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, delegate from Maine, Harrison Kemp, rising to nominate Rich Bowen if he hasn't already been nominated.
I believe
for
Mr.
at-large.
Bowen has been nominated.
All right, thank you very much.
That's correct, right? He has been? Mr. Bowen was up here like at the beginning of this.
Let me look. I think so.
Double checking.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
I didn't catch who did, but.
Yeah, all right, it's good. All right, microphone 2.
Nathan Watts of Texas. Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Is it possible for the secretary to display on the screen the list of those who have already been nominated
Or
to
at
avoid
least the ones
duplicate
eligible.
nominations?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Because I can't take minutes while I display it.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. So now we're back over to microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, Josh
Yes.
Holofka, Florida. Barring objection, I move to close nominations.
There's other Okay, I'm being told that's out of order while there's other nominations waiting to be made.
Yes, sir.
All right. Microphone 3.
Just a request for information.
Yes.
I know you can't display the names, but can you read them off who has been nominated yet? Just so we know.
Yes.
Yes, he can.
Yeah.
That's being done already.
All right. Get ready for me to butcher people, by the way.
The secretary's ability to butcher last names is legendary.
Yes.
Just know that it's something like this.
Yes. Okay, I have Whitney Bilyeu, Mike Rufo, Patty Malone, Dustin Blankenship, Mr. Bowen, Mr. Garachi, Mr. Ogle, Mr. Nikela, Mr. Phillips, Miss McCauley, Mr. Requero, Mr. Wilford, Mr. Longhorn, Miss Minoa, Mr. Elliott. That's all.
Where did you have Manoa? Can you go back up there for a second? That's Fina Benowen.
Minoa.
B-O, yeah. It's B-O. And
Mr.
that
Chair.
was Fina, by the way. Fina Benowen. You're nominated.
Mr. Chair.
It just got mangled. Where am I at? Right here, microphone 1.
Yes, Richard Longstreth, Illinois delegation. Request for information, credentials report for this morning.
They have not provided one, so we continue unamended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I will also announce I just received evidence that Ms. Bilyeu accepts the nomination.
Okay, good deal. So Ms. Bilyeu has accepted the nomination. Thank you. All right, let's go over here to microphone 3.
Michael Kielski from Arizona. I rise to nominate Drew Heaton of Arizona for at-large.
All right.
Drew Hickey?
Yes.
I accept.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Yeah.
Who was the person? Drew Hickey?
Drew, D-R-U. Legal name, Ida Drusilla Heaton.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Microphone 1.
Mr. Bowen Chapel of Kansas, point of personal privilege. When referring to Mr. Bowen, please specify which, because some of us are poor Bowen.
I did not. Unfortunately, I did not understand. It was when we referred to somebody.
So, Mr. Bowen Chapel of Kansas, I'm saying that when specifying a Mr. Bowen, please specify which, because some of us are poor Bowen.
Okay. Good deal. Yes. All right. I'm going to back over to 3. I'm coming.
My name is Samuel Whipplinger from Minnesota. I move to close nominations.
I think
Objection.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure we already determined that was out of order. We'll get there soon. We're going to run out of people that are qualified to be nominated real soon.
My first is to point of inquiry to ask if you would accept a nomination for Ken Moltmann.
Absolutely not.
Second is, will we have a credentialing report establishing what quorum is before we vote?
We are working off of the previous credentials report.
Is that valid? I would ask a parliamentary inquiry. Is that valid a day later to total votes?
We are being told that the chair of the Credentials Committee will have an updated amended report in just a few minutes, but until such time.
So the answer is we will not count votes until we have that report.
It depends on how quickly the Credentials Committee chair gets it here, but
My point of parliamentary inquiry then is,
Yes.
is it valid to count votes without knowing how many voters there are in the room?
So each Credentials Committee report is technically an amendment of the previous. So
And it survives a recess?
I believe
I would then ask for a quorum count.
Point of inquiry.
Okay, yep. What's that?
Can I have an inquiry when you're ready?
Okay. Mr. Fishman, I don't mean to be I don't mean to be rude, but I'm looking out here and I can see there's definitely more than 400 people here.
How will you know what the 50% threshold is?
What's that?
How will you know what the 50% threshold is? 40%. What the 40% threshold is?
Right.
Thank
So
you, Mr.
the maximum number of delegates we can have seated at any one time is 1,053. So 40% of those would be
400?
426.
So
correct?
nobody will be elected with less than 400.
They could be. They could be elected with 200 and something out of. So hey, look, just in time. We successfully delayed this conversation until we reached a point where we can get an updated credentials report. And so we'll do that real fast.
I'm sorry, guys. I was here earlier. You looked like you were involved. We have had some people check out. We're at a seated population of 1,119, but our present and voting total has only reduced to 1,002, which gives us a quorum number of 401, a majority of 502, I think, a 2/3 number of 668, and a 7/8 of 877. Essentially the same as yesterday. I move that this updated credentials report be accepted. I think Mr. Ahmad has.
Yeah, parliamentary inquiry. Under the bylaws, does the checking out of delegates reduce the number for purposes of a quorum?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I'm being told yes. What would you like to have on the screen? The credentials numbers. Do we still have a URL for those? Does that still work? Is it still on the website? Okay. We were trying to make it so that they would be able to be looked at from the lnc2022.com website at any time. But don't go there because it has yesterday's numbers.
All right, if you will display my screen. It's not the prettiest format, but it's there.
Thank you, sir. Good job, John.
Thank you.
There you go. All right. So where are we? Oh, yes, it's been moved and seconded to accept that report. Is there any objection to accepting the amended credentials report? Awesome, great. Then it's adopted. All right, Mr. Secretary, do we know if there's any differentiation between the number of people who have turned in a petition eligible to be nominated and the people who have actually been nominated? Are we out of people?
I have the ability to check that. We will need to stand at ease for some time.
Well, that's okay. Let's not do that then. I am going to ask if somebody is looking to get nominated and has turned in a petition and is eligible to be nominated.
There's an answer.
All the people who've been nominated have submitted petitions.
Okay, but the other way around.
There have been no people nominated who have not submitted petitions.
No, but I mean, are there people who have submitted petitions for which no one has come and said, I nominate X?
No.
Okay, so we're done. Yeah. Okay, cool, we're done. That's what I needed to find out. So at this time, it would be in order.
Mike 2.
When it previously was not. The thing from before that a couple people tried.
Mike 2.
Microphone 2.
Eric Van Single, Texas. Move to close nominations, please.
Awesome. That's a motion to close nominations, and I've heard multiple seconds. Is there objection to closing nominations for at-large?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
There's a point of order at microphone 2.
Yeah, Brody Elwood, delegate from Massachusetts. Ms. Harlos should have had full due process, including a trial for removal as secretary. Ms. Harlos's removal.
Can you hold on one moment, because we're right in the middle of closing the nomination. Like, this is in order literally in just one moment.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Those in favor of closing nominations, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Okay, now that's in order.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So point of order, Ms. Harlos should have had full due process, including a trial for removal as secretary. Ms. Harlos's removal from the position of secretary is null and void for that reason.
I'm sorry.
Before we say any of that again, can you start with your name and state?
Yeah, Brody Elwood from the state of, I'm a delegate from Massachusetts.
Brody Elwood from Massachusetts. Thank
Brody
you.
Elwood.
Elwood, thank you.
It's a motion to rescind the decision of the Ellens.
Yeah, so the point of order is that Ms. Harlos should have had full due process, including a trial for removal as secretary. Ms. Harlos's removal from the position of secretary is null and void for that reason.
Okay, so that's a motion. It's a point of order. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to rule on this, and I'm just trying to figure out.
I want you to confirm if that is well taken.
So, I think I understand what's trying to be done here. That'd actually be easier if it was a resolution, but okay. I love it when parliamentarians are behind me talking. It's just awesome. Okay, but it's not currently pending business, but it is continuing breach. But all right, here's what I'm going to do, because this way we can get a vote on it. I'm going to rule that out of order, and then
I appeal from the ruling of the chair.
see, there we go. And then there's a whole bunch of seconds. Cool. So here's what we do. I know what I get to do. I get to state why I ruled against it. You get to talk why, because it's appealing the ruling of the chair, right? And then I get the last one.
Point of order.
It's debate.
Right.
I didn't catch some of what the resolution said. Is there any way that could be submitted in writing and maybe placed on the screen so I can know what we're
I
voting
can
on?
read it and we can place it on the screen if that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, and it is being taken as a point of order. I've ruled it out of order so that we can get to a vote so the body can vote on it, so then we're going to be dispensed with the business and get back to the...
If we can put my screen up on the screens, and then I will read it, and we'll have it up here. All right, so Roy Elwood, and my apologies if Brody Elwood...
Brody, yeah. I have the text here if you want.
Well, let's see if this is just already what you have. Okay. From Massachusetts, point of order, Ms. Harlos should have had full due process including a trial for removal of secretary. Ms. Harlos's removal is null and void for that reason.
Ms. Harlos's removal from the position of secretary is null and void for that reason.
Okay. So we've got the motion written up correctly up here now? I can't. Oh, wait, here, I can see it here. Okay, that looks correct. And then I've ruled it out of order. You have appealed the ruling of the chair. I get to speak in favor. I'm ruling it out of order because I have one parliamentarian telling me it is out of order. It also provides the ability for you guys to vote on whether it's in order. So that's why I'm doing that. And so if someone would like to speak against the other side of that, that's where we are. Why is it? You're basically saying, why is it in order?
All right. I believe it is in order because Ms. Harlos was improperly removed by the previous LNC. While I thank Mr. Wilford for his diligent duty as secretary, and we would hope that he would continue. That we would continue to have Wilford as our secretary for the remainder of the meeting by suspending the rules to allow him to do that. But I believe Ms. Harlos is the rightful secretary.
Okay. Is there someone who wants to speak in favor of my ruling?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Sorry.
Parliamentary inquiry.
I'd like to speak.
Okay. I have a point of what over here?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry. Okay.
This is a point of order, not a motion.
Correct.
So therefore, if you ruled the point of order out of order,
I did.
Then therefore, it's not a motion to debate or to vote on. You have ruled it out of order. Therefore, what was mentioned as a point of order is not necessary to be debated or dealt with as debate.
There was also an appeal of the chair, and that's what we're debating.
There has not been a motion to oversee to deny the ruling of the chair. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
No, I'm being told that debate is in order because there is an appeal from the ruling of the chair on the floor as the current item of business, without going back all the way back through it. All right, who wants to speak? Anybody want to speak on my side of this? In favor of the? Okay, microphone 2. I see somebody back here. I want to do yes, no's on this because at some point people are going to get really tired of this, and it's probably going to be soon. So I want to make sure we have yes, no, and then I get the final yes, and then we vote,
So
right?
just so we're clear, your ruling exactly is what?
My ruling is that this motion is out of order, that it is not a continuing breach, that it is not a pending item of business, that it is not in order to be considered. Okay, and the parliamentarian informs me that it's also outside the jurisdiction of this body, that the bylaws dictate that the LNC does this, not this body. So. That's fine.
I'd like to speak in favor of upholding the ruling of the chair if that's in order this time.
It is.
So looking at the resolution, what it does is it makes null and void the decision that the LNC made. And one of the problems with that is that it brings into question all decisions that were made by the LNC since then. So I think that that's inherently a problem. In addition, the way our bylaws are written, I mean, unlike some state parties have the ability to overturn a decision of their executive committee or their judicial committee. We actually do not. We actually give plenary authority to the National Committee to make decisions between conventions. I think what would be in order is instead a resolution to say that the LNC, in our opinion, treated Ms. Harlos unfairly. I think that's a fair thing for people to say. That's a resolution I think it would be in order. But I don't think it's in order to actually undo a decision of the LNC. So my recommendation is change the resolution so that it's more of a feeling of the body that Ms. Harlos was mistreated while she was secretary.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Someone who wants to speak in favor of overturning my ruling, I was going to go over here to 3 next. So.
Mr. Chair, I move the previous question.
Okay, there's been a
name and delegation.
I think I get to speak last on this no matter what.
Gentleman,
yeah.
Minnesota.
So there. Okay, yeah. So all right. Right. Yes. So calling previous question. It's been called for.
But before we do anything else,
yes.
Please slowly and clearly.
Sorry. James Gentleman, Minnesota.
Yep. And I did hear multiple seconds. Is there objection to closing? Okay, there is objection. Those in favor of closing debate on sustaining the ruling of the chair, please raise your hand. Okay, those opposed? Looks like that passes. So I get the last word on this. I'm honestly, as a presiding officer, I believe that you're the body, you do what you want to do. This was a way to give you a vote. You're going to have that vote right now. So congratulations. And so that's my whole point on this. Vote on it however you like. I don't care. So there you go. Heckled by my own delegation. All right. So that is the case. So now we're back to the actual. Yeah, thank you. When we get too deep into things. Okay, so the question before the delegates right now is, shall the ruling of the chair, which is that motion, the point of order is out of order, shall that ruling of the chair be upheld, sustained? Sustained. So if you vote yes, then what was done by Mr. Elwood would be considered out of order. If you vote no, then what Mr. Elwood did is in order. Is everybody clear on that? Because I'm pretty sure that this is weird for most people. So, all right, those in favor of sustaining my ruling that this was out of order, please raise your hand. All right, those opposed? That's a majority vote, right? Okay, if it's a majority, then my ruling is overturned. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
I'll yield to the
Just one moment, please.
I would like to have the
All right.
to suspend the
So you're making a motion to suspend the rules to address the body for.
I want to make a motion.
Just give me time, and that'll be easy.
For
2 minutes?
to make a
Okay.
motion.
Ms. Harless would like to suspend the rules to address the body for 2 minutes.
So I'd like to make a
Parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, no.
I'd like to make a motion. Can I?
Parliamentary
made that-
inquiry, Mr. Chair. It's privileged, please.
Okay, yes, Mr. Sarwar.
Mr. Chair, Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Ohio. Minister Starr raised the issue that there may potentially be a invalidation of previous LNC actions as a result of this thing. The parliamentary inquiry is it in the opinion of the chair that there would be an issue with the validity of any actions from the suspension of Ms. Harlos from her position up to the present time?
Only if my vote would have made a difference.
I am unsure. From my understanding of our rules and of Robert's rules, anything that obviously anything that was passed by a one-vote margin anything that passed by more than a one-vote margin or failed by more than a one-vote margin would not be affected in any way because it's one member. Anything that may have passed or failed due to Mr. Wolfer being on the board versus Ms. Harlos, I don't think that matters, but I'm not an attorney, and I could ask a parliamentarian.
Can you ask the parliamentarian,
I
please?
can.
It is more than just the vote, though. It's her inability to debate, to argue, to persuade, ask a question, other actions. I mean, that's a legal question.
Right.
But it could.
But it's already passed.
I don't. The thing is, I don't think the answer is. I mean, I don't see anything immediate occurring. I don't see this body changing its mind. I don't think. I mean, that point was brought up during debate.
I'm just asking the question of you and of the parliamentarian what the effect is going to be. I'm not implying that the body is unlikely to do the thing. I'm asking so the body can be informed before they vote of what they are about to do.
Mr. Sarwick, they actually already voted.
They voted to overturn your ruling that it was in order to do, which is not the vote on doing the thing. We're not that deep yet.
Mr. Sarwick, what actually occurred was that a point of order was raised, It was not a motion, it was a point of order. I ruled that point of order out of order. The body then just ruled that that point of order was in order.
Right, so
now there's no motion.
The body ruled that the point of order was well taken?
Yes.
I don't believe, the motion was in the form that the point of order was...
There was no motion.
So then the parliamentary inquiry is what was just done and what is the effect?
I think this body just ruled the removal of Karen Ann Harlos out of order.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
All right. So Ms. Harlos was in the middle of attempting to make a motion.
Yes.
And if we could turn that, if we would let Ms. Harlos do that.
I would move to suspend the rules to have the convention reinstate John Wilford as convention secretary and recognize that he started the convention as convention secretary and he remains convention secretary through adjournment.
Okay. All right. Hold on. All right. Everybody down. Everybody down. Okay. Sounds like that's going to go. All right. So let's do this the right way, though. There's been a motion and a second. Is this a suspension?
It's a suspension of the rules to reinstate.
It would have to be that he serve as
Convention
secretary
secretary.
pro tem.
He's been convention
Yeah.
secretary.
As of that ruling, you're no longer secretary, so he
Right.
would have to be secretary.
I think what I said was sufficient. I think the body
It'll be
understood.
interpreted correctly. I mean, essentially, he's going to act as the convention secretary
He is the
through the end of the convention. Yes. All right. So everybody understands what we're voting on. Mr. Wolford's going to keep being the convention secretary. Okay. So all those in favor of Mr. Wolford continuing to on, this is a 2/3 vote, by the way, as convention secretary, please raise your hand. Those opposed? That passes. Congratulations. You get to keep doing your job for free. Thank you, sir. All right. We were at nominations, I believe. I believe there was a motion. Did we close nominations? I don't even remember anymore. Okay, we did. So now at this point, we're at speeches, and we've suspended the rules and made it that the people come up and give speeches in alphabetical order. We've previously suspended the rules to make it so each speech is 2 minutes long. If those that were nominated could come on up here and start lining up and maybe through voluntary intelligent action sort themselves by last name alphabetically, but we can provide a list as well.
That's assuming there's intelligence.
What's that? All right, so and I see someone at microphone 1.
Yes, I have a request for information.
Yes, Mr. I see that's Mr. Brooksbank from Indiana.
Yes, Russell
Okay.
Brooksbank, Indiana.
Oh, is it reversed?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to know what is the minimum number of votes that a plank needs to have in order to come up for deletion.
I don't know. I actually don't know right now. I will find that out. And when I find that out, I will report it back to you. That is true. That's actually a good point. What time is it?
Yes, it is past 9:30.
Okay. So 1,005? 1,000?
And I would like to know.
It's going to be somewhere around 205 is what I'm being told. I'm
Okay.
going to verify that, and if it's wrong, if that number is wrong, I'll let you know. It is past 9:30, by the way. Thank you for noting that. So no more tokens can be submitted. I assume the box has been taken away or something, and at some point they'll begin counting all of that.
Yes, sir, I have further points.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Brooksbank.
I would like to know if any preliminary counting has been done, and if so, if any tokens have reached that point.
I can answer that question.
Please, Mr. Wolford, go ahead.
Mr.
Hey,
Chairman.
hold on. Hey, guys. Yesterday, a lot of complaints about noise. Please be respectful. This is about business going on right now.
I can tell you.
Point of order.
No,
Point of order on this. Exactly what you're doing right now.
I think I'm already going to do what you're trying to do. So just give me a chance here. I will tell you extensive preliminary counting has been done, and I do have an answer to that. I do not believe it's in order for me to give you that answer unless this body I don't know, maybe suspends a
No,
rule or something.
no, don't do that.
I think what
no.
I'm saying is, I think it's best if we just wait a little bit to finish that counting,
Yes.
and we'll have an actual answer for you.
As soon as I have an answer for you, Mr. Brooksbank, I will announce it. Is that okay?
Well,
as soon as we find out.
my intent was to move to suspend the rules to have us do the token voting while we're doing other business.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
If any token had
So-
already reached the minimum requirement.
So, Mr. Brooksbank, we're going to have approximately, I don't know, 20 to 40 minutes worth of speeches going on here. While that's happening, the tallies will be occurring, I believe, right? You guys are going to be tallying down there while they're all speechifying up here. And then we should actually have something at that point, in theory. I can't make any promises. We could always hit a bump. But as soon as I have a number, I will report out if anything has been hit the threshold to be deleted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Starr.
Were you asking for the number of tokens that would be required to qualify?
If you happen to know the maximum number of delegates, because I don't have that number, that was
So
the problem.
basically, if you look at Rule 5.1G, where it says, as its first item of platform business, the convention shall vote whether to delete each of those blanks that received a number of tokens for deletion equal to 20% or more of the number of credentialed delegates. Such votes shall be cast without amendment or debate.
Yep.
So whatever the number is right now,
Mm-hmm.
20% of that figure
Yes.
is the threshold.
Thank you. Yes. Now, the what is that number is what we don't currently know, just because it's changed. But we'll get that, and we'll know that, and we'll announce that with the platform tokens as well.
Request
All
for
right.
information.
Yes, Mr. Fulford.
So I have a list here with all the candidates in order, but as noted, a couple of them aren't in this room, although they have indicated their willingness to accept the nomination. So for those people, for the purpose of speeches, can a proxy come speak for them, or are we skipping those?
Only I would say a proxy can speak for them if they've been authorized by that candidate, and we know that they have been, then we could do that.
So I would encourage proxies, if you are a proxy, to come up here.
All right. Let's get the speeches going, because otherwise we're going to be here all day. So actually we won't be. We'll be here till 3 no matter what. So
Request for information.
where is that on?
One.
On 1. Request for information.
Pat Dixon from Texas. And I apologize to the body and the chair if I'm slow and I missed something. I'd like to get clarification on the motion we just considered regarding the secretary. So my request for information was, there was a motion to declare the removal of the secretary
No, it
void.
wasn't a motion.
There was a point of order.
There was a point of order. You ruled on it. That was overturned. Therefore, what I want to know is the effect of that. If that would have meant that immediately Karen Ann would be secretary for the convention, and because of the motion that was made,
the more I think about this,
it really only affected who was the convention secretary, right?
Yeah, Mr. Dixon, the more I've thought about this, this might reach into Roberts about the whole you can't unring a bell, like you can't unsign a contract, you can't do that.
Yeah,
so,
that was
so it
the
doesn't have the detrimental effect alluded to by others, that it's not going to unwind the last 8 months of the LNC completely. But in fact, it would just be that, oops, that wasn't supposed to happen, but it did, but oops. And now from here, we recognize that that was a mistake, is what this body has done. It said that that was not proper, and that going forward, that's what it was. That's how I would personally, the more I thought about it, that was the more how I would have interpreted that.
So the only effect was who was the convention secretary? I don't. I'm sorry if I don't
So
understand.
there was a second motion to put Mr. Wolford back in as secretary because that motion had the effect of reinstating Ms. Harlos as the secretary of the party for the term that ends at 3 p.m. today. And obviously she's been reelected, so she'll start her next term at 3:01 p.m. today. But Mr. Wolford was the convention secretary up to that point,
Mr.
and
Chairman.
so he continues.
But
Yes.
what about those
microphone
records that the secretary?
Microphone 3.
Hold on 1 second. One thing at a time. Mr. Dixon, Mr. Dixon, did I answer your question? Mr. Dixon?
I'll talk to these guys. Apparently
All right, that's fine. Microphone 3.
We need orders of the day.
Yes.
Is it appropriate to begin nominations for the Judicial Committee while we're doing all this?
I would like to not do that. That will be total chaos, and it'll be super rude to the people that are giving the speeches. So my thought on this, and once we get done with the speeches and once the ballots are handed out, right? At that point, I think it would make sense that we would have a suspension of the rules to allow, or actually after the ballots are handed out, after the ballots are turned in, have a suspension of the rules to allow people to be nominated and to continue on with business without knowing the results of the at-large race. We don't want to wait on that, trust me. And so then we would continue on from there. But I don't know that we want to overlap business that much because that will be chaos, right? There'll be people trying to do voting on this, listening to speeches, nominating people while they're giving speeches. So here's my thought. Let's just get into the speeches, get that going, get that done.
Orders
get
of the
ballots
day.
handed out.
Yes.
Is that cool? We good?
Just calling orders of the day, just to
Yeah,
formalize that.
exactly that. Exactly. So,
Mike, 2 requests for information.
yes.
I promise this is in good faith. Real quick, I'm hearing a lot of chatter on the floor.
Yes, I am going to yell at people to tell them to shut up.
No,
Okay.
that too. But if the chair could please, yesterday we voted for our officers, right?
Yes.
Now, this is an at-large position.
Yes.
Is it the same voting process where
Okay.
you only get one vote, or
All
is
right.
it approval voting?
Let me.
How does that voting work
All right.
before we hear the speeches?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
it may, for some reason, affect who you're deciding, because it does matter. You're going to vote in this race. You get to vote for as many people as you want, actually. It's a field race. Up to 5 will be elected for at large. Up to 7 will be elected for judicial committee. They are elected in the same way, meaning approval voting, and you can vote for as many people or as few people as you would like. The way it works is it is literally basically what. Wait, no. We suspended the rules last time to do that, but that is not the default. The default is you get to vote for as many people as you want. So you can vote for everybody but one, like do the whole "I hate that guy" vote. That's really annoying when you're a teller. Or you can vote for the people you actually like. So you can do however you like. What we do then is they tally all the votes that somebody gets up, and they just put them in order. And under our current rules, I believe that they have to achieve a majority of, right, so it'll be the 500 and whatever number that was. No? All right, Mr. Starr, I know you know this because you helped put this in here.
So basically, it would be a majority of ballots cast.
Okay, majority of ballots cast, thank you. So in order to be elected under our rules currently, you have to receive a number of votes equal to a majority of the votes cast. So
Ballots cast.
ballots, sorry, yes, not votes, because nobody would achieve that. Ballots cast, yes. Does that make sense, everybody? So, is everybody, okay.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So, an implication of this, of course, is that if you limit the number of votes that you cast, you increase the likelihood that some will not achieve a majority.
Right.
And that may be okay. But if that happens, then we have to go to another round.
Right.
We can't do by plurality
Right.
vote
So-
because Roberts requires majority vote decisions.
Right. So, all right. So the point is that if 5 candidates don't achieve, let's cross that bridge later.
Mr. Chair.
Because
Mr. Chair.
the scenarios where we don't elect enough people, the reality of the scenario is that for the last 6 conventions, 5 conventions, whatever it's been, they end up vacant, and then the LNC appoints them. Is what's actually happened. So, or we suspend the rules, taking that away. Yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
Microphone 3, James Gentleman, Minnesota.
Yes.
Orders of the day have been called. Let's get on to
Let's
speeches.
do it. All right. So, let's do this. All right. So I believe the first speaker in alphabetical order, based upon who I see over here, I think it's Ms. Bilyeu. Is that correct? All right. And speaking for Ms. Bilyeu will be Mr. Goldstein. Okay.
You guys got a timer somewhere?
Okay, yeah. Can I do this first? And get the timer. 2 minutes, please. Just real quick, so everyone knows, Ms. Bilyeu did actually send an update that her condition has not improved. She hasn't rested well, but she's trying to and appreciates everyone's concern and well wishes, and she is sorry that she can't be here. So, just so you know. Where's that guy?
Thank you, sir. Hi, my name's Sam Goldstein from the great Libertarian Party state of Indiana. Welcome to Reno. I rise to speak on behalf of Whitney Bilyeu, our current national chair for the position of LNC at large. God help me, I don't know why she wants to do it again, but Whitney is a very dedicated libertarian. She's been a very good leader for the state of Texas for quite a few years. I had the great pleasure of serving on the convention committee with her for the past 2 terms, where we worked together every Monday night, Eastern time from 9 to midnight, every Monday for 3.5 years to bring you the convention, 3 conventions that we planned for 2020, and also the convention prior to that in New Orleans. She's a hard worker. She's dedicated to the cause of the party, to bringing liberty to our children and our grandchildren in our lifetime. And she would be an excellent addition to this LNC because to date we have elected some very new people to this committee. And there is a concern that there's no institutional knowledge coming on board, and having Whitney on board would be a great addition to the LNC because she has the wisdom and the ability to communicate to bring people to proper decisions. I'm not going to use up all my time, but I certainly would appeal to you to vote for Whitney for LNC because she really wants it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I nominate Dustin Blankenship for at-large of West Virginia. Dustin's a former national president and chair of the Phi Sigma Phi National Fraternity. He's a curriculum coordinator for 5 colleges across West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, associate board member of the Shriners Children's in Ohio, and he used to run the Mon County advertising for 12 candidates. He does have election experience. He works in higher education where he teaches students how to think, not what to think, and introduces them to Austrian economics and teaches them to have a little bit of skepticism and question some of the things that they hear. He's also very skilled with branding and merchandising, and I think he's going to be an excellent asset on the LNC.
I'm going to be very brief. I have about a minute left, and I plan to take about 45 seconds. I come here today, I'm running for this position because I believe that we need an LNC that can get to work, and I believe that we are building a board that can do that. I'm an individual who believes the book of James that says faith without works is dead. We have a lot of people that have shown a lot of faith in this particular slate. Now it's time for us to get the work done. As the saying goes, you are known by the fruits that you bear. If you do good deeds, they'll come back to you. If we want to unify this party, if we want to work together, if we want to see liberty in our lifetime truly be free, then we must bridge the gap, work together, and represent everyone. And as an at-large candidate, I promise to do that. I promise to work with anyone regardless of your faction, caucus, or any other affiliation. I'm sincerely excited by this opportunity, and I hope that you will give me your vote today for at-large candidate on the LNC.
Aloha. I met Fina, who's from Hawaii, during the Libertarian virtual happy hours that were started during the pandemic. Fina is a dedicated and driven libertarian. She's the vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii and a Navy vet. And Fina is running an active campaign for U.S. Senate in Hawaii, and I'm her campaign manager, campaign treasurer, and ask you to vote for Fina for at-large rep.
Aloha, folks. My name is Fina Benoan, and some of you may not know me. Most of you, I hope I've met most of you, but I am a second-generation libertarian. And what I want to bring as an LNC member is I want to bring the power of the third party. We are the nation's third largest political party. And my intentions as an LNC member is to go and visit the states wherever the meeting's at, and I want to meet with the community. And I want to tell them about our party. I want to tell them how we are on the ballot in all 50 states. And you know what makes that sound good? When they sit and they hear that from someone from Hawaii. Because when they hear Hawaii, they are thinking palm trees, warm breezes, and all these positive things, and it's so foreign to them. But we are the Libertarian Party. We are on the ballot in all 50 states. We have been around for over 50 years. I'm a second-generation Libertarian. There are so many second-generation Libertarians out there in this room. Hello? And there are more of us out there in the nation that have not come into the party yet because they love liberty, they love freedom, and I want to bring them in. And I want us to be unified. I want us to show how powerful we are because we are going after the duopoly. That's the enemy. And I'm over time. I'm so sorry. But please vote for me. My name is Fina Banoan. Aloha, Hawaii.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rich Bowen, and I am running for LNC at large. I'm going to take my time today and thank some people, what limited time I have. First of all, I am a member of the Convention Oversight Committee, and I do want to thank everyone for coming and having a great time and making this such a great convention. Thank you very much. I apologize. I'm in my work clothes, not my stage clothes. We still have a lot of work to do. I'm also a little hoarse and badly needed a shave, so I apologize for that. The second thing I would like to reach out to is specific members. The Region 8 states of the Libertarian Party, please stand up. I want to thank you so much for letting me be your representative on this LNC. It's been quite a journey, hasn't it? Remain standing, please, remain standing. What this region has turned into is an active, passionate, cohesive, coordinated effort to work against the states that happen to be the most socialist states in the nation, the Northeast. And for that, I'm proud to work with you. I'm sorry I won't be working with you again, as I won't be in the region, living there all the time now. But you are in capable hands of the next person that I want to thank, and that is Pat Ford. Pat, Region 8, you are in good hands with my good friend and colleague, Pat Ford. The last person I want to thank is Dr. Ron Paul. I want to thank him and his staff for giving me the opportunity, the privilege, and the honor to coordinate his visit here with the hotel and with this convention. For that, I am eternally grateful. It is one of the highlights of my political career, and I am so happy he was here. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Elliott. I am new here, so I have not met very many of you, but I have spoken to venues with this many people in it for 45 minutes and didn't lose too much of the audience. So I want to tell you who I am, why I'm here, and what I hope to accomplish. So I'm a 5-year retired guy from a intellectual investment research and economics career. I've been married for 42 years, have 2 children, 2 grandchildren. Excuse me, I'm also out of practice addressing a large audience. I have never been politically active before. And the reason that I'm here is because the social contract has disintegrated between the citizen and the state. Now, what can I do to help that? All right, I outperform most of my competitors in my, excuse me, in my career because I understood and figured out organizational structure, organizational behavior, processes, procedures, as I watched and forecasted which companies were going to get from small to larger and which ones were going to hit a wall and fail. This is why I've been asked to run for this position by Angela and her team, is I can bring that knowledge and experience to the board as we build an organization that will long outlive me and benefit all of you young people who have had your futures taken away from you by the illegal actions of this horrible state. Thank you.
Point of order, if the candidate could say his name, please.
Hi, everyone. Piet here. I play the bagpipes, fun fact, and I'm very excited to be running for LNC at large. I currently serve as chair of my county affiliate, as well as on the Libertarian Party of New York State and executive committees. My plan, if elected, is simple: end the drama and grow the party. But what does that look like? What does that actually mean? It means no more gigantic email chains that would take hours and hours and hours to scroll through. That's not transparency, that's dilatory. It looks like no more squabbling over decorum. It looks like not throwing secretaries off the LNC in acts of political vengeance. Super dilatory, by the way. But it also looks like bringing more youth into this party. And I look out into the audience, and I do see a lot of younger folks here among the delegates, but it's not enough. We need an organization or organizations that rival what the Democrats and Republicans have. We need a robust college libertarians group. We need a robust young libertarians group. We need to be targeting high school and college students. Those are the easiest demographics to bring into the party, and we need to be doing more work there. Fundraising is the other issue. You heard it here, folks. We're broke. We had to take out a loan just to keep the ship running. We need to be targeting and cultivating relationships with high-level donors. We need to bring those, all donations, of course, are greatly appreciated, but we need the big ones too. Angela has some very grand plans for our party, but we have to be able to fund those plans. So we need to get back our donors, big and small. We really need those donors. And I intend to talk to Gabrielle Cordova and make that happen. She is our development director. She does a very great job. Let's see, I'm just about out of time here. I'm Pietro Esteracci. Remember, end the drama, grow the party. Piet for LNC.
Aloha, I am Drew Heaton from Arizona, and I am a county chair there. I want you to explain to you that perspective is what differentiates libertarians from other political constituents, and perspective is what differentiates me from other libertarians. I believe that we are in the greatest threat for human liberty on a global scale that the world has ever seen. My father, who is a World War II veteran, Marine in heaven, is said to have been part of what is called the greatest generation. I believe actually that the greatest generation is sitting right here, because you are the ones who are going to keep my great-grandchildren who have not been born yet, and yours, from complete and utter enslavement. We have, as part of our logo, a torch. And I believe that we, as the United States, and the libertarians specifically within the United States, are meant to be the shining light to the world to help people understand what human liberty actually is. I will tell you that, contrary to what people might see about me externally, I'm a reluctant activist and I'm an introvert. Things must be really, really bad when the introverts show up. So what I can tell you is that I am compelled to be here. I am compelled to do what is necessary to take this party, which I believe is the light for the rest of the nation, to the next level, and to deliver our message. In my county, our t-shirt says, "Make freedom your single issue." And as a result of me being true to that libertarian message, I have attracted former Republicans, former Democrats, former Greens, independents. This is the message that we want. And you know, for you libertarians that want to stick around and argue, that's great. But I'm looking to capture those people out there who just don't know that they're libertarian yet.
Just so the body knows, I'm handing the gavel over to Mark Rutherford, former chair of Indiana and former LNC member, for a few minutes so I can take a break, but we can continue with business. I have to ask, is there objection to that? Cool.
You may go ahead and start. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jeff Fortune. I'm the Vice Chair of Oklahoma Libertarian Party. On several occasions, I have fought like cats and dogs with this next gentleman. But when the smoke cleared, the dust settled, the argument was over. We've been able to shake hands and remain friends, knowing that honest, good faith disagreements do not make us enemies. They make us stronger by purifying our arguments like iron and fire. Allow me to introduce an excellent champion for liberty, Mr. Rex Longhorn.
Hey guys, we've got relatively short time. My resume is long and it's online. It's available to you on my Liberty Activist page. Most notably, I started activism in 2012 when I sued the Supreme Court of the state of Oklahoma to get Gary Johnson on the ballot in the only state that he wasn't allowed to be on. Ultimately, I lost, but that wasn't the end of the fight for me. I kept going, and I've been an active party of my state affiliate since 2016. I've argued online heavily with at least a quarter of you in this crowd. But I am here to tell you that every single one of you are my allies and friends. Anybody that's met me in person knows that to be true. My enemy isn't here. My enemy is with that cop in Texas that wants to put the knee into his back of his terrified father trying to save his child. My enemy is in the California Assembly that wants to tell me that I can't own firearms or ammunition to defend myself without their specific implicit permission. My enemy is in Washington, D.C., who wants to send our parents, children, brothers, and sisters off to die in somebody else's war so that we can continue to fund the military-industrial complex and then take what little money we have left after they take it to pay for that and devalue it by creating inflation at the Fed. We've got to end the Fed. I am here to work with every single person in this room to make it happen, and you're all my friends and allies. Thank you.
May we have the next speakers up, please?
I'm Patty Maloney from the state of New Mexico. I've been part of the Libertarian Party for over 10 years. I joined when I was a homeschool parent when Bob Barr was running. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because people that aren't Libertarian were who brought me into this party. This convention I've been at today is the best convention I've ever been to between the state of Michigan and any convention I've been to. I brought my fiance to his very first Libertarian convention, and he was scared. He thought he was gonna get hit by somebody with a flying device, let's put it that way. This has been the most civil and productive convention I've ever been to. I'm very proud of this party and how far we've come. The reason I decided to put my name in here for at-large, even though I'm telling you every single person in line behind me is equally qualified, is because I love this party, I'm dedicated to this party, and this party needs strong leadership, and I think we're working really hard on doing that. So I hope that you will vote for me. My name is Patty Maloney, and thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eric Mulder, and I am not running for LNC at large. I am actually here to tell you about somebody who should be on the LNC. Her name is Rachel McCauley. She's better known as Rachel Blackfire. Why am I speaking in favor of Rachel Blackfire? Because I recognize good. Anybody who gets kicked off of Facebook because they're speaking the truth and spreading liberty too good is somebody we need on the LNC. And she's going to tell you how that attitude and how that F you, Mark Zuckerberg, we're going to get out there and we're going to spread liberty and we're going to win, goddammit, is going to be good for the LNC. Rachel Blackfire, Rachel McCauley, better known as your next LNC representative.
Hi, I have been in politics for since I was 14. I'm 23 now, so that's a long time. I've been in leadership for activist organizations since I was 15. And I have, like Eric mentioned, extensive experience on social media. For my perma ban back in 2020, I had over 20,000 followers between my pages. And let me talk about my vision for the party. We need kindness, compassion, and unity moving forward. We can't continue to fight each other. This needs to be a place where all freedom lovers are welcome. Let's get to work.
Hello, Libertarians. My name is Stephen Nikela, and I'm the proud chairman of the Libertarian Party of Florida. I reside in the Conch Republic, aka Key West, and during 2020, I was proud to be on the ground rallying the freedom fighters against the COVID lockdowns that we had in our community. We had a lockdown preventing people from coming into Key West, and we were able to show up to city council meetings, county council meetings, and get this lockdown, get this roadblock taken away, and I'm now running for city council in Key West in my community. My libertarian journey started when I was about 15, 16 years old. I read The Creature of Jekyll Island by G. Edward Griffin, got my start in libertarianism. I attended Paul Fest in Tampa in 2014 and joined the Young Americans for Liberty at FIU, became the chapter leader for 2 semesters, and that's when I came down to the Florida Keys, became one of the founding members of the Libertarian Party of the Florida Keys. Thereafter, joined Libertarian Party Florida as the Region 14 rep, where I served up until 2019, where I became the treasurer and now the party's chair. From 2016 until present, I had the honor to serve 3 terms on the LNC as Region 2 rep. And professionally, I run my family's business empire. We have our 9th Wendy's opening up next week, Dairy Queen, full-service restaurant, Island Grill in the Florida Keys, and a movie theater. My full-time job is a business executive. I'm a numbers guy, I'm a results guy, and I'm also a tenured LNC member. People ask me, why do I continue to do this? Why do I want to run for the LNC again? And to that I say, I'm passionate. I'm passionate about libertarianism. I'm passionate about this party. And they say that the root word for passion is to suffer for. And believe me, serving on the LNC is suffering. But I'm happy to do it again because I enjoy it. It's fun, and I hope to have the opportunity. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Pro Wrestling Caucus proudly brings to you the Wombat, Darryl Perry, the Metalhead Christmas Elf, Dan Lewis, and we're here to nominate James Ogle.
And if you ain't down with that, we've got 2 words for you. Vote Ogle.
I have a message from Mr. Ogle. Give me 1 second to pull this up. It was up, and then I bumped my phone. I hate when that happens, right? You know what? I'll go ahead and say my prepared remarks while I find his message here. Nope, never mind. I have his message. Posted last night by James Ogle. A libertarian woman won. Congratulations to her. I voted for her for Los Angeles Chair number 1, me number 2, in 2019, 2020, and the 2021 LA Convention. She's too beautiful, a walking statue of liberty. Although not on the PPR Electoral College 2024, I honestly don't know what that is. We love her, even though she may not love us back. Men, women need that. Just let them be themselves. We can keep electing better and better women's names, too. While I've had disagreements with James over the last 2 decades, and I've actually had him blocked on Facebook for the last 10 years, I am here to nominate him for at-large. because we both agree that the current voting system in the U.S. is flawed. We need to bring the correct math to our elections. We need to alternate male and female names. James Ogle may not be the at-large rep that we need. He may not have even created the name Google. But he is the at-large rep that this LNC deserves.
At this point in time, I will return the gavel to our chair, Mr. Ken Moman.
Hello, my name is Dan Lewis of the land of Lincoln, Illinois. And I would like to nominate or speak for John Phillips, who was our outgoing Region 6 representative. He's also a fellow radical and a dear friend of mine who told me to nominate him, and I think he's crazy for wanting this job, but John Phillips is my buddy. So I'm going to let my state chair speak on the rest of this, but I just want to say right now that the reason John Phillips isn't here is because he's over there trying to get us fucking ballot access in Illinois. He's out there petitioning for us so that we can get 25,000 signatures because the state doesn't want us on the ballot. So I hope that you vote for John Phillips, and if he isn't your cup of tea, then you can fuck right off. All right, my state chair of Illinois, Steve Cease.
Decorum, sir. My name is Steve Cease. I am the state chair of the corrupt state of Illinois. I rise today to speak in favor of a man that I never thought would want to do this again. I was surprised as much as any of you are to get a phone call this weekend with his intentions to do this. He also asked me to try and convince Ken, so that's still not working. Look, I know John Phillips is not everyone's cup of tea. Anyone in this room who has paid attention to LNC business over the last 4 years has been pissed off at John at some point. All right? But the saying goes, if you piss everyone off, you're doing something right. John's principles are based on that, principles. He is not, as Danny said, everyone's cup of tea. He is 1/3 piss, 1/3 vinegar, and 1/3 gasoline. However, that mixture is flammable enough to light the flame of liberty. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Omar Rapero. I'm from Florida. For those of you that know me, I treat everyone with respect and with dignity and with kindness. I bring simple and strong leadership to this position of at-large, and I've worked with everyone before. Stephen came up here from Florida. He knows we've had some issues there, and me and him have worked together with some problems, and here we are coming out of it better and stronger than ever. I like to do things simple. I like to simplify the process of what we do. I have an idea for the LNC. It's really simple. 50-state permanent ballot access. In the state of Florida, we have to sign a letter. We have to write a letter signed by the chair, LNC secretary, LNC chair, and the presidential nominee is on the ballot. Shouldn't it be that easy everywhere? If you want to run for office, you fill out 2 pieces of paper and you get started whenever you're ready. And when it's time to qualify, 2 more pieces of paper and you're on the ballot as a libertarian. We have constitutional ballot access. Shouldn't it be that easy everywhere? I've heard a lot of great things about what we're going to do and having the passion of liberty and all this other stuff. We need to be able to do the thing. And the Republican Party and the Democrat Party constantly work together to stop us from doing the thing. I believe if we simplify things so that we could do all the things. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I don't have much time, so I'm going to get this through quick. My name is Josh Holofka, Vice Chairman for the Libertarian Party of Florida. I'm here today to introduce one of our LPF board members and fellow New Jersey refugee, Mike Rufo. I urge you all to vote for Mike today. He is an individual of high caliber principles and someone who regularly takes human action needed in our fight for liberty. We are very honored and privileged to have Mike now down here from the great state of New Jersey to the even greater free sunshine state of Florida. So please, without further ado, allow him to speak. Michael Rufo, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know if that's so deserved, but thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. You're all beautiful people. I want to start off by one point. There's been a lot of contentious moments here, but the guys in New Mexico have heard me doing it the whole time, and the people in Florida have heard me doing it. There's been 14 moments of solidarity over the course of the last 2.5 days. And I want everybody to give themselves a round of applause for that, because I don't think many people thought that would have been possible. I come here today to ask you to vote for me to be your at-large representative, mainly because of the fact that I feel I've earned the respect through my actions from the people with New Jersey and the immediate welcoming that I've received from the people in Florida, that I am confident in my ability to represent you on the national stage and each and every one of you. You can ask any one of the 70 people that I just referenced how easy it is to converse with me, how easy it is I will be able to help you in the scenarios that you need help, and how I will come to you whenever you need me. I don't care what side of the line you fall on when it comes to Mises or non-Mises or any of that other stuff. My job is to help you, represent you, and bring and live our principles.
Hello, everyone. I've spoken up here many times. I've tried to be funny, hopefully successfully. I've tried to be uniting, so I'm going to try something else now. I'm going to try and be efficient. Know me by my works, and please vote for me for at-large. Let's get on with business.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, microphone one.
Okay, microphone one.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have a motion to suspend the agenda. Would that now be an appropriate time for that?
Yes, it
Okay.
would.
Mr. Chair, Richard Longstreth, Illinois delegation.
Yes, Mr. Longstreth.
Amend the agenda to consider the censure of all LNC members who voted in favor of censuring Ms. Harlos in the summer of 2021 after all JC and LNC elections are complete.
All right, there is a motion. Is there a second? I hear a second. So there's a motion and a second. Mr. Longstreth, did you deliver a copy of that resolution to the secretary?
I absolutely have it written and can give it to him as soon as I'm done at the mic. Is this debatable?
If you wouldn't mind bringing that up here right away, and that because that's a lot of words for him to type. All right, so there's a motion and a second. The gist of it, if I can sum it up, is to censure all the members of the LNC, to consider censure for all members of the LNC who voted to remove Karen Ann Harlos from the LNC. Oh, done individually. Okay. There is objection. This is a motion to suspend the rules, is that correct? To amend the agenda for the consideration. So this is a motion to suspend the rules. It is not debatable. It requires 2/3 to pass.
Could you read the motion again?
I
can in just a second.
Point of order. He said consider. He said suspend the rules to consider it, not to go straight to it.
Correct.
Consider it. It is debatable. If you're,
But the suspension itself is not.
Correct.
So yeah. So we're first we have to vote to suspend, and then we would go into consideration, which I am told and I do believe is correct. It would be individual members. Each individual member would have to be considered.
Point of information.
And this will be done after judicial committee elections.
Can we get my screen on the screen?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, point of information.
Here's the motion.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Has everybody had a chance to read it? Everybody good? Anybody not good? That's an easier question. All right, so I'm going to ask all those in favor of the suspension of the rules, please raise your hand. Those opposed? All right, that motion fails. Excuse me, that motion fails. All right, so
Mike-
we are now to the ballot.
Mike 2?
Okay, I've been given a note. If someone is missing a car key, check the credentials desk. There you go. Ms. McCardle.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of expediency, I move to suspend the rules to allow JC nominations to take place while while the at-large votes are being tallied.
While they're being tallied. Okay.
Ms. McCardle, could you tell me what delegation you're in?
California.
Thank you.
So, Ms. McCardle, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, that the Judicial Committee speeches would begin once the last tally sheet has been turned into the teller and the tallying is ongoing.
That's correct.
That then the Judicial Committee procedures would begin.
Yes.
Okay.
For the sake of clarity, the motion was I move to suspend the rules to allow JC nominations to be heard while the at-large votes are being tallied.
Okay. All right. So there is a motion. Is there a second? Multiple seconds. Is there objection?
Yes. Request for
Okay.
information.
There is
Microphone
objection.
3.
Microphone 3.
Do we know if any of the people who are not elected at large are interested in being considered for JC?
I cannot know that. I could ask the body if.
Point of information, would that prohibit them if we were to close nominations before the at-large was done?
I would say that it would not prohibit them from being nominated. That if they happen to be elected to both offices, that they would have to choose which office they decided to take, and that the other office would therefore be vacant because Judicial Committee is exclusive from any other office. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I think if you could clarify it for the body.
Okay.
You and I have a more intimate knowledge
That
of
is,
this
true. So if someone is to run for JC and LNC, if they were to win both elections, the person who won would then choose whether they were to be seated on the LNC or seated on the Judicial Committee. The seat that they had otherwise won would then become vacant. And in the scenario that under our current rules, if somebody else was over the 50% threshold but did not reach the top 5 in the LNC at-large race or in the top 7 in the Judicial Committee race, then the 8th person, assuming that 8th person reached the threshold in Judicial Committee, would then move up and they would be elected. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. I'm working on it, I promise. Microphone 2.
Carolyn Wade, delegate from Oregon. Does the motion of Ms. McCardle take precedence over the motion to consider the tags on the platform? Carolyn, the plank.
So it would not take precedent. So the in order right now is LNC at large, then Judicial Committee, then platform. I will make an announcement once I know what the deleted things are. I'll just make that announcement. But we will not get to that until we are through Judicial Committee elections anyway.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Point of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Ms. Robson.
I lost my phone. I left it in the bathroom.
All right.
If anybody finds my phone, it's an iPhone 10.
So
there's
all
a
right,
lost
so-
and found at
Yes.
the credentialing and at the hotel front desk.
Okay,
Everyone
I'll go.
turns
I
different.
did that, but
So-
I was hoping somebody picked it up from the bathroom because I did
Okay.
that and it wasn't there.
All right, so
And it has a
very
picture
quickly,
of my dog on it.
All right, so very quickly, lost and found. I spoke with Alex Flores yesterday, who's a member of the Convention Oversight Committee. He mentioned specifically that he should be sought out for any lost items or any found items. So go find Alex Flores if you would like to do any lost and found items.
Thank you.
Point of inquiry?
He's not a delegate. He's just COC. That never happened. Okay.
Point of
Good deal. We're
inquiry.
moving on. Yes. What? Where? Microphone 1.
Holly Ward, Virginia. I just would like clarification on the motion. Are we having speeches while the front is tallying or while the delegate chairs in my state are tallying our votes?
So once the delegation chairs have turned in all of their ballots, right, your ballots and your tally sheets, they're all turned in, then we're not going to wait until that's all tallied to go on. We're just going to go on. So the state delegations are all going to vote. Everybody's going to turn their stuff in.
And then
Then we're going to move on to Judicial Committee.
Point of order.
Yes.
Microphone 3, James Gentleman, Minnesota. There is a motion to suspend the rules
Yes.
on the floor.
Yeah,
We
yes.
should vote.
Yes. So I just want to make sure we understood. Everybody understands where we're at. So let's do this thing. There's a motion to suspend the rules to not wait for the tally for the LNC at-large elections is effectively where we're at. So those in favor of suspending those rules so that we can move on with business, raise your hand. Those opposed, please raise your hand. All right, that passes. So,
Point of personal privilege from microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
We are now in the process of voting. I would like to see the names on screen because my memory is really bad. I need more sleep.
And there are a lot of candidates, so lots of good choices. Yes. And since while we're waiting on the secretary to get actually, can you?
So I don't mind putting the names on screen, and I intend to, but I don't want to do that until we are
stop
in the
making
process
motions?
of voting and we are
Okay.
not making floor
All
motions.
right, good deal. So if people will quit making motions, then we'll be good. So, all right. So,
Mr. Chairman.
I would say at this time we are balloting. Yes, delegation chairs, come get your ballots.
I have a request for the secretary.
Request from the secretary. Yes.
Yeah, when he lists the names, can they also be in alphabetical order, the same order that they were presented?
Yes. Yep. Good deal.
Request for information.
So, just one moment. What's the announcement? Oh, yes. I have an important announcement. If you are a regional representative or a part of a region, if you have the region agreements and you haven't turned them in yet, you need to do that immediately. Like, turn in the region agreement. Otherwise, you may not really actually be a region. That would be sad.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
to your left,
Thank
Stephen
you.
Akela from
Microphone
Florida.
1.
Request for information, is it top 5?
It is top 5, but those top 5 must also achieve 50% of the number of ballots cast.
So
Unless
the
there is
ballot-
a suspension of the rules to take away that 50% threshold as has been done in previous conventions. Which it has not been done at this convention, Mr. Nikela.
Okay, so top 5, 50%.
It can be done after
Then
the vote
I
is-
would like
Mr.
to.
Chair? We are in the middle of voting at this point, so please don't bring any substantive stuff or else the secretary won't be able to display the names. We can do that motion if somebody's interested in that.
what I
Yeah,
was
I
standing
kind of
for.
thought, okay.
Derek
So-
Strelo from Ohio.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to suspend the rules
I-
to remove the 50% threshold.
Mr. Strelo, hold that motion. I will get to you in a moment as soon as we're back to the secretary being able to take substantive rules and not have the names not displayed. And if the body will indulge, while we are doing this part, I think I had Mr. Olding from Ohio had a resolution. Is that correct, Mr. Olding? All right, we've got a resolution, which is something to vote on.
Point of personal privilege. I need the names up there to vote. This is interrupting because we are doing business,
Okay.
and I cannot do it without the names on screen.
All right.
Please. Thank
All
you.
right. Mr. Olding, do you have the language of your resolution? Do you have it submitted to the secretary?
The language is with the secretary. The language is on my phone in front of me. We can do this very easily.
Point of order.
Yes.
I'm going to ask that while we are doing a vote, we not do a vote, both for the edification of the body and because I can't keep up with both.
Okay. All right.
So
The secretary has asked that we just hold off on that.
So will this be in order? So like when we start tallying, should I come up, or is the tallying going to immediately start with?
Once we start tallying, you could make that motion.
Okay. Will you call me back up? Or?
I will do so, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moment.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Okay, if we can get my screen up on the screens. Virginia to the teller's table. Virginia to the teller's table.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to get
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Where are we at?
Mic 1.
Microphone 1.
Donovan Pankey, Texas. If we move to change how we tally votes in the middle of voting, that could change how people vote. It is not in order to change what the qualification thresholds are once voting has begun.
While I would agree with you, we have done it in the past. I mean, I would rule it in order because we've done it.
But it would be in order if it would have been in order if we had made that motion prior to the start of voting. And I would agree with that. We are in the middle of voting. Ballots are being cast.
I need information.
This has nothing to do with the political process. This has to do with we're in the middle of voting and you don't change the rules in the middle of a vote. No, it's a standing rule of order of the convention. It is suspended. Yes. It's in our standing rules of order.
Okay. I have been corrected as to my remembrance of what we did in the past. Mr. Pankey, you are correct that I cannot change, or this body cannot change, there can't be a suspension of the rules to change the outcome of an election because it would violate the fundamental rights. So we are operating under the bylaws and under the standing convention rules as they existed when this began, and it will require the 50% threshold to be elected.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for bringing it up.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Sandra Callender, California. Earlier you said you would explain how this vote works before it starts. Did I miss that?
I think you may have. I went into how approval voting works, and I got yelled at for taking too long, but I did do it.
All right.
So, all right. All right, so for those that don't understand approval voting, I'm going to go over this one more time. I'm going to go over approval voting one more time and how we do it. So how approval voting works is you can vote for as many candidates as you want. There's going to be 5 people elected in this election, but there are more than 5 candidates. You can vote for 1, you can vote for 5, you can vote for everybody, you can vote for everybody minus 1, you can vote for anybody there. Totally cool. And what we do is we take those and we add them all up, right? So I see Mr. Requero right here in front of me, so I'm going to pick on him because he's right there. But I shouldn't do that. You're actually a candidate in this race, so I won't do that. That would be bad.
And I have a request for information.
Let me finish this one first. So I'm trying to find somebody. Okay, I'm going to pick on Mr. Sarwark because he's right there, and he's not running. So let's say Mr. Sarwark was running and you said, hey, I want to vote for Mr. Sarwark. You could vote for Mr. Sarwark and only Mr. Sarwark. You could vote for Mr. Sarwark. You could vote for a number of other members, up to 5, and just vote for the ones to be elected. Or you can vote for more than that. You can vote for as many or as few as you like. You can turn in an empty ballot if you want.
Quick announcement. This particular ballot has 2 pages, and on each page at the bottom is a place to initial to make sure both pages are certified. Please make sure and initial both pages.
That's for the tally, okay. So
we need South Dakota at the teller's table.
All right. So you can vote for as many or as few as you'd like. And it's simply a single vote. It's just saying, yes, I approve of this candidate being on the LNC as an at-large member. That is what you're voting. We will then tally all those up, and the top 5 candidates who have received an approval vote, the top 5, who have also crossed the 50% threshold of the number of ballots cast. So if there's, let's say, 800 ballots cast, 800 people in the hall, if a candidate receives 401 of the 800 ballots cast, they have crossed the 50% threshold. That may or may not be the top 5. If it is the top 5, then they are elected. Does that make sense? I can't. I don't know how else to explain it. You have to hit top 5 and you have to be over 50%.
Mr. Chair, request for information, microphone 3.
All right. I haven't been to 3 in a while. I'll come back to 1 in just a moment. Number 3.
I actually have 2 requests for information.
Yes.
The first request is, according to our rules, if someone votes for a human candidate and also writes NOTA on their ballot, what is the effect of that ballot?
Hold on one moment. I know this is wacky. Hold on.
I think I'll get my answer then.
Per our convention, per Convention Rules 8, Section 2A, the final sentence says, a vote for none of the above shall be ignored if the ballot also includes a vote for any other candidate.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so voting for NOTA and no other candidates is casting a ballot of no, I choose no one, but if you choose NOTA and someone else, NOTA is ignored.
Thank you. And further request for information, would it be in order at this time for the Treasurer's report and the Audit Committee report?
We not at this very moment because the ballot is going on, but I would say that it would be in order once all the ballots and tally sheets are turned in. Our next item is to go to JC stuff, but it could be in order to suspend the rules to hear it at that time.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, I was going to go to microphone 1. Is the person at 1 still at 1, or they give up on me? They gave up on me. All right, microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, is it possible to get the AC turned down a little bit?
Is it possible to do what? I'm sorry?
The AC turned down a little bit? It's like a freezer in here.
Oh, you mean that you want the temperature up in the room?
Yeah, it's cold.
I will tell you, sir, that I also agree that it's cold. Once upon a time, I used to find these rooms really hot, but then I got skinny, and now I'm cold all the time. All the time. That's the downside. Yeah, sweaters. For those that don't know, that's kind of a thing. We have an ongoing thing. I don't know what the temperature is in the room. I did find it to be colder today than it has been in previous days. If I could find well...
I'll remind you. Mr. Chairman.
I don't know. I don't know if I can fix it, I guess is the thing. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr.
My request is that when the announcement of the results are made, if there are fewer than 5 who made the 50% threshold, I'd like you to recognize me for a motion.
Okay, I hear you, Mr. Starr. Thank you.
Microphone 3, request for information regarding the ballot.
Yes, microphone 3.
There is a blank for total votes that is different from total ballots cast. Should that be the total of all candidates' votes, or should it be just the same as the number of ballots cast?
All right. All right, I'm going to ask the body to quiet down a little bit because this is a voting question. You're probably going to want to know the question and the answer. Body down. Body down. Body down. All right, please restate your name, state, and question, please.
Matt Losby, delegation chair from Idaho. On our ballots, there are 2 blanks. One is labeled total votes. The other is total ballots cast. Should these be the same number, or should one be the total of all the candidates' votes from our delegation?
The number, actually, why don't you answer that?
So I was actually coming up here to make an announcement about that, so thank you. On the total votes cast, basically that number should be a sum of the numbers above it. On the total ballots cast, that is a count of the pieces of paper you have. Does that clarify things?
It does, thank you.
Yes. Is that the number of voters? Yeah, so the number of voters.
Vermont to the teller's table, please. Vermont to the teller's table.
Mr. Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Yeah, Drew Cook, delegate from Oklahoma. I just had a quick announcement for the body. I took up donations yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. You took up donations for, what was your organization, sir?
Yeah, I'm the chair of the Sober Caucus. We were able to raise $353 for a local recovery fellowship hall. Here's the cool thing, guys. Unbeknownst to us, they are actually embroiled in a nonprofit dispute for their tax status. So that $353 that we raised is going to help them get to the threshold that they need to win that battle. In the process of that, I was able to talk to them about libertarianism and why we would support a grassroots community-based effort. I believe that what I was talking to is the future Reno LP members because of y'all's donation. Thank you so much.
I'd just like to point out that doing good does good. All right. I'm not seeing anybody at the microphones. That's cool. I'm going to stand at ease for a minute then, since nobody's asking questions. If you guys have issues or questions, though, please come to the microphone or come up here and talk to us if you have questions or issues with any of the voting.
Hello? Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, microphone 3.
All right, go ahead. I'm going to recognize 3, but I'll get right to you, if that's okay. Microphone 3.
Apologies. Rex Lawhorn, Oklahoma. I'm rising to a point of personal privilege.
Go ahead.
On behalf of Kenneth Blevins, who is running for U.S. Senate in the state of Oklahoma. There are 16 states without a U.S. Senate seat up for election this year. Just because your state doesn't have a Senate seat up this year doesn't mean you can't have a major impact on the face of politics in the country this year and in the years to come. With enough exposure, we have the opportunity to not only challenge for the seat, but to win. To show the rest of the country, including your state, that not only are libertarians here, but we are a viable option. Please go to blevinsforsenate.com and donate to turn Oklahoma gold and take a major leap forward for a world set free in our lifetime. That's BLEVINS for Senate, spelled out.com.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Kenneth Blevins. All right, microphone 2.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Lima. I'm with the Libertarian Party Veteran Caucus. I'm a national organizer for them. Woo! Yeah. I wanted to invite all of you guys to follow us on Twitter at LPVETS, LPVETS. We invite anybody to join, whether you're a veteran or support the anti-war movement. We do not care about in-party politics. Our mission statement from our chair, William Daugherty, is clear. We want to lead libertarians to veteran issues and veterans to libertarian solutions. So please follow us at LPVETS on Twitter. Click on our link tree and join our Discord and help us stop these endless wars. Thank you, guys.
Vermont to the Will Vermont please report to the teller's table? Vermont to the teller's table.
And I'm going to once again request that we keep any of the non-voting chat down, out, to the sides. We do have points of information, points of inquiry coming in, things that are relevant. So if you're just chatting about the weather or other libertarian things or whatever and not related to the business at hand, please keep the conversations off to the side or even just outside the doors. Microphone 2.
Hi, Greg Baldwin, Chair of South Dakota. I just wanted to mention real quick, I don't know how many opportunities come along like this for other states, but in South Dakota, we have a candidate running in a two-way race for U.S. House of Representatives this year. So if people are looking for a good candidate with a good return on investment to support this year, I would encourage you to look him up. A website you can go to is Collin for Congress, COLLIN for Congress. Like I said, it's a two-way race for a U.S. House seat, and like I said, it's good return on investment. Thanks.
All right, that was COLLIN.
Yes, COLLIN for Congress.
For Congress.
.com.
.com. Thank you. All right, I see microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, request for information.
Yes, sir.
And I will have follow-up request.
Okay.
Is it true that in this room currently, we are represented by 50 state affiliates plus the District of Columbia?
I believe that is the case, sir, yes.
And Mr. Chair, is it correct that we currently do not have affiliates in Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, or American Samoa?
I believe that is also correct, sir.
Mr. Chair, what would it take for us to have affiliates in those 5 territories of the United States?
So, for those territories of the United States that currently do not have a local, what we would call a state-level affiliate party, even though they're territories, it would be equivalent, functionally equivalent. The first thing we would need is a wonderful activist to take the lead on the ground in each of those. And if you're watching from one of those territories and you're like, yes, this is my party, please contact us. Call 1-800-ELECT-US. Email us. Get on the website, lp.org. Fill out the contact form. Reach out to the party and say, I would like to take a leadership role. I would like to lead liberty in my U.S. territory. And we can connect you with resources. We can connect you with materials. We can get you the help to help spin up those affiliates in those territories, because liberty doesn't know state boundaries. Liberty is for everybody. And whether it's a state that is already established for the last 50 years of this party or a state that's going to be established next year, liberty's for everybody.
And Mr. Chair, one further point of information or request for information.
Yes.
If an affiliate did arise in Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, or American Samoa, would they automatically be allowed to send delegates to the convention, or would that require a later amendment to the bylaws to specify territorial affiliates? I'm not looking to make that amendment.
No.
Stop grumbling. I'm just asking questions at the moment.
I believe, Mr. Perry, I do believe that we actually do support territories in the bylaws today. I mean, technically, Washington, D.C. is not a state.
It's a district.
It is a district.
District is specifically mentioned in the bylaws. I don't remember if territory is.
Give me one moment. It turns out that our predecessors were wise, and in Article 5, Section 2, Article 5, Section 2 does specify territories. So, yeah. So, listen, if there's somebody out there in those territories that's ready to go, the party's here and we're ready to go too.
Nebraska to the teller's table. Nebraska to the teller's table. And Tennessee. Tennessee as well.
I'm going to say it even louder. Nebraska and Tennessee to the teller's desk. Side conversations outside the hall, please.
Mr. Chair, can I say something?
Yeah, microphone 2.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Again, it's Michael Lima. Somebody turned into me a Marine Corps boot camp ring. I'm a California delegate, so I have it over there. If you lost your Marine Corps boot camp ring, please come see me at the California delegation table. Thank you, guys.
Sir, can you find Alex Flores and turn it into him? We're trying to make him the hub of the things lost.
I can do that, sir.
All right.
Yep.
That's makes it easy. 1 second. Microphone 3.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody. Good morning, Libertarians.
Yeah.
My name is Portia Shepherd. I am from the great state of Alabama. War Eagle. Sorry. And we're excited about being here, but we want to let you know what we have going on in the great state of Alabama. We have 69 candidates on the ballot in the state of Alabama that have been involved in their community to make sure that their voices are elevated, not just on the campaign trail, but once we get elected. Today we have Mr. Jonathan Reels representing Congressional District 2 here. We have Mr. Gavin Goodman representing, he's going to be running Congressional District 7. We have David Boatwright, who's going to be in the Senate representing District 28, and I'm going to be representing the District of 23 in the Black Belt of Alabama. And we just want to say that we are here. Check us out on our social media. Check us out on our website. And if you guys are feeling generous, we'll take that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, I'm Scott Horton. I'm a delegate from Texas.
Mr. Horton?
I have a point of information, I guess it is, for you. I got a plane to catch, and I'm not going to be able to be here later this afternoon. But if there's time, I know there are plans that someone is going to introduce a Defend the Guard resolution before the body today. Now, for people not familiar, this is the idea originally of a Libertarian Republican state representative from West Virginia named Pat McGeehan, a great American hero. And what it is it's a resolution that's been at least introduced in more than 30 states so far. It's been passed in a couple. We're racking up more and more successes across the country. And what it is it's a resolution to be passed by state legislatures refusing, making it illegal for the governors to provide National Guard troops to the U.S. federal government for involvement in overseas wars without an official declaration of war by the U.S. Congress. Now, I'll hurry here. This resolution says that the National Libertarian Party hereby urges the 50 state Libertarian parties to do everything they can to work in their states to pass this legislation, this most important legislation, and most important legislation for the Libertarian Party. So I would just ask everyone here, please, if there's time and the issue comes up later this afternoon, I won't be able to vote for it. Please vote for it in my absence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Over here.
Real quick, that does bring up an important thing. As people leave, if you can go to the credentials desk and check out, that's a thing. So,
New Mexico to the teller's table.
New Mexico.
New York as well.
New York. Are there any more new states we need right now? Okay, just the old ones. Anyway, all right, let's see. We just heard from 2. Let's go to 3.
This is Vicki Hansen, Mississippi delegation, for an announcement.
Go
I
ahead.
would like to let the body know what happens when you have a mayor, elected Libertarian mayor, in a small town of 300 people in Mississippi. Mayor Steve McCluskey got re-elected last year for his election, so he's a second-term Libertarian in Mississippi. And during his first term, he got the city a garbage truck for 300 people without putting on the backs of the taxpayers. Also, he was able to get a police chief without raising taxes or the police budget in town of 300 people. Not only that, but he told that police chief, you will not arrest anyone for possession. And for the drug lords who are peddling drugs between his little town of McLean, Mississippi, and Mobile, Alabama, he's requiring them to participate in the backpack drives for back to school.
All right. I think there may be someone at microphone 1, but I'm not sure. Is there somebody at microphone 1?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Microphone 1.
This is Hector Roos from Florida. Wanted to make a quick announcement that we still have Flex It or Die t-shirts at the Florida delegation. If you are interested in them, please come and see us at the Florida delegation. Flex it or die. Thank you so much.
All right. Microphone 2.
I am Lauren Dean. I am the chair of Riverside County, California's Libertarian Party, where we are proud to support County Supervisor Jeff Hewitt of District 5. Jeff Hewitt represents a district representing hundreds of thousands of people and currently operates as the chair of the Riverside County Board of Supervisors, where he has unprecedented capacity to affect and impact the agenda of that body. He is facing a bruising re-election battle from a union-backed socialist running a clown show in one of the cities in his district, and he needs your support. I encourage everyone to go to votehewitt.com, VOTEHEWITT, votehewitt.com, and contribute to his re-election fund. He's going to need all of us to continue breaking the plane at this level of libertarian electedness. Thank you.
All right, and if I may take a quick point of personal privilege here on this.
I'm sorry.
When I was a member of LP California, before it was not out-of-state thing, I was a member of your county, sir, and a huge supporter of Mr. Hewitt. That is Vote Hewitt, VOTEHEWITT.com. Thank you, sir. All right, microphone 3.
Hello, my name's Eric Gerhardt. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm running for U.S. Senate. I'm going to be taking on John Fetterman and Dr. Oz in the coming election in Pennsylvania. It's going to be my privilege to tear them a new one. And if you guys want to link up with me, my site is eric4pa.com. That's ERIK, the number 4pa.com. Thank you.
And I'm just going to say that even louder so everyone hears it. That was ERIK.
Yep.
4, the number 4.
Yep.
PA.com.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, back to microphone number 1.
Yes, sir. Russ Brooksbank, Delegate Indiana. I'm just curious as if we have an ETA on when the ballot.
That's a really good
token-
question, sir. I'm glad you came back and asked that. Do we know? So thank you for that reminder, Mr. Brooksbank. We do actually have a final answer on the platform deletion tokens. And so while we're here, we'll go ahead and bring those up.
Okay, couple things. To bring those up, I have to take this down. Is there anybody who still needs these names?
Does anybody still need the names up on the screen? Okay, we need to wait until Mr. Brooksbank, as soon as all the ballots are turned in, we'll throw that up there, and then we'll continue on with business. Is that okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right. Hey, Dr. Lark, this is excellent timing. Can you take the gavel for a minute for me first, please? Jeremy,
Yes. Ma'am, are you seeking to be recognized?
Yes, I am.
Please state your name and what you would like to say.
Mr. Chair, I'm Avens O'Brien, a delegate from California.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we please have order? Please go ahead, ma'am.
Avens O'Brien, delegate from California. I think I have a motion, but I'd like to take the temperature of the room to save time because I don't want to be, dilatory. I know that some people have to check out of hotel rooms and things like that. I'm wondering if it is in order to motion for a recess to allow people to do that while we're getting tally numbers, if that would be helpful or useful. And I don't want to run this to a vote unless it's something that people are actually need. But I wanted to bring that voice in case it was necessary or needed.
Ma'am, my seat of the pants parliamentary recommendation is I do not believe that would be in order. However, for all intents and purposes, we seem to be standing at ease,
Right.
and that people should be encouraged. Mr.
I would hate for people to leave the space and then for things to go back into action and there's not a set time that they need to come back by. So I'm just trying to be respectful of that.
I'm sorry. I was carrying on two conversations at once. Could you repeat your point, please?
I understand the at ease thing, but in the event that it takes some time for people to check out of their rooms, I didn't want for people to, let's say, exit the hall, not know when they need to be back for business to be started again, or to miss a vote. I wouldn't want them to miss, JC nomination speeches or anything like that. So I was curious if it would be in order to propose a recess of, let's say, 30 minutes or something for people to be able to do that.
Again, right now I don't believe that would be in order.
Okay,
ma'am,
just checking.
Thank you very much.
Is there an appropriate way to poll the body to see if if they'd like that? John seems to have an idea.
So
I can come up and talk to you guys and figure out the best way to do this, and then we can, I don't have to stand at the mic the whole time. I appreciate that some people like this idea.
Where? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in reference to the lady's previous comment, let us consider ourselves to be standing at ease for 10 minutes. Is there objection? No. There is objection to standing at ease. Tim, wait on. All right.
Mr. Chair, microphone 3.
I'm sorry, microphone 3. Yes, sir, please.
Carl Farnham from the great state of Ohio. Ohio is nicknamed the mother of modern presidents. 7 U.S. presidents were born in the state of Ohio. They are Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Harrison, McKinley, Taft, and Harding. 2 of those are portrayed on U.S. fiat currency. Grant on the $50 and McKinley on the $500. If we do not end the Fed, we will soon need to bring back McKinley's back to get a full tank of gas. End the Fed.
Thank you, sir.
Microphone 1.
Excuse me, sir, are you seeking to be recognized?
Am I?
Please, go ahead.
Point of personal privilege, Jeremy Westengard, a delegate from Nebraska.
Please.
I'd like to make everyone aware of Nebraska state legislative candidate Tyler Capel. Tyler Capel 2 weeks ago in the Nebraska primary achieved 34% of the vote total in a deeply red district where the incumbent candidate had lost a majority of his counties due to redistricting. He's facing a unique opportunity. He's a small business owner. Him and his wife are small business owner in the community. He's an American Legion baseball coach, and he's a hell of a libertarian. So if you want to participate in an intriguing race that's going to be happening in November, send some money to Tyler Capel for legislator.com/contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, are you seeking to be recognized? Please
Kate
go ahead.
Prather, Texas. I just have a small little fun announcement. If anybody has seen my fashion this weekend, it's a little bit funky, it's a little bit fun. If you would like to donate your badge ribbons to me, my idea for the next convention is to sew a ball gown with all of this year's convention's badge ribbons. So if you'd like to come see me and you'd like to be a part of that fun little thing for the next convention, please see me.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, are you seeking to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Alex Schlegel from the not-so-free state of Maryland. Just like to let everybody know that we have Punk Rock Libertarian podcast T-shirts available at the Maryland delegation. Come by, $20. Say hi to our based Region 5 alternate, Otto Dassing, or myself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, are you seeking to be recognized?
Dr. Lark, Pat Ford
Please.
from the state of Rhode Island, here with Janelle.
Sir, could you please speak up a little bit?
Sure, Pat Ford from the state of Rhode Island. Dr. Lark, it is indeed a privilege. Dr. Lark, it is indeed a privilege to see you chairing a convention again. God bless you, Dr. Lark. Region 8. Can I hear from Region 8? I'm here to celebrate success at Region 8. Janelle, tell us about what just happened in Region 8.
Hi, my name is Janelle Holmes. I am the chairwoman of the Libertarian Party of Worcester County. And I would like to announce a success that we had in the county. John Dixon, a civil engineer and member of our county affiliate, was elected to his select board with an 85% margin. In a conservative town against a Republican. And he is the first elected Libertarian of the legitimate Libertarian Party of Massachusetts. And I would like to note that he was one of the 47 members that was expelled from our party. But thankfully, that should be ending today. The nonsense needs to stop.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Ford, thank you very much for your kind comments.
God bless you, Dr. Lark.
Thank you, Dr. Lark, again, as always. Another round of applause for Dr. Lark, please. That was a very necessary service there. One moment, the secretary needs to confer with me. Someone just told me.
I've only been looking at the ballots because they were counting votes. Some said votes, some said ballots. We're good now. No, I can't. I keep mine.
All right. Okay, let's do that. Let's do it right now. All right, we're going to quickly show the results of the token deletion, or the platform deletion tokens. Since we have that information, we're at a spot where we can do that. Let's do it. Can you put the secretary's screen up, please?
All right, I'm going to start scrolling slowly. It's the Not when there's 5 tokens per delegate.
All right. So everybody sees that. There's 2 planks that have received enough tokens to be considered for an up or down vote for deletion. That's not in order at this time, just so everyone knows. Keep the delegations that are voting, please keep voting. Keep doing that. I think tellers, how many states do we have left? Not to shame those states, but 7 states? Okay. 7 states left. 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's been some. Can we take
no.
my screen off the?
Uh-oh. We've got a correction coming. Okay. Oh, good. More fun. I'm sorry. I can't take stuff right now. If you want to wait at the microphones, that's fine, but I got to help figure this out.
Mr. Chair, point of order at mic 1. I'll say it louder. Mr. Chair, point of order at mic 1.
We have a point of order at microphone 1.
Yes, Mark Brayman, New York. The previous screen showed a number of, this won't make any difference for this year, but for the minutes, the previous screen showed a number of credentialed delegates of 1,002 in determining percentages. That, I believe, should be the maximum number of credentialed delegates. That was not the maximum number, 1,002.
That point of order is well taken, and no, hang on.
Because
let me talk, let me confer with over here, and let me find out what's going on. Hold on.
Point of personal privilege.
It's hard to be talking to me while you're trying to like, Ken was staring at me at the microphone. I was trying to say something like,
have two conversations at once.
All right. They're still working on this, and that's all good. But if the body will indulge me for just a moment.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
We have Kara Scholes, the candidate support. Oh my gosh, that's a fancy title. I will let you repeat that. That's so fancy. It is. So, those that don't know, Kara works at national staff, and she works to help get people elected to office.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
And so she has a quick report on people that have been recently elected. These guys are sorting out the mess over here, and I'm going to work on that while she's giving that report. Then we're going to fix the numbers. Then I'm going to go back to calling on people. Is that cool? Okay? Yes? No?
Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
All right, microphone one.
Mr. Chair, delegations in the back of the room are having trouble with their count. Can we make sure we keep the volume down, please?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you, sir.
Delegations in the back of the room are having trouble doing their count. Can we make sure we have quiet?
Okay,
back there, please?
yes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are having a conversation that is not related to the business of this convention, please take it to the hall, out of this hall and into the outside hall. That's what I mean. People are having trouble hearing. There are tallies attempting to be done so we can actually get business done. If you're not doing the business and you're having a conversation, do it not in here. Thank you. And with that, sorry, don't mean to be mean, but it had to be done. Ms. Scholes.
Thank you. So although we're used to elections being taking place in November, we have already had elections happening this spring, and we have had libertarians win their elections already this spring. We have one candidate who is re-elected to their seat. That was Richard Manzo. He was re-elected to Jeffstown Budget Committee. We have, which was already mentioned, but I will mention it again, a couple of these. So we have Jay Solman, Indiana, represent Indiana, was elected to City Council in Darmstadt. Sean Loma, Idaho, elected to Bayview Water.
All right, technical team, we are getting reports that the sound is off on the live stream. Is this delayed information? This has already been relayed back? Okay, good deal, we're fixed. Cool. All right, so I last went to microphone 1, so I'm going to go to microphone 2. And then I'll be at microphone 3 in just a moment.
Yes, Clint Polar, delegate from the Great Republic of Texas and Mises Caucus member. Call on all the fresh blood in the party to continue to put their money where their mouth is and join me and a number of other MECOCs in becoming LP lifetime members this weekend.
Yes, so let me take one quick point here on how to do that exactly. You can go out to lp.org/donate, lp.org/donate. You can become a lifetime member in actually 2 different ways. You can go ahead and give us $1,500 today. That's one way to do it. Or alternately, if you'd like to become a monthly subscriber, take 1,500 divided by 12, which I'm not going to do well on this little sleep and that much alcohol. Okay, 125. Thank you. You can do that per month and set that up as a monthly recurring donation, and we certainly appreciate that as well. Anything and everything that comes in obviously helps your newly elected LNC be a functional LNC. So I would encourage you to support your newly elected LNC. Let's see here, microphone 3.
Yes, point of personal privilege. This is Derek Thompson from Minnesota.
I just was going to say, could we give a round of applause for Kara Schultz for doing heroic work at the City Council in Burnsville, Minnesota?
Hey, John. John, are you in a place where we can't, told not to read the resolution instead of voting style.
And also the Libertarian Party of Minnesota website. We have one of the most badass and hardcore libertarian platforms. That's lpmn.org. We also have badass merch. We have a t-shirt coming that's got the Lady of Liberty holding a flamethrower instead of a torch. We have adapted the Gadsden flag. Instead of having a snake, it has a wire going up to a camera. It says, "Don't spy on me." We've also got shirts that say extremist content in the Facebook blue, just so we can warn people in real life who they're about to talk to. That's lpmn.org. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Microphone 1.
Yes, sir. Russ Brooksbank, Indiana. I was just curious as to when it would be in order to make my motion to suspend the rules to have the vote on the planks.
On deleting the planks, as soon as the last ballots are in, then the next item on the agenda would be to go into judicial committee speeches, right, or excuse me, nominations, judicial committee nominations. Right before we go into judicial committee nominations, so once all the ballots are in, right, now we're back to a main item of business. We're not in the middle of something, and you would be able to make the motion at that point to
Thank you,
suspend
sir.
the rules.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? All right. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jacob Luria, State from Colorado. I'd also like to advertise that we have started our own merch store in the Libertarian Party of Colorado. We would like you to look based, we would like you to stay based, and we would like you to be ready to fight freedom at all times. That is store at lpco.org. Again, store at lpco.org, and you will find some pretty cool merchandise. A lot of it doesn't have what?
I want to say that it's probably store.lpco.com?
store.lpco.org.
All good?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There you go.
And it's not all Colorado stuff, so you can wear it anywhere in the country.
So .org. All right. Microphone 3.
Yes, Toad from Massachusetts. Thank you. It has come to my attention that due to the fact that I'm seeing an enormous number of extremely hard men's nipples, that the temperature in here is much too cold, and that we should turn it up a little bit. And I'll be willing to get naked for the cause. It's for the ladies. All
right.
of it,
All right. I have a way to solve this. If the body will indulge me for a second. This is out of order, so we're just gonna roll with it, okay? I want to get a show of hands for people. We're gonna do this like the Three Little Bears, right? So I need a show of hands of people that say it's too cold. All right. I want a show of hands that say this room is too hot. There's also going to be a just right, just for the record. And those that think it's just right. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is just right and cold definitely have the majority here. So what I'm wondering is, I have one pin. Okay, yes. So what I'm going to say is, if the convention oversight, I see Jim Turney back there. Hi, Jim. Excellent work. Thank you for everything you do. Jim, could you ask him to turn it up maybe 1 or 2 degrees? Like, don't go crazy. Don't make it hot in here. Just a little bit, guys. And I think it may have to do with the vents, maybe, because I don't know about you all, but I got this like cold breeze on me all the time. Yeah. I mean, my hands are kind of numb, just saying. One pin. Okay, all right. Okay, that's why this is here. Okay, I was like, man, what am I going to do with one pin? Do we have a bunch of them? Okay. All right. We just talked about lifetime memberships. And I have now been restocked and resupplied with brand new, shiny LP lifetime membership pins. So if you do your LP lifetime membership now, today, I will pin this on your shirt on this stage. So, all right, so what we're going to do, because, you know, we're still in business and all that, We're going to do that in a little bit. We'll do it before we leave. And if somebody's got to leave early, let me know, because that would be really sad. I'd like to pin them before they go. But I will pin this on you if you become a lifetime member today. And again, it's not really about the pin. You wear it proud. I have one too. I just actually have it packed because TSA. But you wear it proudly at LP events, and it does mean something. It means you care. It means you care about this organization and the future of it. And so if you have the ability, I would ask you to please consider becoming a lifetime member. I would be grateful. I'm sure the next committee is going to be grateful. And as a result, I will pin this on your shirt. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'll do it right now.
Nice. Thank you.
Who else is with us? Let's do this.
All right.
Lifetime memberships.
Lifetime memberships.
Yes.
Okay.
Where do I pay?
Oh, yeah, that's an important part. Where do you pay? So the easiest thing to do would do it at lp.org/donate. And we can get a list of everybody who donates, and we can get that list easily, and we can pin people immediately. And that'll be that.
I'll get it set up.
All right, yes. And then what I will do is I can get that list if nothing else. Is Andy Burns still here? So if Andy's here, Andy can get me the list. If not, I can get the list. All right, good. So one way or the other, we will get the list of people. We will get them all pinned, and I will actually be very, very happy and thankful for that. lp.org/donate. And if you've already become a lifetime member, well, good news, you get a pin too. So and if you don't want to come up on stage, it's all voluntary, right? We're all voluntary here. Oh, okay. I didn't know about this. Okay. Oh, well, cool. Okay, so you can choose. I'm sorry. So I just found out that there's also going to be a pinning ceremony at the end of today with your new chair, Angela McArdle. So if you don't like me, or if you like her better, you can absolutely choose her. If for some reason you want to choose me over her, and I don't know why you would do that, but if you want to, I can pin you, or she can pin you. Either way, you'll get pinned today. Cool? All right. Thank you all. Wait, what? I know.
I'm wondering, there was earlier a motion to suspend the rules to allow us to go to JC stuff, but it's noon, which likely will. Are we going to do that, or are we going to lunch? Like, what's...
All right. Okay, the secretary has just pointed out something important. We have a noon recess on the schedule. We have, how many delegations are left out? They all just got in. So, we have a couple of options. Number one, by the way, Mr. Brooksbank, you're going to want to be at a microphone about now. Number one, we can go ahead and get into the JC speeches before we take a break. Or number two, we can take a break and then go to the JC speeches after the break. And you can pick either one. Oh, I'm sorry, we got the nominations. Yeah, nominations. Let's do that. How about that? No, they're in. So what we did earlier is we suspended the rules. I don't know. I don't know. They're not fine. No. All right.
Mr.
So,
Chair.
all right. So I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm anxious to get out of here too. So I jumped the gun. We have to take nominations from the list of people who are eligible to be nominated first.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on. I hear Mr. Rainwater. I know his voice anywhere. Microphone one.
Donald Rainwater from the great Hoosier state of Indiana. Point of information, are nominations for Judicial Committee open, sir?
You're going to make your friend Brooksbank really sad when this happens, but yes, they're open.
In that event, sir, I would like to nominate Mr. Evan McMahon from the great Hoosier state of Indiana.
All right, Mr. McMahon, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Mike 1, point of personal privilege.
Mike 1.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to recognize Susan Hogarth for all of the awesome work she has done for credentialing. She's been getting those numbers to us. And she's also the one that worked on the in memoriam thing. So when you see Susan Hogarth, please give her a big thank you because she deserves to give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Stanky. All right, microphone 2.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Andrew Bogovich from Colorado. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Are tokens, what are we waiting on, right, specifically? Where are we precisely in the process?
I'm sorry, I could not. All right, hang on a second. Hey, everybody! We're doing business. We're nominating people for office. Thank you.
I was just wondering where exactly we are at in the process with counting.
Okay, so what we did earlier is that we once all the ballots were submitted, we were going to move on to the nomination to Judicial Committee. So they have been tallying things, but there were a few states that were lagging behind because, technical issues, whatever. Once those are tallied up, once I have a result, and it may be, perhaps, maybe, after we get through all the nominations, or maybe after we get back from lunch, at some point, there'll be a time where we can make that announcement.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. And then, can I ask a second point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, but make it quick because the body's going to kill you.
Would it be in order to move to do all of the Judicial Committee nominations at once?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
There. All right. I have someone at 3. I'm going to go to 3.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Sterling Reese from the state of Idaho. I was wondering if it would be possible to secure the services of maybe a couple white mages to counter some witchcraft that might be going on.
I don't know, sir.
I'm going to make a motion.
All right. Keeping in mind we are in nominations, microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jacob Luria, delegate from the majestic Rocky Mountain state of Colorado. I would like to nominate the great radical Mark Montoni for the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Montoni, where are you? Do you accept the nomination? I see him nodding yes. Thank you. You're nominated. What was the name of the mover? I'm sorry. Okay, you got it? Thank you. All right, microphone 2.
I wanted to correct the chair. There is a third way to become a lifetime member. Digital currency is accepted online.
Oh, yes.
And if you happen to have a 0.05 Bitcoin lying around at the current price of $30,000, that would qualify you for a lifetime membership. And then I would be interested to know if the body would be interested in a motion to adjourn for recess after lunch nominations are in. You know what I'm saying? After nominations come in, then we could adjourn.
It may be that the orders of the day would just call for it, and so we wouldn't even need a motion.
I was thinking it might make nominations briefer.
Yes, I definitely want to get nominations done. All right, microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if this is a request for information or a point of parliamentary or a personal privilege. Can we get the names of those who have submitted nominating papers for JC on the screens, please?
It's going to take a little bit of time, unfortunately. I apologize. Unfortunately, the secretary has to keep flipping back and forth, and some things are notes and some things are lists, and the flip back and forth slows the process down. So, microphone 1.
Hi, Heidi Alejandro Smith, Chair of the Libertarian Party of Louisiana, and I am honored to nominate my predecessor, Rufus Holt Craig, for Judicial Committee. Since he is not in the building, I have been designated as his proxy, and I will bring that proof to the convention secretary.
Miss Heidi Alejandro Smith, I know that you are who you are, and I know Mr. Craig. Can you validate for sure that Mr. Craig is indeed wanting this nomination?
Yes, I can.
Okay. If
I
you
have that documentation.
Okay,
with
if
me.
you can provide that to the secretary, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, microphone 2.
Mike 2, this is John Morrissey, Vice Chair of Seminole County, Florida. I would like to nominate another member of our Seminole County Libertarian Party group, former National Libertarian Committee Chair and current Commissioner for Altamont Springs, Florida, Jim Turney.
Mr. Jim Turney, do you accept the nomination? That's a thumbs up, not a finger up. Okay, good deal. Then Mr. Turney is nominated. All right, microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, Rex Lundstrom, delegate from Ohio. I'd like to nominate Mike Seaback.
Mr. Seaback, you can accept the nomination? He accepts the nomination. Thank you. That was from Ohio. All right, where am I at? Microphone 1.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Adam Heyman, delegate for the Battleborn State of Nevada.
I would like to nominate Stefan Kinsella for Judicial Committee.
All right. Mr. Kinsella here. Does he accept the nomination?
I accept.
Real quick.
Thank
Sorry, I got a little bit behind. I need the name.
I need the name of the nominator. We need the nominator's name again. Sorry.
That's Adam Heyman, Delegate Nevada.
Adam what? Sorry, Hanan?
Haman.
All right.
Wait for this next one just a second.
I'm working on it. I'm just. All right, microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gary Denoyan, delegate from the great state of New York. I nominate Blade Tarnoff for Judiciary Committee.
I'm very sorry, sir. I could not hear you. Can you repeat that nomination?
I nominate Blade Tarnoff for Judicial Committee.
Blade Tarnoff. And again, your name was, sir?
I'm Gary Denoyan from New York.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
It's that he accepts. Good deal. All right, microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, Dan Carlin from Idaho, formerly of New Jersey. Request for information. What about the award ceremony part 2?
My plan for that is to perhaps do that after the ballots are turned in for the Judicial Committee, that we would perhaps get to awards, maybe. I would like to. Right now, in order, that would be the next item of business after the Judicial Committee elections. I take that back. It's platform and then awards and then platform and then bylaws, so my bad. We may need someone to make a motion to suspend the rules to move that forward if it needs to get heard today. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, Tim Yao from Michigan. I would like to nominate Tyler Danke for the Judicial Committee.
All right, Mr. Denke, do you accept? Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Microphone 2.
Hello, I'm Martin Cowan from Georgia. I'm the newly elected Region 2 Rep alternate. And I've been a lawyer for 47 years, and I know a judge when I see one. Ryan Graham, I nominate Ryan Graham, who is the chair of the Georgia Party. Enthusiastically, Ryan Graham.
Okay, and what was your name again, sir?
Martin Cowan.
I'm sorry, people were clapping. Say it one more time.
Martin Cowan, C-O-W-E-N, Georgia.
Okay, and Mr.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, good deal. All right, microphone 3.
Yes, Dave Benner, Tennessee delegate, volunteer forever. Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Rob Stratton for the Judicial Committee.
All right, Mr. Stratton, are you here and do you accept the nomination?
I humbly accept the nomination, Chair.
All right, thank you, sir. Microphone 1.
Hi, Heidi Alejandro Smith, Louisiana. I'm returning to nominate Tricia Sprinkle of Ohio for Judicial Committee.
All right, Ms. Sprankle. Ohio's over here. Is she over here? There she is. Do you accept the nomination? All right, Ms. Sprankle is nominated. All right, microphone 2.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Nicholas Flatley from Wisconsin.
Go ahead.
It is my honor and pleasure to nominate the only living being in this hall that can swallow a banana faster than the lot lizards at the Ramada Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, for your consideration, Harambe!
Thank you, you're good man. You're good man.
A vote against Harambe is a vote against freedom. Dick's out for Harambe, Dick's out for freedom. Let's do this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He good man. Me love kin. You vote Harambe, freedom win. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Harambe.
Yeah.
Are you a dues-paying member of this party?
Yeah, lifetime member.
Okay, we'll check the qualifications.
Okay, check with Mr.
All
Brown.
right.
He good parliamentarian. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, that was 2. So we go to 3. Microphone 3.
Yes, my name is Judge John Buttrick. I'm a voting alternate from the state of Arizona. It's my great pleasure to nominate for the Judicial Committee Mr. Michael Kilsky.
All right, Mr. Kielski, do you accept the nomination? Excellent. Mr. Kielski is nominated. I feel like we've nominated more people than turned in petitions, but okay. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, this is Hector Roos from Florida, the Flexit State. I would like to nominate fellow Florida man Ken Willey to the Judicial Committee. And Ken Willey is not present, but he has messaged me that he will accept the nomination. And he is a man of of many talents, and one of them is to call out the hypocrisy of the Second Amendment issues in Florida. Thank you.
All right, that's it.
Okay, Mr. Roos, if you can provide that to the secretary, but I will remind people that they actually, all these candidates had to turn in nominating petitions prior to being nominated here.
It's been turned in, sir.
And just make sure everybody knows that, because I feel like we've nominated more people than turned in petitions, but maybe it's just because there's a lot of people. So, Mr. Roos, if you wouldn't mind providing that proof to the secretary in some way, that would be great. Thank you.
Done. Thank you.
All right. Microphone 2.
Starchild from California, and I am proud to nominate someone who I consider to be one of the more steadfast, calm, thoughtful, grounded libertarians in the party, longtime activist, lawyer, Rob Latham from Utah.
Rob who?
Latham, excuse me.
Okay, Rob Latham.
Latham.
Okay. Is Mr. Latham, is he here, and does he accept the nomination?
He is, and I believe he does.
I accept.
Oh, there you are, right there. You accept. Thank you. All right, you're nominated. Speaking of microphone 3, microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, Mark Bizzacco, Pennsylvania. It's an honor to nominate my good friend, the Libertarian Lorax, Ken Krawchuk.
Mr. Krawchuk, do you accept the nomination?
Ken Krawchuk, Pennsylvania. The Libertarian Lorax. I speak for the rules, and I accept.
All right, thank you. If we can hold on for a moment. I'm hearing a lot of noise back in the back corner again. And if I can hear it up here, it's probably really bad for the people back there. Hey, that worked. All right. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, have all nominations been made?
I have no idea.
In that case, I'd like to, barring any objection and any further nominations, I'd like to close nominations at this time, or move the
I need the delegate's name and
Florida
delegation.
delegation. Sorry.
Point of information relevant to
wait.
that vote.
Real quick, the secretary needed to know who that was that made the motion to close nominations.
Josh Holofka, Florida delegation.
Okay. Wofford.
Josh Holofka. Holofka. The one with the
Oh,
scary
Klofka.
consonants.
Yeah, Klofka.
Yeah, scary consonants. It's okay, Ken. It's okay.
Yes, I know.
Hi.
What's
How
up?
you doing?
I'm getting a little tired now.
I understand, sir.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
worry,
about to
we're gonna
bust
have
into
a
the
support
Willet.
group after all
I'm just
this.
saying.
Vice Chair, the Vice Chair.
So, yeah.
Interrupting point of information relevant to that motion.
Yes, point of information.
Mike 3, if
Mike-
it would be possible to either read off or preferably list all the names on the screen of the candidates that have been nominated so far, because I have not kept perfect track. Thank you.
We will need to stand at ease for a few minutes to get that, so the secretary can compile the full list. I think the better way to do this is to ask, just real quick, was there anybody else trying to get nominated? Anybody else trying?
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Since we're getting ready to close nominations,
Yes.
can you please call for any suspensions of the rules to change the voting procedure before we hand out ballots? So that
Hey.
if we're going to do those, that you simply ask that if anybody wants to make that motion, so we don't have points of order, that you simply ask for the opportunity to entertain those motions before we hand out ballots.
All right, so, Mr. Pankey, what I will do is I will take a quick break back to pour myself a glass of a fine Kentucky liquid, which will give people the opportunity to get to the microphone between closing of nominations and getting ballots. Does that work out? Okay. So there is a motion on the floor, and I did unofficially ask if anybody else was trying to get nominated who had submitted petitions, and nobody jumped up and down. So there's a motion on the floor, and I believe it's been seconded? It's definitely been seconded.
Mr. Chair, before we vote, I have a request for information.
Okay.
Darrell Perry, delegate from Maine, microphone 3. If any of the people that ran for at-large decide that they want to run for judicial committee, at what point should they notify the secretary?
They would need to turn in a petition of 15 signatures and be nominated before we do this vote.
Would it be in order to make a motion after we vote on the motion to close nominations, would it be in order to make a motion that the petitions turned in for at-large candidates, for at-large, be accepted as a petition for judicial committee? I see Mr. Wilford shaking his head. I know that we have precedent for presidential candidates to use those tokens to seek the vice presidential nomination should they want to.
It can be done. Right. It would be, okay, yeah. I think I agree that it's all right, so what it would be a suspension of the convention rules to permit that to occur. However, that would only take care of the petition part of it. It would not take care of the actual nomination itself. And we're voting to close nominations now, which would mean it would also need to be a motion, probably combined, to reopen nominations, assuming that the nominations are closed with this vote. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And when recognized, I would like to make a motion, but I believe we have to...
We have a motion on the floor.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
Request for information, microphone one.
Yes, microphone one.
Pat Dixon from Texas. I need to clarify something. I believe there is somebody who signed the petition to be a nominee. I don't know if he's been nominated yet. Could I find out if this person has been nominated? Is that in order?
I don't think it is at this time. We're literally going, we've got a motion and a second to close nominations.
Right. So I don't know if this person's been nominated.
I mean, wait, it can't even.
Vote,
yeah, we
vote,
can't. Yeah.
vote,
Yeah.
vote,
So,
If he'll read me the name, I can go through and just tell him yes or no. As a point of information.
It doesn't matter though. We're in the middle of a vote.
It may affect how he votes, as a point of information.
Okay. Well, it may
I
affect-
believe it's
okay.
in order to know.
Okay. Can you give the name of the person, Mr. Dixon?
Rufus Craig.
Rufus Craig was nominated. Thank you.
He was nominated?
He was.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right. We are voting on closing nominations. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. That passes. Nominations are closed. All right.
Mr. Chair?
I will point out that the orders of the day would have us recessing for lunch at this time.
Mr. Chair, request for information on orders of the day.
That's what I was doing.
Right, no, I have a request for information on how this is going to be interpreted.
Okay.
So when orders of the day are called, we currently have lunch scheduled at 12 p.m.
Yes.
Does that mean that when we come back from lunch, per orders of the day, we have a credentials report and then the treasurer's report? Or would we go backwards to things that happened before orders of the day were called?
We had this question yesterday. We're working in order of the convention agenda, so just because we're out of whack, the lunch recess and the call to order, you'll note, have set times set to them versus other items that have minutes assigned to them. So this is a set time item, so noon to 1:30, which, by the way, you've lost 10 minutes of your lunch. Congratulations. And
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to move to suspend the rules to make lunch 45 minutes.
Second.
Okay, hold on. There is
Who
a
moved?
there is a motion and a second. There is clearly objection.
Mr. Chair, is that in order since we have a pending motion on the floor to recess for lunch?
There was no motion on the floor. It was the orders of the day were taking us to lunch. There's been now a motion to amend the amount of time. So let's just vote. How about that? I heard seconds, and we'll just vote this and be done. It is going to be 2/3. We're amending the agenda. What's that? Yeah, we're doing 45 minutes. Here we go.
Mr.
So,
Chairman, I have a
Mr.
point of
Chairman, when can I make my motion, please?
well, you needed to jump in there, but if not, then when we get back.
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Would it be proper
and I'm asking now so that I don't miss my point when we come back, would it be proper to make a motion to bar any motions to change the method of voting?
No.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go
James
ahead.
Gentleman, Minnesota. All of these interrupting motions are not, in fact, interrupting. I ask that you, as chair, start
we're
using your
going right now.
prerogative to rule things dilatory.
All right, we're
Thank
doing it.
you.
We're voting. 45 minutes from whenever the vote completes, if it is successful, will be the time that we will be recessed.
Point of order.
It takes.
Point of information.
I'm trying to vote.
Point of information.
Stop. We're voting. 45 minutes from the time that this goes.
Point of
whenever I understand. What is the point of information?
Is that enough time for everybody that we discussed earlier to get back to the Ramada to check out?
It doesn't matter. It's up to the body to decide that. It doesn't matter. That's what we're deciding. So 45 minutes from whenever this motion passes, if it does, will be the time that we will come back, and I will call to order at that minute. Those in favor of a 45-minute break beginning now, amending the agenda, this takes 2/3. Those in favor, 45 minutes, raise your hand. Those opposed? Why does it have to be close? We're going to spend 20 minutes doing a roll call to get 45 minutes. All right, I'm gonna rule that fails, so that maybe we can get something that goes a little closer.
Orders of the day.
So the orders of the day are that we adjourn for lunch, returning exactly at 1:30 p.m. And it will be 1:30 p.m. and 0 seconds when we gavel in.
Mr. Chairman?
We are recessed then.
May I ask that my motion be heard immediately when we...
Mr. Brooksbank, I will call on you immediately when we return, unless there is a credentials report, in which case it'll be in front of you, and then you are next.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. Yes. Yes. We're actually in Jason. So what we did, we suspended the rules. Right, and we actually...
Go in there, I'll follow you.
There already was. That already happened. Yes.
No, we have the results there.
We already have the results for James for that one. We're done.
Well,
Because it was published on the site, there were some copies they had in boxes, yes. But it was yes, yes. And it said in notebook. Yeah, I never know. Wayne did. Yeah, because they gave me Yeah, but we have presidential, vice presidential, no way that's going to happen. Well, maybe we should be doing that stuff on Thursday. Oh, we used to have lunch.
I don't, you know, I remember.
But since I do got to get with Wayne to eat. And I still have that big ass suitcase. But we can't pack that up. We're still using supplies. Okay, I gotta go out there. I gotta go. No, never mind. No, you take care of that, but there's something else I gotta go take care of. Okay.
No, I mean, at the same time, it's like, whatever.
We have the at-large dog. Huh? We have the at-large that's always again. These people, I'm not. How long would the delay usually be for a donation show at CRM? So I did right 20, 30 minutes ago, and it's showing in my bank app, but I haven't gotten email and my internet is leaked out, and I didn't even see the website either. But I hit my bank. I talked to credentials that the chair happened to be. Well, the chair, she happened to be, registration was empty, but the chair of credentials happened to have CRM and wasn't busy. She's like, yeah, I can check for you. But she didn't see it. But I was on the Wi-Fi thing, so actually hotspot.
mic's still hot.
just want to say congrats on all the stuff this weekend.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Robert, I want him. I've asked Tyler to send Robert or somebody who can give us some kind of like that's Andy Burns as well. That's I'm trying to get Andy to help us get the lifetime.
And so you can.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a ridiculous question, not because I don't know the answer, but because I want an official answer. Are we recognizing Harambe?
No.
Okay.
Yes. They gave us an updated loop of the memorials. I don't know. We're not doing that again.
Yeah, but the official service hands just said no.
What?
I was
Yeah,
telling
no,
you.
no, promise. No, sorry. You have to be a human being. Sorry.
So I can just assume. Did anybody on the judicial do I need to scroll through and make sure that each of them is okay, they're all good. Yeah, they probably would have. I just get those.
What's going on? I have just. Can you help me with this? Okay. I mean, we're just cross-referencing the list of people with that list of. Whatever help you need. Okay.
Okay, so they're all. So this list is the exact same. Cool. Okay, so that's
I think you should speak. For Harambe? That would be funny. Joe loves that gorilla costume.
no, that's Tyler.
I have a question. Is there any discussion of like when and where the UNC meeting will be? Because it was scheduled for 2 or 3.
Great job. You've done a
I'll
great job.
find out.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's probably going to be in,
Yeah, whenever you.
well, where did they have the pre-convention one?
That I don't know.
I think it was on the 3rd floor in like one of those Sierra rooms.
Okay.
I think it was where the platform committee was, which was on the 3rd floor. 'Cause it's a big room up there.
All right. Thanks.
Colorado.
I am.
That's why
That's why has a That's why I have a park.
already done the donate, you can go to, hold on. I just knew this link. Subscribe. lp.org/subscribe has the ability to put your information in and sign the pledge, but not donate. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You know, that's actually, since we've got 5 minutes left here, and I'll just make some use of the time, I'll remind everybody, lp.org/donate. If you want to become a member, I think right now at this point, Ms. McArdle, Ms. Harlos, or myself are available to pin. I don't know who else is available or whatever, but if any of you wish to become lifetime members or have become lifetime members today, and if you have, thank you. If you would like to be pinned by any of the three of us, just let us know which of the three you would like us would like to have pin you. Ooh, audited financial statement. Exciting. That's the most exciting stuff all day. If you would like a copy of the audited financial statement of the party, you can come right up here and grab yourself a copy. Because nothing says good times like a financial report.
So I know we're not in session, so
Exactly.
I feel I can ask this question.
Yeah.
I'd like to, in the spirit of a point of information, is taxation theft, or is it really more like extortion?
So the short version is taxation is theft.
Excellent.
The longer explanation is that it is extortion with the threat of force.
Which is theft.
Which is theft.
Are you in line for the mic?
Did we get the platform committee report up here as well?
I've been here.
All right, so we have also the platform committee report as well. So we went from the numbers to the words, peoples. Both reports are up here.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, sir.
What else?
What's your motion?
Oh, the rules committee report that actually got amended after it got printed, so you should look at it on the website, is also up here. You can look at it before we fixed it.
For the voting total? For
But
the voting process or for?
just we're about at the 2-minute warning, people, just so you know.
I mean, I'm going to be frank with you.
Start
we're
wrapping up
online,
your
sir,
conversation, start getting back to your seats. 2-minute warning.
Does not get any taller.
All right, well, staff never came. I don't know what happened. Staff never came to verify that, I don't know, I know they're all running around packing stuff up, but I need them if they didn't answer. And Tyler was like, Tyler's like, okay, I'll send it to staff, and then nobody answered. So I'm going to just run this as if, assuming that these are actually qualified, and if they're not, then they're invalidated. Four. Yeah, 4. One-minute warning. Take your seats.
Yes, I do. You'll find out.
We got a couple
Real
of
quick,
motions and resolutions.
Can the AV team
coming
put
up.
my screen on the projection?
Actually, do you want to do the results for?
I've been asked to display the nominees.
All right. Because when we come back, we have a few things that people are going to want to know.
You're in charge if you want him to do the.
We'll do this. I will in a minute. I love Fireball. Fireball's what I do when I do karaoke. I'm going to keep it right here. If I hit Fireball, it's going to get silly. Yes. Yes, you are second floor up. Yes. Yes. We're done. We got about 10 seconds. Sit down. Stop talking. Clear aisles. Get queued up. On deck, Brooksbank, Perry, and Carlin are in order of who was on deck. So I would ask that they each find a microphone so I can call on them.
All right, we can take my screen down now.
And the first thing we're going to do when we gavel back in is credentials, because our fine credentials committee chair is here. And so, now that I actually have a gavel for the first time, we're back. All right. Madam Chair?
All right, for the what I hope to be the last Credentials Committee update report. In the latest episode of Susan versus the spreadsheet, round 3. Okay, of course, a lot of people have checked out, so we have 1,073 people still checked in. Of those, we have a voting population of 976. That's 93% of our maximum, just for those who might be interested. That makes a quorum, if I'm not wrong, of 390, a majority of 488, 2/3 number of 651, and 7/8 of 854. I moved that on behalf of the Credentials Committee. We adopt
Point
this-
of order.
Yes.
Point of order.
That's for you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order?
So I'm hoping you can help me perfect what I'm about to ask. On day one, thanks to Ms. Harlos, we know that we can demand that the chairs report how many delegates are eligible to vote that are sitting at their chairs. We know a large portion of delegates have not checked out. So I would ask the same point of order that we get the same count by delegation chairs of how many people are sitting at their table able to vote and credentialed.
All right. On day one, when we did that, that action was taken to figure out the denominator for our math. If people have left, our denominator would shrink, and it would only become relevant if something were to fail by a narrow margin, not to succeed by a narrow margin, right? It would only matter if things increase. The denominator is going to keep getting smaller as we lose people, because people are starting
We have
to head
standing votes and things like that.
Well, if we're doing standing votes, it'll be yeses and nos.
Right, yeah, sure.
The only thing that really matters more than anything is for things that require the entire body, which would be something of 7/8, right? The deleting of the statement of principles requires 7/8 of the entire
For instance,
convention body. So, right. So there's nothing else that requires the entire body, is there? It's just a matter of quorum, and I'm looking around and I see more than 400 people here. I mean. So I'm sorry, Mr. Lucchini.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
All right, there's an appeal of the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? Second. All right, there is a second. I get to speak first. This is dilatory. Next.
I can wait as long as you want to clap. I would like to have accurate numbers. I don't believe the numbers reported by the chair are accurate. I don't believe anybody.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Microphone 3, James.
No. We are in the middle. We are in the middle of a point of order already in an appeal of the ruling of the chair.
Wow.
And he gets to speak to his, I got to speak. He gets to speak. And then there'll be additional opportunities to speak, and I get to speak last. Mr. Lucchini.
Again, I want accurate numbers for this convention. And I'm not done talking. See? Keep interrupting me, I'll keep talking. I want accurate numbers. The numbers that are reported I do not believe to be accurate. We have a process that we did on Friday that we used that will produce accurate numbers. And I guess maybe there's different rules for different people?
Can I address that technically?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I'm not a delegate.
All right.
Well, I am a delegate.
All right, does somebody else want to speak in favor of me? And my ruling, rather. All right. All right. Hold on. If no one else wishes to speak in favor, then I'm going to speak last on this item.
Aaron's explaining my technical point. Thank you, Aaron.
So here's the issue. It doesn't matter. The denominator, the only time that matters is if we're going to delete the platform, right? Or the statement of principles from the platform. We're not deleting the statement of principles. We probably don't have 7/8 of what was here at this point, right? We don't have 800 and something people probably. But we definitely have 400 and something people, and that's quorum. So let's go. All right. So with that, those that wish to, I always mess up asking this question, so I'm going to ask the parliamentarian. How do I do this question right?
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained?
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Vote yes if my decision is sustained. All right, those that disagree. The yeses have it. Thank you. My ruling is sustained. All right. Now, we are at a point where Mr. Brooksbank had the floor for the microphone because he was in queue and asked a long time ago. Mr. Brooksbank.
Point of order.
There is a point of order somewhere.
Right here.
Microphone 3.
Connor Voskill, delegate from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
We have not heard the treasurer's report or the audit committee report. Those were on the agenda. It requires a suspension of the rules to skip them. That has not happened.
Mr. Voskill, we are currently still on the agenda items that we have not completed from day 2. As things go, that were originally planned to be heard on day 2. We are about 10 items behind those. So we are at the Judicial Committee elections. Actually, I guess probably Judicial Committee elections continued is actually where we're probably at on the original agenda. What's that? Oh. Well, but we did the nominations. Right. So here's where we are. We have the answer, or the outcome of the at-large. Would you all like to see that? So how about we do that real fast, and I'm going to hear Mr. Brooksbank immediately after that because he has been patiently waiting for 2 hours to make his motion. So let's see the results. Don't put the screen up yet. I'll give you the green light on that.
Mr. Chair, point of information, point of personal privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
Danielle Shamp from the Great Delegation of Alabama. I would like to address the remark that was made earlier. I've heard that some people were afraid they were getting cursed. I have it on good authority that about 70% of this convention is in fact cursed. And I would like to let everyone know that if they're worried, one of our candidates, Jonathan Reels for Congress, we are selling Cursed by Jackie.
Point of order. This is dilatory, Mr. Chair.
Hey, guys. It doesn't matter. We're waiting on the secretary anyway.
I'm not a white mage. I'm just trying to. Can I make my point?
Guys. We're waiting on the secretary anyway. Mr. Secretary, are you ready yet?
I'm making.
I will allow it until the secretary is ready.
I am going to finish. We are selling these ribbons, which Jackie has agreed will lessen the severity of the curses. I am simply trying to protect the delegation.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Shamp. We are now ready to display the secretary's screen. Thank you, Ms. Shamp. We are now ready to display the secretary's screen.
All right. I'm going to tell everybody.
I'm advising the delegation on how they can remain safe. Are you going to remove this microphone from my
Let's get the answer to the. Listen. We're getting the answers right now on the at-large race. That's what we're doing right this moment.
Okay. Everybody is going to want to get real close to these
Oh,
screens.
my Lord. So many write-ins, so little time.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is dilatory.
Why is this dilatory? Where are we at? Who's saying this is dilatory? Where is this coming from? Which microphone?
If I zoom in, it cuts off.
I don't have to say now.
Eventually.
Oh, withdrew. Okay, good deal. All right.
I'll be able to.
All right, cool.
So.
No, you can't. All right. Sorry. All right. I'm going to give people time to get to the screens, and then I'm going to start slowly scrolling as we have done in the past. I know, I don't know what else to do. Unless you want to do an up-down zigzag thing. Okay. I still see people moving.
Mr. Chair, microphone 1.
Okay. I'm going to start slowly
Mr. Chair,
scrolling.
microphone 1.
Okay.
I'm trying to read the results. Microphone one, go ahead.
As you've noted yourself, sorry, Richard Longstreth, Illinois. As you've noted yourself, as you're trying to read the results, I am standing here at the microphone myself and having trouble reading the results from this far away. As my point of personal privilege, I would request that the secretary blow up, scroll down, zigzag, whatever we've got to do to actually be able to verify that these results are accurate.
The issue is there are too many write-ins to be able to display all the candidates at the same time. I don't know how to fix that problem other than to encourage people to stop writing people in that are not qualified to run. And that will only take effect next time. So in the meantime, what I can say is you delegation chairs who turned into tally sheets, there are some fine high-def televisions right in front of me that I'm actually trying to read. There are 2 large screens here. If you're a delegation chair, come up and check. That's the point. Okay. All right. Let me do this. Is there objection? Yeah. All right. Is there objection to us cutting since none of the write-ins are won and have gotten anywhere, is there objection to getting the write-ins off the screen so that we just see the balloted candidates? Is there any objection to that? That'll make it larger. Is there objection?
Objection, yes.
Okay, there's objection. So we won't do that. Y'all can use microvision. There you go.
All right, I'm going to start scrolling slowly. Oh, whoa. Sorry. No, it goes 2 at a time. I don't know how to scroll slower, so I'm going to wait a while and go 2. All right. I'm going to give people time because there's a lot of stuff on the screen, but everything has been scrolled.
I'm trying to read my own state. I'm trying to read how my state voted. I will let her finish. Yes, I know. I will let her finish. I understand what you're saying, and you are correct. Then that's how.
Am I good to go to the results?
Wait. I got one. I have a delegation chair that's checking right now. Just make sure. Because the worst case would be then we'd have to go back and do this again.
Right,
It's better to take an extra minute right now than to have to do 5 minutes of
right.
redoing. Well, you're gonna hang on. They're almost done. I'm watching the finger go down the screen. They've got 3 names more to verify. Or 4. What's that?
Was the majority, which doesn't matter.
What's that? Okay. All right, we good? Wisconsin's missing a couple of write-ins, but it's not going to substantively change the result, correct?
No, I don't think so.
So let's make sure that that's corrected in the official record, but what we have is not going to change the official results, so what we have is what we have. Is there any other objections, any other concerns? Because we're going to scroll over right in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Nice job. Got it solved in one. All right. So, if you actually, Mr. Wolfer, can you leave that up at the top, please, for a minute? I'm going to announce the winners from lowest percentage to highest percentage, and I'm not going to read the percentages. Brian Elliott. Next one is Dustin Blankenship. Next is a tie? No. Yes, a tie between Mr. Rich Bowen and Mike Rufo. And finally, Stephen Nikela. You 5 are elected as the at-large for the next LNC. Okay, so where we are right this moment, I just realized that we never actually approved the credentials report because we got sidetracked for a minute. So is there objection to, I shouldn't even bother to ask, but I'm going to, is there objection to the accepting the credentials report from before? I heard yes. I knew there would be. All right. Okay, would you like to hear it again?
To
real quick?
request information.
Yep. So is this the right numbers? All right. Very quickly, 1,073 present, 976 voting, 390 is quorum, 489 is majority, 651 is 2/3, 854 is 7/8. Does that answer the point of information? I kind of figured it would. Cool. All right, so I assume there's actually still objection. Is there still objection to adopting? Yeah, I see the nodding head. All right, those in favor of adopting the amended credentials report, just say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Yeah, that's actually more than 7/8. All right. All right, so moving on. Thank you for that. Mr. Brooksbank.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Thrasher.
I called for orders of the day.
We are. That's right where we're at, and the next item up for bid is let's see, we did credentials coming back from lunch. We're at Judicial Committee speeches, but we haven't started that item yet, and Mr. Brooksbank is recognized at this time.
As I recall, if orders of the day are called, it should go directly to the next agenda item. Is that correct? Before any intervening motions. Is that correct?
Mr. Brooksbank is recognized at this time.
Now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. I move to suspend the rules to allow the body to take up agenda items while the votes for Judicial Committee are being tallied, starting with the deletion vote of Plank 1.5.
I want to ask for clarification here for my minutes.
Where?
Right, the secretary.
Yes,
yes.
That is Mr. Russell Brooksbank from Indiana.
Yes,
who has
and I have
patiently
that.
waited for 2 hours for that motion.
I have that, and that's not my clarification.
Okay.
So he moves to suspend the rules to allow the body to take up the agenda item of the deletion of plank 1.5. Did he generally mean to take up the deletion of the token planks, or are we? Because I don't know that the deletion of plank 1.5 was an agenda item. There were 2 planks.
I mean the vote that we have after the tokens are tallied.
So what I am
the very first item of business on the platform committee report is to vote on the deletion of planks.
Correct.
So
your motion was overly verbose, is what happened here. What you were asking for is that you are asking for a suspension of the rules that we continue with business while Judicial Committee elections are being tallied. Is that correct, sir?
To allow for other business to take place. Yes.
Correct. So that we continue with the agenda. Yes.
Yes, but
Okay.
to start with.
That will be actually the next thing. That's literally it. We're going to do Judicial Committee elections.
Correct.
And then the next thing is the Platform Committee report, which will start with the tokens.
Correct.
Right. So that is what you are going to have. You do not need to specify that in the motion. It just makes it so the secretary has to write more.
Whatever you need to do to make this happen, sir.
Okay. Because I know what you're trying to do. and let's just do it. So what I believe I heard, just to verify, is that you are moving to suspend the rules to permit the business to continue while Judicial Committee elections are being tallied.
Yes.
Is that correct? Great.
Yes.
That's what I thought I heard. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there objection? Yeah, I figured there might be. So let's go ahead and do this by hands because it does take 2/3. So those in favor of permitting.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Point of order. Would it be in order to motion to amend the motion currently
This is a
on the
preliminary
floor?
inquiry and is not interruptible.
It would not. It would not
Once
be
the
in
two
order.
votes have
You
been
could do a
when
separate
the votes have
suspension of the
been
rules
turned in.
immediately following,
Thank
but
you.
yes. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I've just been informed of something that may need clarification.
Okay.
What I mean is, once each delegation has turned in their votes and the tellers are tallying.
Yes.
That is when I would consider.
correct. Once
that.
the tallying has, yes. Yes. Once all the ballots are turned in and we're tallying, then business will continue. Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes. And that is the suspension that we are voting on. And so it takes 2/3 to make this happen. So those in favor of permitting business to continue while the Judicial Committee elections are being tallied, please raise your hand. Those opposed? I think that's 2/3, yeah, it is.
Thank you.
When I was over here, it was like, that's close, and I went over here and I'm like, no, it's not. Okay. I mean, it's dilatory, but it's all gonna, listen, I'm gonna allow it because you're just gonna fight it anyway, and we're gonna do a standing count no matter what, so we're gonna do a standing count to prove it's dilatory. I know it's clearly 2/3, but they're gonna fight me all the way on it anyway. We're gonna end up in a standing count one way or another, so let's just do it.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
That was clearly 2/3.
Mr. Chairman, please proceed.
Okay, I mean, you can raise the,
I'm raising the point of order. That was clearly 2/3.
I agree with 2/3. It is dilatory.
And I didn't vote in favor of it, but I know when
But,
I'm
okay,
outvoted.
I know. There are some people who, we're going to do the numbers, and we're going to do it one time. And if these people get destroyed, then we're going to call every other time they do it dilatory. How about that? So we're going to do this right now. If you're in favor of suspending the rules as proposed by Mr. Brooksbank, please stand up. I need some tellers to count these people off like we did on day one. Same tellers, please. We're going to do this one time, and if they get blown the hell out of the water, we're not going to do this again. Cool? All right. I know. I'm sick of it. It'll be okay, I promise. What?
Mr. Chair, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
We're going to end in a standing count anyway, but I hear the ruling of the chair. Who's making the appeal? Hang on. We're in a standing count. Let's finish the standing count, and then we can appeal the ruling if we need to. Let's just do it one time. I don't care. I want to prove the point that these people are dragging the goddamn thing on purpose. I'm sick of the bullshit.
And believe me, I know some said that, but I knew I wasn't. I'm not in favor.
53. If you're not saying your number, please keep side conversations down.
Yeah, but if someone out here pledges, I don't care, let's pay. I want the platform committee report because this will be the second time in a row my
All right. 163.
This section, 163. Yeah. What do we have? 176 from the far.
What about all the way down here?
We already have it.
What number was that?
100 even.
Yeah, back there was smaller. That was the smallest section.
I have 631.
All right. We are ready for the noes. Those opposed, please stand.
Yeah, look at this.
Well, no, there's actually, I've heard it pissing people off because there's more people standing than there is. So, I see now. There's more people standing than there were originally, but that's all right.
Okay, well, hold up. 34 now. Okay.
Yeah, how many you got, Mimi?
32? That's 3-2, right?
Oh, we'll get it.
It failed on the far side.
I see that. Yeah, this side, like I said, if you looked at this side, it looked like it failed. Then when you looked over here, like, oh, it passed.
I got it here.
Hmm.
Let me get my number.
Let me make sure that you got the same I got. 172. Would you like to do the math on that for me? Yeah, would you like
Sorry,
to?
pass.
Yeah, would you like to do me a favor, Mr. Secretary? Would you like to put the math up on the screen? What's that?
78.6.
Yeah, would you do me a favor and can we show the secretary's screen with that number?
No.
No? Okay, don't show the screen yet. Hold on.
Yeah, it's messy, just say.
Just let's not do the screen.
Okay, fine. 78.6. $172 no's, 631 yeses. Cut the crap. Next on the item, did we pass this thing? Did we do it? We did. Okay, good deal. All right, next. Mr. Perry was to be recognized next.
Mr. Chair, Darrell Perry, delegate from Maine. Motion to suspend the rules to reopen Judicial Committee nominations only for accepting. This is not dilatory.
It is not dilatory.
I am recognized.
He is within his rights. It is not dilatory.
only for the purposes of accepting candidates who have already turned in petitions that have been validated as being signed by 15 party members, should any of those candidates wish to run for judicial committee.
So, I hear there is objection. Let me ask first if there is a second. Okay, there is a second. There is objection. This is a suspension of the rules. There is no debate.
Mr. Mullen.
I'm sorry. He's suspending the rules to do it. Oh? But the motion was made as a suspension of the rules.
I'm going to raise a point of order.
Okay, so, all right. So what I'm actually, my parliamentarians up here are telling me is that what you're actually doing is making a motion to reopen nominations based upon, and the only people that can be nominated are people who have been previously nominated for other roles, other positions who have turned in a petition. Is that correct, Mr. Perry? Yeah. Okay. And it would be a majority vote to reopen that.
Point of order, Mr. Molman.
Yes.
I just observed one delegate informing another delegate of a tactic by which they could intentionally be dilatory. That delegate then followed that advice. I ask that they be excluded from raising points of order or suspension of the rules for the next hour.
I understand. I understand the concern. In case you haven't noticed, I'm kind of done with the dilatory crap. This is actually a legitimate voting issue. This is a normal thing for us, that we do allow people to jump from race to race if they've reached a nomination threshold, and it is up for you to decide. This is a simple majority vote, which means we're going to do it by voice. If there's no further debate on it, and point of order. Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sarwar, microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwar, delegate from Ohio. When the body gets very frustrated, some people yell a lot louder than others.
Yes.
Thus, it would be in your interest
You may
to
be
do
correct.
hands.
Thank you, Mr. Former Chair Sarwark. That is actually good advice. Let's do it by hands, because he's right. Things got a little tense there. I got a little tense there. I'm going to take a sip of bourbon and chill for a second. Deep breath. Okay. With a show of hands, all those in favor of the motion to allow to reopen nominations to accept nominations for the position of Judicial Committee for anyone who has previously submitted a petition with 15 signatures, those in favor, please raise your hand. Tight. Those opposed? Okay, that wasn't that tight as it turns out. Okay, that motion fails. All right, next, Mr. Carlin is the next motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan Carlin, Idaho, formerly of New Jersey. By the way, this is my 18th National Convention.
Welcome.
I move to suspend the rules to proceed to the awards ceremony part 2 as soon as the ballots for JC have been submitted.
All right. It is not dilatory. That we do have on the agenda an awards part 2, and he's asking to have that moved forward so that we can be sure to get to it. But that said, I have not heard a second. I have now heard a second. I hear objection. This is a motion to suspend the rules. It is 2/3. It is not debatable. Yes? Everybody agree up here? It's not debatable. It's just suspension of the rules. Yeah. Okay, good deal. Making sure we're all going. Okay. All right. Those in favor of suspending the rules, let me explain what this does exactly. This would actually then put the awards part 2 immediately before the motion that we just had, where we would move on to platform. So when judicial is complete, when the ballots are all put in, all the tallies are, things are being tallied, we would then do awards while the tally's happening, and then we would move into platform if this were to pass. That's what's going on. So, that said, those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, that motion fails. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Where are we at?
Andrew Bukovich from Colorado. I call for orders of the day.
Okay. Just so everyone knows, I have 2 resolutions pending, but we're going to move forward into the speeches on Judicial Committee, and then when we're doing the tally, I'm going to ask that the body oblige and let us get to the resolutions while that's happening, because they'll be quick. So,
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Harrison Kemp, delegate from Maine.
Yes.
I would like some clarification on one of our alternate delegates that is currently sitting and voting with us. The website says that they are ineligible, but my delegation chair says they are eligible. So I would just like to get clarification on that if possible.
Mr. Chair, or sir, I don't know. You're not a chair. I don't know what your title is. But
I am chair of our party, sir.
Oh, you are chair of your party?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you for doing that job. I've been there. I cannot answer that question for you. What I can tell you is that the credentials desk should still, Ms. Hogarth should be able to answer the question as to whether or not they actually are eligible. It could be an error on the website, or it could be that they are legitimately ineligible. If they are legitimately ineligible, then whoever the delegation chair is for your delegation, I presume it's you, but I do not know, would be responsible for enforcing the rules within your delegation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. So yes, Mr. Starr.
Given the amount of time that has been used up in ways that are a problem, I think, I would like to move that the amount of time allowed for speeches, for these nomination speeches, be reduced from 2 minutes to 1 minute.
They already are. Oh, from 2 to 1.
To
okay.
1 minute. One
Right.
minute speeches.
Motion to okay. All right. There has been a motion to suspend the rules.
Orders of the day.
There's a motion to suspend the rules to reduce the amount of time for the speeches from 2 minutes to 1 minute with multiple seconds. This is not debatable because this is a motion. And so, in the past, we've done none. So that said, we're just going to go to a vote. Those in favor of reducing the amount of time that the Judicial Committee candidates will get to speak.
Point of order, didn't we already go to orders of the day? Which means we should be having speeches already?
This is in order, and we're dealing with the suspension of the rules. Those in favor of reducing the amount of time of Judicial Committee candidates on stage from 2 minutes to 1 minute, raise your hand. Those opposed, that easily passes. So Judicial Committee candidates, get up here and line up. It is time. You keep in mind we are doing this in, what? What's going on? Oh, I'm sorry, I heard Ken. I'm like, sorry, yes, Mr. Kralchuk. All right, so everybody in order. We're doing it by last name here. If you remember right, we suspended the rules. We did it by last name. Mr. Wolford, do you have the list?
I do have. Rufus Craig is first.
All right, the nominators for Rufus Craig.
I'm going to go ahead and call them all out, so I'm not having to stop what I'm doing every time.
Yeah, but for Rufus Craig, come on up, please. Let's get this started. Go ahead and list them out, and let's go.
Rufus Craig, Tyler Danke, Ryan Graham, Ken Kotchuk, Michael Kilsky, Stephen Kinsella, Robert Latham, Evan McMahon, Mark Matoni, Michael Seebeck, Tricia Sprankle, Rob Stranton, Blay Turnoff, Jim Turney, and Ken Willie.
As long as they're ready for me.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go right now.
Hi, I'm Heidi Alejandro Smith, current chair of the Libertarian Party of Louisiana.
1 second.
And
stop. Reset that, please.
Uh-oh.
People, if you're going to chit-chat in the hall, we're going to be here all day. Stop talking. Listen to the speakers. That's what's in order right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Point of information, the Bourbon Caucus would like to take this bottle of bourbon to Mr. Molman.
Points of information are not in order right now.
Hello again. I'm Heidi Alejandro Smith, current chair of the Libertarian Party of Louisiana, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my predecessor, Rufus Craig. He is one of those rare people that practice civil and criminal law in Louisiana, and he has fought for the downtrodden and disenfranchised for nearly 4 decades. He is a life member of the Libertarian Party, and he is a monthly recurring member of the LPL. He is also a perennial candidate that has helped us secure ballot access in Louisiana for nearly 2 decades. And during his last campaign, he garnered 20% of the vote for the state Senate seat in District 6. So if you want someone that puts everything where his mouth is, please vote for my predecessor, Rufus Holt Craig, for a judicial committee. Thank you very much.
My name is Tyler Danke from the great state of Wisconsin. I'm looking to serve on the Judicial Committee because I care. I am very conscientious about the bylaws. I'm a parliamentarian. I want to make the Judicial Committee dank, and I absolutely hope that you will vote for me for the Judicial Committee. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Martin Cowan. I'm the newly elected representative alternate from Region 2. I stand before you as a lawyer of 47 years, and I know what a judge looks like. Ryan Graham is the leader of our party in Georgia. He gets things done. He's not divisive. He's probably the most famous and liked guy in Georgia and in all of the United States in the Libertarian Party. I enthusiastically recommend him, Ryan Graham, for the Judicial Committee. Thank you so much.
I just want to make sure to add that every time anyone steps up in my state, I don't care what caucus you're in, what affiliation you're in. I make sure to put people to work who want to work, and I've stayed outside of the fray, so I hope that matters to you guys on such an important position as Judicial Committee, that I have remained neutral and kind of above the fray. So thanks, guys. Bye. Vote Ryan Graham.
Hey everybody, Ken Krawchuk from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you. Very quickly, I've been a Libertarian since 1993, a member of the party. I've run for governor of Pennsylvania 3 times so far. I've been state chair twice. I've been on the state judicial committee for 8 years, 2 of those as chair. And in case you saw it a couple of months ago, I ran the Pennsylvania LPPA convention, Libertarian Convention. That was a good one. Outside of the party, I'm a professional parliamentarian. I'm a Toastmaster, and I'm also host of a talk radio show in Philadelphia. We are the media. If you want to have your own talk radio show, get in touch with me. I can arrange it. Here's the call to action. If you're looking for somebody who's impartial, I'm your Libertarian, because I'm not in any caucus. If you want to pigeonhole me, call me the Libertarian Lorax, because I speak for the rules. Thank you. I look forward to your vote.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to just quickly introduce Michael Kielski. I've known Michael forever. I was at a Arizona convention where he led a chant that said, "Fuck the police," and I loved it. And he defended me in my unlawful, unwrongful suspension from the LNC, and they did not let him speak to defend me.
I'm so happy to be here with my family. You are my family. I'm going to keep it very brief. I'm a lawyer. I've been practicing criminal defense and a little bit of civil litigation for a number of years. I hope I can get your vote for Judicial Committee, Michael Kielski for Judicial Committee. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Kinsella. I'm an attorney from Texas. I've loved liberty and libertarian theory for 40 years, and I've loved the law and legal theory for 35 years. I'd be honored to serve on the LP Judicial Committee, where my goal would be to hear issues with an open and unbiased mind and interpret and apply the relevant rules of our foundational documents as fairly, objectively, and impartially as possible, always with a view towards the paramount goals of justice and liberty. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Emily Goldberg. I'm the chair of the Arizona Libertarian Party. I'm honored to speak for my friend and colleague and neighbor, Rob Latham. This is Rob's 14th national convention. His first convention was in 1993 in Salt Lake City. Rob has served multiple terms as the chair of the Libertarian Party of Utah. He's served as the treasurer and secretary of Utah. He's served on the National Bylaws Committee. He's served on the National Platform Committee. He has served previous terms on the Judicial Committee, and you can read his cogent and thoughtful decisions on Elpedia. Just a very brief story. When Willie Starr Marshall, who's also here somewhere, you could wave, Willie. Yeah, there's Willie back at the back of the room. When Willie Starr Marshall, the mayor of Big Water, Utah, hired Rob as the town attorney on his first day as prosecutor, he dismissed 24 cases because there was no victim involved. He's running for Washington County attorney.
I'm Rob Latham. I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I'm Evan McMahon, the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Indiana. I call the pitch the way the play was made. I don't care what other people think when rules are in place. Many of the people in the Region 3, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, and Kentucky, know that I go to bat for anybody regardless of what caucus you're in. Regardless of what some people have said, I am no man's puppet. I will always go to bat for the rules. Even if I don't like what's being done or said, I always stand up for the principal choice. I've always been consistent. Even when it comes on a vote to remove, I have stayed consistent and voted against it when I thought it was inappropriate. I'd appreciate your vote for JC. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Montoni, from originally from Virginia, now Coloradan. Thank you. I joined the Libertarian Party immediately upon graduating high school in 1980. I've never held an LNC office before or a national committee office before. This is my first try at one. When it comes to bylaws, I'm a strict constructionist. I think they should be interpreted the way they are intended to be interpreted by the individuals that wrote them or approved them. I'm also pretty good at seeing multiple points of view on difficult issues, and I make a habit of offering and returning mutual politeness and respect. None of that should be construed to mean that I am not passionate about kicking Leviathan's ass. Vote for Mark Montoni for Judicial Committee. Thank you.
Howdy, Mike Seebeck, Colorado, California for a little while, Pennsylvania for this convention. I had a speech, screw it. Let's get to it, straight to it. The heretics are in the temple. Myself and Karen Ann. We follow the rules. We comment on the rules. We know the rules. We want things done right. We want them done properly. Otherwise, we might as well be a Democrat or a Republican. So I ask for your vote to get me in there to the JC to keep that going. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Nana. I am the Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Ohio and the newly re-elected Libertarian National Committee Region 3 representative. It is my privilege and honor to support my good friend Tricia Sprankle for Judicial Committee.
My name is Derek. I'm with the Ohio delegation, and I am a member of the Mises Caucus, and I endorse Tricia Sprankle for the Judicial Committee.
Howdy, I'm Chris Gill from Ohio. You guys over here know I can count, so believe me when I say you can count on Tricia Sprankle. Vote for her. She's awesome. Thank you.
My name is Chrissy Wickers, the Ohio delegation, and I stand here on behalf of the Ohio delegation to endorse and nominate Tricia Sprinkle for the Judicial Committee. When I had a situation with my now former chair, our bylaws called for Ms. Sprinkle to chair a trial. Even as my friend, she put personal relationships aside and was incredibly fair. And though parts of the situation did not go in my favor, I highly respect how transparent, fair, and diligent she was. She's a tax attorney, she fights the IRS, and she will fight for you guys on the Judicial Committee.
Thank you. I appreciate all your assistance, and the time is up. Please vote for me. I'd like to be in your top 7. Trish Sprinkle, thank you.
Hello, I'm Randy McGlynn, delegate from Washington, the evergreen with your money state. I have the honor to introduce a gentleman who has been a member of over 10 years, has served multiple terms on the Judicial Committee of Washington with integrity and unbiased. He is also someone who I am proud to call my friend and a former chair of the Radical Caucus. Please give a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Mr. Rob Stratton.
Hello, I'm Rob Stratton. Everything I was going to say, my friend here, Glenn, said, or Randy McGlynn said. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gary Denoyan, attorney, occasional and current for the LPNY. I'd like to introduce my good friend Blade Tarnoff, member since 1991.
I've been, as he said, a member since 1991. I've run for office. I've been chair of the New York State Party and secretary. But none of that really says about how fairness works. So I would always keep an open mind. I would always listen to all sides. I would honestly and fairly apply the rules, which I think even my critics would say I always do. And I would never be biased in favor of any side except for supporting and upholding and defending the principles of the Libertarian Party and libertarianism. Thank you.
I'm Jim Turney, and as you can imagine, I'm running for re-election. That's what I always do. And I'm going to save some time by just reminding you that we must be out of here by 3 o'clock, because I'm also the convention committee chair. Thank you.
No, this is for him. I stand for Jim Turney. Jim Turney has been a libertarian since 1964, before the party was formed. He was the chair of the convention where Ron Paul was nominated president, and those same delegates that nominated Ron Paul re-elected Jim Turney to chair. Jim Turney's good enough for Ron Paul delegates. He's good enough for me. Best wealth of knowledge in this room. Jim Turney.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Hector Roos. It is not Ken Willie, but I am here to speak on Ken Willie's behalf. He is not here present with us, but he is here in spirit. If you want to know more about him, he's here on Twitter at KenWillie18 on Twitter. I do want to say one thing. We need your help in Florida because we are fighting for constitutional carry in Florida. We're one of the only states that has been talking about freeing people to actually arm themselves without permission from the state. And we need help to encourage Governor Ron DeSantis to actually put constitutional carry on the ballot. Now, real quickly about Ken Willie, he's from Florida. He first joined the LP in 1999, discovering the campaign of Harry Brown. He considers himself a Harry Brown libertarian. And why did he want to run for JC? He basically prides himself at looking at all sides of an issue and trying to determine how we reached the point where we are today. He does not count himself a member of any caucus except maybe the Waffle House caucus. He bears no bias towards against any caucus, and he pledges to listen to every side. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. Chair Molman had to step away for a moment. He passed the gavel over to me as the next highest ranking officer. There is a question of eligibility on some of the Judicial Committee members. And what I have decided, and I will give an opportunity to appeal if someone disagrees, is that we're going to print out the tally sheets. If in the meantime it turns out that some of the candidates are, let me please state what my ruling is before you do a point of order.
Point of order, you are not the secretary at this time. The convention is not complete.
No, I am still the party secretary. The convention secretary is a different item. It was, I rule your point of order not well taken. So,
then I appeal the ruling of the chair as to the point of order.
thank you very. I rule that I'm not.
Dilatory.
It's dilatory. I'm not entertaining that point of order. We are. There is a question as to the qualifications of some of the Judicial Committee members. I am saying that the balloting will go forward. If it's determined in the meantime that they are ineligible, we will let you know. And if they win, it will be disqualified and it will go to the next highest ranking person in the elections. I'm giving an opportunity for someone to appeal that decision of mine. Okay, Mr. Secretary, if you could please print out the ballots. If the delegation chairs can please line up to get the ballots. While they are lining up, is there anyone who wishes to be recognized? Is there anyone over there that wishes to be recognized?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, on microphone. Is it one or three? Thank you.
If we could see the names of the candidates on the screen to assist with voting.
Mr. Secretary, is that possible?
It is possible if we stop making motions.
Okay, we're going to stand at ease for a few moments so that the secretary can do that, because if people are making motions, he's not able to. So we're going to stand at ease until he can get those on the screen. You're up?
No, actually, I still had to go.
Okay.
I was walking from the office to dump the and I was going to the restroom and I heard
Once I get a chance, yeah. All right, if you can display the secretary's screen.
So if motions are being made, you have to.
Right. Well, and honestly, at this point, I would say we're voting on something else.
We'll see if somebody. There might be just points of information. Okay, attention please. No motions are going to be in order while we're in the middle of voting, but if there are points of information or other things we can dispense of. On microphone 2, do you have a motion or a...
It's a motion.
Mr. Bukovic?
Oh, it's a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Shouldn't we be moving on to the platform?
No, that was when the tellers have all the items and they are actually doing the counts. We will move on. Is there? I keep forgetting which is 3 and 1, but Mr. Benner, did you have?
Madam Chair, I was going to call for the orders of the day.
We are in orders of the day right now.
So I have.
Is this 3 or 1?
This is 3.
Thank you. On microphone 1, is there anything? Thank you.
I have a quick announcement. So it has come to my attention that on this sheet, and probably also on these, actually let me check. Yes, on this sheet as well, one of the candidates' names was minorly misspelled. It has been corrected on the screen, but...
Who is it?
Ken Krawchuk.
And that was my fault, probably. There's no CK, right?
There was an R. There's no R on the sheet. Anyway, but just
Okay.
letting y'all know.
Okay. Microphone 2?
Yes, microphone 2. Request for information, Madam Secretary?
Yes.
Before, the thing that wasn't, that you brought up, that you said if anyone could challenge it, I didn't understand what was the effect. You said if someone was found to be disqualified later on, If someone had
Okay.
appealed that, what would the effect?
Oh,
have
no,
been?
that wasn't what was appealed. What was appealed was my authority to
No,
be
I
present.
understand that, but the thing that you talked about afterwards.
Well,
about
let me
the
explain.
eligibility. Yeah, the
Yeah,
eligibility.
let me just re-explain.
Yeah, please.
There was a question whether or not some of the candidates had fulfilled the membership requirements. And while we're investigating that, because staff is very busy and wasn't able to answer the question, we were just going to proceed. If one of those persons who is later determined to be disqualified wins, their win will be null, and the next highest vote getter over 50% will get the slot.
Oh, so if someone had challenged that, then we'd have to. Okay. we'd have-
It won't need to be challenged if we determine from staff. Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. At what point will it be in order for us to move directly to consideration of platform plank 1.1?
Once the tellers have all of the teller sheets in from each of the delegation chairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Microphone 3.
Yes. Madam Chairman, D. Frank Robinson, delegate from Oklahoma. I wish to offer a suspension of the rules for consideration of
No
a
motions are.
resolution.
No, sorry, sir. No motions are in order while voting is proceeding, but it will be once the tellers have the ballots. We're only taking points of parliamentary inquiry and points of information at this time.
Thank you for that clarification, ma'am.
You're welcome. Microphone 2.
I'm waiting for...
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, yes, microphone 2.
There are states who have not yet picked up their ballot.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said there are states that have not yet picked up their ballot. If they don't pick that up within the next 90 seconds or so, is that considered dilatory?
Well, I will call for them out loud. We do not want to disenfranchise anybody. Is there any states that have not yet picked up their teller sheet? Can I have them? Okay, could the delegation chair from Louisiana please come up and get their teller sheet?
What they're doing right now, the tellers gave it to states. But some states are going to try to be little jerk-offs and not pick up their ballots so that we never get to it. That's what we're trying to do. That's why I just did it.
Okay, also, would the delegation chairs from New Mexico and Wisconsin please come get their teller sheet? Thank you.
I'm going to step away to hand him my ballot. I'll be back.
Okay.
Point of inquiry.
Microphone 3.
Hi, AJ Olding from Ohio. My point of inquiry is I'm wondering, when we do get to blank removals, that is something that we'll see debate unless the question is called, correct?
No, sir. Unfortunately, the convention rules say that is an up and down vote with no debate.
Sounds good.
However, sir, that rule can be suspended. I believe it's Rule 5. He was asking if there was debate on platform token deletion. I will.
Madam Chair,
Yes, microphone 2?
point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Is there a way that we could declare a time when ballots are due and say that if you didn't vote after that, that's your
No,
choice?
sir.
Cool. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I have cool shoes.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3?
Madam Chair, point of inquiry. Is taxation theft?
Taxation is absolutely and utterly and unequivocally theft.
Thank you for that reminder.
We are running up upon our stop time. Mr. Molman, if you would like to know why he is away, is inquiring how hard is this hard stop time. There was some information floating around that we're trying to determine is accurate that we would be able to pay by the minute if we went over 3. I do know that there will be a request for anyone who wants to go over 3 to help fund that. But we are trying to find out if that's even possible. However, delegation chairs, you will be accountable for your delegates if you're going slower than normal. That concern has been raised to me. Please get your ballots in by 3. You do not want to not have a judicial committee. Even as an elected member of the LNC, I can tell you, you want that route of appeal. You don't want all decisions resting with the LNC. It's in your best interest to have a judicial committee. So please be as quick as possible without violating the rights of your members.
Madam Chair.
No,
What
Microphone
microphone?
3.
Microphone 3?
James Gentleman, Minnesota. I object to standing at ease. I have a motion relating to voting.
Members are voting and their delegation chairs are trying to instruct them. I deem that a violation of member rights.
Yeah.
Sorry, Karen Ann, but I appeal the ruling of the chair.
No problem. It's never taken personally. There's an appeal from the ruling of the chair. Will you speak to your appeal?
I think that we could come out of standing at ease to do something that I think most people would want to do to get this dilatory crap wrapped up.
Okay, there's been an appeal from the ruling of the chair. I don't feel the need to speak to it. I would like to just let the body decide. Would anyone else like to speak to my...
Real quick, I just need to catch up the minutes because I was away.
Point of order.
No, there's already a pending point of order. Unless you're saying I'm doing the point of order wrong.
Sorry, it's actually a point of personal privilege. What was the ruling of the chair? I didn't hear
Oh,
it.
certainly. The ruling of the chair is that motions are not in order at this time as it would be distracting to the members who are attempting to vote. There was an appeal of the ruling of the chair from Andy Bukovich from Colorado. Andy had spoken to it. I do not feel the need to. Would anyone else like to speak for or against my ruling?
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question? There is an objection. The question before the body is, shall the question be called, which means we will move to an immediate debate on the ruling of the chair. All those in favor of ending debate, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please put your hands down. All those who are opposed, please raise your hand. That clearly passes. We are
Madam
now...
Chair, who called the question, just real quick?
Who called the question, please?
Russell Brooksbank.
Russell Brooksbank from what state?
Indiana.
Indiana.
Thank you.
So the question before the body is now, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? A yes vote will sustain my ruling, which means that no motions will be entertained while the delegations are voting. A no vote would overturn my ruling, which would mean that I would move immediately to motions. As long as everyone is clear what we're voting on. Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? My ruling is overturned.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I move to suspend the rules so that ballots have to be in by...
No, actually, my appeal...
Motion to declare the ballot closed?
No, that is absolutely, no, that is a violation of the bylaws, and that isn't what the appeal was on. The appeal was on whether motions are in order. So that motion is in order. You are allowed to make a motion, and I'm ruling that motion out of order.
JJ, what's the
Mr. Molman will now step in. Thank you.
Hello again. I needed a breather for a second. So, if there's a member of the COC in the house, if they could come up, please. I've been looking around. What's that? Sure. I feel like it's offensive.
Microphone 1, point of personal privilege.
Just one moment, please.
Yes, sir. Please meet you. Yes, sir.
Point of personal privilege.
All right.
Can we please get the mic to Lindley Van Single, Texas? Okay. Can we get the names back up? The names? Okay, I'm sorry. If we can get the names back up at some point in time, that would, expedite this sitch.
It's an interrupting motion.
I mean, the printouts also, the voting sheets are a printout. If I could stop this, we can go do that.
Well, he's consulting.
Sure.
Don't do that to me.
Just important stuff like when do we actually have to leave. So, were you going in on the microphones in order, or where were you at?
Point of personal
Okay.
privilege. Point of.
I was about to be appealed when you stepped in.
Oh, okay.
I ruled Mr. Heiss's motion to declare voting closed out of order, and I believe he was
Okay. The motion to declare
Point-
voting closed is out of order. Yeah, I would actually agree with that motion. or
Mr.
that
Chair,
Point of
decision.
personal.
Oh, I'm sorry, personal privilege. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm just getting back. I'm just seeing the lines. There was a motion made. It was ruled out of order. It was over here at microphone 3. So I would normally go back over to microphone 1. But there doesn't seem to be anybody talking at microphone 1. Is there somebody trying to talk at microphone 1 or not?
Point of personal privilege.
I had a point of personal privilege.
Oh, you did. If he had a point of personal privilege first, he's.
Go ahead.
Russ Brooksbank from Indiana. I'm also the Libertarian Party of Clark County chair. We started a food pantry about 2 years ago called Liberty Loves. And if anybody would like to donate to help us keep our space and to keep our shelves stocked, please find us on Facebook and click the sign up button. It'll take you to a donation page. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege.
Microphone 2.
Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Ohio. I rise to a point of personal privilege to express gratitude because, as I said in my training, for those of you who attended the Day of Education, when somebody does something for you, it is always appropriate to express gratitude. And I rise today to thank Michael Heiss for doing something very important for the growth of the Libertarian Party. What he has done, the effort he has taken over the last 5 years, has done what is necessary.
This is in order.
Has I
Listen,
can wait
listen,
as long
please,
as
please,
I
please, please, please. It's in order, please, please.
has created the opportunity for this party to grow up, because the mature political parties in this country don't do everything with one national committee. They have political action committees, they have nonprofits, they have leadership PACs, they have campaign recruitment plans, they have all sorts of things that
Appeal
they
the ruling of the
do
chair,
to
dilatory.
benefit the candidates
Chair,
around
orders
the
of the day.
country who run as libertarians, and I hope and plan to raise and spend $3 to $4 million supporting libertarian candidates around the country with a different political action committee than the one that Mr. Heiss has just taken over. Thank you, Michael, for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Sarwark. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
James Gentleman, Minnesota. I move to close.
Oh, whoa, hey. Noise down.
James Gentleman,
Noise
Minnesota.
down.
I move to close balloting 3 minutes from the moment that this motion is voted on.
All right. Everybody quiet. Before I ask for a second, let me get some information for myself because I just got back into the hall. Tellers. Oh, the ballots are still getting handed out? Yes. Oh my.
This is what we need. This is what we need.
Mr. Chair, several state chairs have decided that they did not want to come up and grab their ballots. We are trying to move business along before we get thrown out of this hall. In your absence, while Ms. Harlos was our esteemed chair,
I would recognize
things were severely delayed, including by Mr. Sarwark speaking incredibly slowly. We need to get things moving along.
So I don't disagree with you, but I have a concern that this, as Ms. Harlos had also noted, it might violate rights. And so what I would recommend...
Does it not violate our rights for them to refuse to come get their ballots? We have a clear 78% majority in this room, a clear temperature of this body. And there are people in here, including Mr. Sarwark, including the chair from Louisiana and the other states that refuse to come get their ballots, who are dragging our feet.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand your frustration. I don't know. This is why everyone hates libertarians. All right. So our original. Let me ask this. What I want to do is I want to rule this out of order, and I'm going to call on Mr. Starr on microphone number 2.
Another slow talker. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Don't.
Sorry.
You're going to make it longer.
I withdraw.
Okay. It's okay.
I would like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
The motion is to extend the time of this convention until 30 minutes after ballots are turned in, or until hotel management throws us out, whichever comes first.
Okay. So there's a motion to extend time that we will be here until 30 minutes after the last ballots and tally sheets are turned in, or until management throws us out, whichever comes first.
Second.
There are a lot of seconds. All right, I'm going to ask if there's objection. I knew there would be. So this is a motion to suspend the rules. It will require 2/3 to pass. Those in favor of extending time of this convention to 30 minutes past the time of the last ballots and tally sheets being turned in, or management kicking us the heck out of here, raise your hands. Those opposed, please raise your hands. That passes.
This is what happens every time.
Because we have megaphones in here. People want to get to even platform and everything.
No, sir. I will not relinquish the microphone. No, sir. Yes, sir. When the chair returns to the podium. Okay. Mr. Chair, point of order. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair. Microphone 3, point of order.
Listen. DeBrank Robinson, delegate from Oklahoma. Point of order regarding the elections.
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that once the secretary has enough votes which exceeds a quorum for the convention, that election is valid, and no matter how many ballots may or may not be still outstanding, the election is closed when the quorum of ballots has been reached? Sir.
Not quite, but let me, I know where you're trying to go with that. Let me consult with the parliamentarian team back here. I think I know what you're trying to get at. All right, real quick, while ballots are being handed out and tallying's going on, I have a awesome announcement. Hey, Robert Kraus, is that today or is that this weekend? This weekend. But how many of them were today, by the way? Was it about half? Okay, at least half. I just want to announce and I want to thank the 30 new lifetime members of this party that became lifetime this weekend. Over half of which became lifetime members today. Thank you. Thank you for working and helping to fund to keep this party moving forward and to fund the work of the Libertarian National Committee and your Libertarian Party. Thank you. Let's see. Where am I at? Oh, and by the way, if you want to be added on and see how high we can get this number to go this weekend, you can go to lp.org/donate. You can click that lifetime button. You can do it monthly, you can do it one time, you can do it annually if you feel really generous, and we really do appreciate that. lp.org/donate and help us build out and get a huge number of new life members this weekend, since we had a few minutes to report.
Can my screen be displayed, please?
Secretary, screen, please. These are not the new lifetime members. These are the candidates for Judicial Committee, just to be clear, because somebody was asking for a list of the new lifetimes. There may be some crossover, I don't know, but
I don't know if we still need these.
Mic 2.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'll do it right now. Hey, for those that are interested, real quick, I'm sorry, we're dealing with a bunch of logistical stuff behind the scenes and trying to make sure that we keep going here. One of those things is that the newly formed LNC board will have its first meeting 15 minutes after the closing gavel in the Southern Pacific Room on the 3rd floor. Everybody get that? Because the new LNC has its first meeting right after this convention closes today. So 15 minutes after closing gavel in Southern Pacific Room on the 3rd floor. All right. And then I know, I guess I there's no way. We won't run out of this. These guys will never do that. So it's just a matter of somebody's going to make a motion during the convention, right? Yes.
I mean, like, which, how are we going to know? Hey, guys. Announce it? All right. All right. I want these
Right.
So we're gonna.
All right. Yeah. All right. Right. Yeah. All right. Microphone 2, I was going to recognize you, but once you guys are good. Take your picture. Get that. It's all good.
Oh, cool. There we go.
When you make your motion, do you know, are there any fees attached to staying late? I don't really care about the
Can you
time.
tell?
That's not my focus. I just want to know, do we know if we're losing money? We don't know. Because Gary Ann implied we might be. I'm nervous about it. I'm not nervous about it.
Microphone 2, I was going to recognize you. It looks like you're on a phone call, though.
Extra $1,000, but those fees can get steep quick.
Point of inquiry.
Yes. Oh, there he is. Yeah, there he is.
Point of inquiry is just normally how much time is allotted for states to turn in their votes. It's been 30 minutes since we opened up the voting.
I genuinely don't know, sir. I mean, we now have a motion that, what I will say is that if states were trying to be dilatory, we now have a motion that will take us till midnight. Because I have found out we have this room the rest of the day until 11:59:59.
Mr. Chair?
So what I will say is, it does not pay to be dilatory. Just go.
Mr.
One
Chair?
personal privilege.
I just noted that we have a room till midnight.
Mr. Chair?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 2, Mr. Chair?
So, yes. You were the one I was trying to recognize, sir. Yes.
I have a point of inquiry followed by a motion depending on the results. Point of inquiry is which states still have not turned in their ballots?
That is a great question. I'm going to ask the body to quiet down, please. Quiet down. Because I need to be able to hear the tellers. Hey, tellers. Who are we waiting on? Over 10. That's a lot. I'm from Kentucky. I only have 10 fingers.
So,
All
I think
right.
that answers my
All right.
question.
I've got a list of states that we're missing, and I do start to state shame eventually. Arizona, Georgia, Illinois. Wait. Oh, we have Arizona now. That's the funny thing about this. It changes all the time. California, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, Mike 3.
One moment. New York. Maybe North Dakota, but we're not sure. Ohio. Okay, they did go home. Okay. Ohio. Oklahoma. Texas. Virginia. And Wyoming went home? Oh, there was no Wyoming? I'm pretty sure there's a place called Wyoming.
There is a place they
Yeah.
have some delegates.
Okay.
So,
All right, so I heard something on microphone three.
Mr. Molman, I had a motion pending the result.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct. I'm so sorry. He had to follow on to this.
I move to instruct the tellers to assist the chairs of the states that have not turned in their ballots with counting those ballots.
You know what? Instead of having that motion, I will just ask the tellers that we've been using to do the counts, if they're not part of the state that is having the issue, to please go help a state that's having an issue, if they haven't been already. Okay, I figured they might be. Our tellers are very, very helpful people. They are volunteers, and they've been doing a great job. I would do it. That's what I'm kind of doing, yeah. Shout out to the tellers for counting to somewhere between 20 and 200 over and over all weekend. Thank you. It is fun. And pointing, lots of pointing. So, but it is important work. And thank you for being honest, good people for doing that.
Can I make an announcement?
Yes, Mr. Wolford.
I just want to let the body know, because this is going to come up here very soon. At this time, my computer is in use displaying the names. But at 3:30, I'm getting in an Uber and going to the airport. And I thank you all for giving me this privilege. And I hope I've done a good job. But that said, I'm handing the minutes off to Ms. Harlos.
There you go. Nice job, John. Yeah. All right, so as I recall, we just asked the tellers to
Mr.
help
Chair,
out. It
point
turns
of
out they
personal
already are.
privilege, Mic 3.
And I saw there was somebody at microphone 3 that wished to be recognized.
Zach Britt, Mississippi.
Yes,
On
sir.
behalf of the Professional Wrestling Caucus, I would like to ask politely that the delegation not extend the time past 4:45 because there is a very important event at 5 o'clock, AEW Double or Nothing. Thank you.
It may be up to you to convince the body to adjourn at that time.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
I typically go around, but I heard 2 here, I'll hear 2 here, I'll hear 2 here. We'll make it all even. Yes, Mr. Starbuck.
First, I can't. Sorry. It's a little. Okay. Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Ohio. If I could, Mr. Chair, assist you and the whole body with getting done what they want to get done, if you would indulge me. This was the last 2 minutes of a basketball game, which is a clock management game. With the extension of time we have the room, this is now a game that has had an overtime period added, which means those of you who are on each side of what you're trying to do, it's not clock management anymore, it's back to normal play. Does everyone understand? Okay. And the gentleman behind me has the procedural thing necessary, if you would indulge him from Roberts, that he's going to tell you how to help them do what they want to do.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robert's Rules 45:30. After all who have voted wish to, the polls can be closed on the motion of a member by 2/3 vote, but it is usually best to rely on the chair to close the polls. I call for you, Mr. Chair, to read the room, the request from the room, if everyone who wishes to vote has, and if so, to request the tellers and the state chairs who are tallying to move off to a separate room so we can conduct business while it's being tallied.
All right. Here's what I would like to do with that knowledge and information. How long has has it been since the last ballot went out? In California, what I'm most concerned about is California, because they have 175,000 people to count or something like that. Is California in? Okay. So California is not in yet. Has everyone voted in California? Are you guys just tallying? Okay. So what I would like to ask is that California finishes tallying, and if California beats you, you're slow. Because California has a lot of people, and they're efficient as they can be. But if you're a state of like 5 people and you haven't figured out how to vote faster than California, I'm just saying there might be a problem.
Mr. Chair, Mike 3.
Hold on, too many people. I got one at the mic. Let me take the one at the mic, because I got one up in front of me. But I had somebody calling for me at the mic, and I think it's at 3.
Correct. Point of personal privilege. Can I request that the room number of the LNC meeting be published in the convention app?
I can request that the LNC meeting that is happening 15 minutes after GABA closed in the Southern Pacific Room on the 3rd floor be published on the convention app, but I don't have the ability to do that. But I can make that really loud announcement and repeat where it is, 15 minutes after the closing gavel in the Southern Pacific Room on the 3rd floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and maybe somebody from COC who does have access to the app can make that happen. Okay.
Hey guys, what do we think?
Can you send them to me by email or a document or stick it into that same Google Drive that I shared? Mr. Chair, I've been trying to get your attention forever.
I'm so sorry. Contractually we have till midnight. So, just so you know.
I was here first.
It was a chance. It wasn't a command. I didn't mean it to be. What's going on, Ohio?
At that point, I'm going to go check.
We have this room apparently till midnight anyway. We're going to lose sound if we ever. Nope, they're leaving no matter what. We're losing sound at 3 o'clock. We're losing our 3 o'clock, we're losing sound at 3 o'clock. But they're having to get caucus. They're having to get caucus with a lot of shit on the board. So we have amplification.
Mr. Chair,
I've been trying to get in line for a point of personal privilege myself, and I can't.
I'm actually packing up. So
I've been at the point of personal privilege. Oh, to the body.
Oh, okay.
You also support
I'm going to go personally look and see what the hell's going on in California. All right. So I'm going to recognize, so apparently Ms. Harlos has been tapping on my shoulder for the last 30 minutes because she actually wanted to say something to you all, but she can't go to a mic. So I'm going to let Ms. Harlos speak. I'm going to go personally check out what's going on in California. And then when she's done speaking, we'll be at ease until I get back to the microphone. And then I'll recognize Mr. Pankin at microphone 1 when I get back.
Okay.
Everybody cool?
Mr.
Cool.
Chair, it was a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
If we do have the room, I'm asking the body to please. I'm Platform Committee Chair this year. I was Platform Committee Chair last convention. Our Platform Committee wasn't heard that year. It looks like it won't be heard again this year. We're talking about 70 volunteers that have put in now over a year of their lives not to have anything heard. If you can be here and see it in your hearts, to listen to, at least consider the Platform Committee report, even if you vote everything down. It honors my volunteers. I am begging you to please consider it. They got heard at least a tiny bit in 2020.
I'm sure it doesn't matter. Isn't the appropriating service to strike out like I said,
we're at ease. The gavel hasn't been passed to me, so I'm not allowed to testify. No, it wasn't. Yeah, he didn't pass the gavel to me though, so.
This is their last.
How was your work?
Thank you, Mark.
It's the AV contract that is about 25 minutes, not the meeting to lose this. Okay. Yes. But you don't need that until AV goes up. So the main thing is just protect.
Yeah, I would like.
I would also say take the action.
John.
Hold my spot. I'm gonna slam down that.
I don't know. I'm figuring that out. I think I do.
So we'll lose that, but we'll still have room and we'll have sound amplification. Usually lose more until it comes out.
One sec, let me
Just so you know, I'm gonna hear from Mr. Pankin because I said I would. But California is indeed tallying. If you would like to count to 700,000 a bunch of times, approval voting is for you. Mr. Pankin.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Point of personal privilege. As I know what the body would like to do, we have delegation chairs and volunteers that are busy counting these votes. I would simply ask that if we get to a rising vote on any division, on anything that's getting ready to happen, that we please make sure that those individuals have the opportunity to vote on that division. Thank you.
Yes, that's a very good point, that those that are the tellers also get to vote. That's what you're saying, yes. In fact, actually, wouldn't the tellers count themselves?
No, it's a rising vote, not state.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Now I understand what you're saying, okay.
Multiple people have come to me and said, I'm not going to impute motives, I'm going to repeat what they said. That
Mr.
there are-
Chair.
That there are.
One moment, please.
that there
One
are-
moment, please.
Pardon me? But baby gets right away.
I just wanted to ask you guys a little bit before we set this all time. What type of court information, what is it costing us to go past 3 o'clock?
All I know is
What I'm saying is that when you're recognized as asked,
Oh,
what is it costing us?
nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nothing. I appreciate that. Somebody else got it. I don't feel like it. Okay.
All right. Real quick, just one more round of applause for John Wolford, please. All right. Guys, it's going to be a little bit. I don't know about you. I loved taking all this stuff from you yesterday and talking to you guys yesterday. Today I'm a little tired. So I need to either get, you know what? I know who I want to get. And he's hiding over there. Oh. My friend Sam in Indiana, would you come be a chair for a minute? Because I'm tired. I need to take a break. My nicotine levels are very low. Here's the deal, people. Before Sam takes the gavel, here's the deal. California is legitimately tallying. I went back, I looked at it, they're working on it. Do not mob them, that will only make it worse. But if you don't believe me, you can ask Sam to send a teller back to check on them once in a while. But once California gets theirs done, I wouldn't give, and I would probably assume that anybody else is not wanting to vote. And maybe give them 5 more minutes to get their stuff turned in after that. But California is bigger than everybody else by about 33% to the next state down. And if they can count to 100,000 times, 100,000 times, because approval voting, then everybody else certainly can do it 50,000 times, 50,000 times faster. Anyway, or more quickly, I should say. So that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Mr. Goldstein and just points of information. That's it.
Request for information.
We are literally, so I'm just doing 1, 2, 3, and right now we're at 2.
So that means in 5 minutes, voting's over?
I have not ruled that yet. I am suggesting that perhaps delegation should consider that when I return, if California has turned in, that there may be somebody that makes a motion for 5 minutes to close it all that everybody else doesn't want to because they were slower than the largest state. And I would rule that in order at that time. So they may want to consider that. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, no, because people are voting. Wait, they're tallying. Yeah, that's true. There's tallying. There's no actual voting going on, is there?
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry on microphone number 3 when you get
Well,
a
he's
second.
talking about having Rainwater come up and give a speech.
Or
since it's still
urgently.
being recorded right now. All right. All right.
This might actually
He
be a
ran
question
away.
more for
So-
Ken than.
All right, hang on one second. We were here. I think we were going to 2, and then we're going to go to 3. I had a suggestion from Mr. Goldstein on what to do next. Y'all have been standing in line for a really long time, and I feel bad about that. So let me do 2. Let me do 3, because 3 is anxious to get on 2. I see you over there. And then what I want to do is see if the body's cool with potentially, while people are counting in the back, maybe we hear from our closing speaker and knock that out while people are counting. Does that make sense? Because nobody's actually voting anymore. Now it's all tally.
Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Do we still need to extend time? I think we've only moved to extend time to 3:30 or.
No, sir. No. We extended time until we are kicked out of this room.
Is that
I thought the
actually
motion
the case
passed
on
to,
the minutes?
once we advance to tallying, that we immediately
Right.
move on to the platform.
Yes. So we will. It is 30 minutes. Hang on. They're not done tallying. Well, we can make that motion. We'll make that motion when we get there. I mean, if people, I don't know how long this tally is going to take, but here's my thought.
Okay, never mind. I withdraw.
Okay, it's all good. So, you had you were here at 2.
Point of personal privilege, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chair. I would like to thank the delegate from Ohio. Now, because of him, Mr. Sarwalk, there are now at least 31 lifetime members
Noise
to the
down.
Libertarian National Party. Thank you, Mr. Sarwalk.
Whatever the reason, thank you for supporting the Libertarian Party. All right, microphone number 3.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry. I seem to remember that the delegate from California moved to extend time until 3:30 or until balloting was completed or something like that. I don't really remember what the, oh, you're waving at me. Aaron, yes, what was your motion?
Actually, would you mind just going right here too and give?
I just
I'm
want
gonna
to
let
make sure
Mr.
that we
I'm
don't
gonna let
run out of
Mr.
time or have someone move
What's
to
that?
adjourn before we're like done.
I just need, yes, I need.
So,
yeah.
so just to remind everybody, the motion that I made, which was adopted by this body,
Could we have quiet in the room, please, Aaron? Just a minute. Could we have quiet in the room, please, so the speaker could be heard? Could we have quiet in the room, please, so the speaker could be heard? Mr. Starr, please.
so basically, so dilly-dallying doesn't affect people's rights here. What I had moved and what this body had adopted is that we will adjourn 30 minutes after the votes are turned into the tellers on this election, or unless hotel management throws us out, whichever is sooner. So I'm told, though, right now that hotel manager is not going to throw us out. So we'll have 30 minutes after voting is complete to do other business.
So 30 minutes after,
Yeah, so if
whichever is sooner, correct?
If 15 minutes from now, let's say, that's not what I said. If 15 minutes from now, let's say, the final votes are turned into the tellers, you will then have 30 minutes more business to do and be adjourned unless the hotel management throws us out first. And they're not doing that.
No, it was a point of information, Karen Ann. Somebody wouldn't know what the situation was.
So that was the motion that was adopted.
Don't ask me why I'm up here. No, don't even say that.
That was adopted.
So does everybody understand the situation that we're in now? The current motion on the floor for the use of this room and for the ending of this convention is 30 minutes past the time when all the ballots are turned in or when the hotel throws us out, whichever is sooner, okay?
Mr. Chair, would it be in order to make a motion to go ahead and extend
I can't hear
time?
you. What?
Would it be in order to make a motion to go ahead and extend time even further than that at this point?
Are we doing motions now? Yes, it would be.
Okay, I move to James Gentleman, delegate from Minnesota. I'm so sorry. I'm very, very tired and more than a little inebriated. I move to extend time until 5 o'clock p.m. this evening.
Are we allowed to take motions from inebriated people? There's been a motion. My assumption is that you're making a motion to suspend the rules to extend time to 5 o'clock, correct?
I'm being told that it's a better idea to extend time until we've completed business.
No.
Okay, 5 o'clock it is.
It's not a good idea if you want to make it out here alive.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I will defer to your expertise.
Is there opposition to this motion?
Yes.
All right, requires 2/3, Richard? Yeah, 5 o'clock. Okay, yeah. It's a motion to suspend the rules to extend time to 5 o'clock unless we get thrown out sooner, I would assume, correct?
By all means.
All in favor, please stand. Oh, was there a second? I'm sorry.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please stand. That's a lot of people. Please sit down. All opposed, please stand. Motion passes clearly. All right, so right now we are at the point where we're going to stay here until 5 o'clock unless we get thrown out sooner. As the former chair of Indiana and Don Rainwater's campaign manager, I would like to beg the indulgence of the convention. Don traveled all the way out here at his own expense to make the closing speech, and I would like to have him do that now for 15 minutes, and then maybe we'll have the voting all counted and get on. Anybody have an objection to that? Who objected? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing the man who ran the best gubernatorial campaign in the history of the Libertarian Party ever, Donald Rainwater.
First of all, thank you, everyone, for taking the time to come out here and participate in this process. When I was nominated as the Libertarian gubernatorial candidate in Indiana in 2020, I expected a typical Libertarian campaign. We got anything but. Shortly after I accepted the nomination, our incumbent Republican governor did us the tremendous favor of locking down the state of Indiana, closing places of worship, and leaving open things like liquor stores. And his base was not pleased. And so they looked around for an option, and they found me. And I was not prepared for that. And then the governor decided to tell us that some Hoosiers were essential and some were not. That some businesses were essential and some were not. And more of his base, more citizens of the state of Indiana, got mad at him and looked for something better. And they found me. And I was not prepared for that. Because I was expecting a typical Libertarian campaign. Run it yourself, struggle to earn money, get donations, try to ask for volunteers when people are busy, especially in a pandemic where half the time you're not allowed to leave the house or go or do anything. And so I was not prepared for the people who needed the libertarian message at a time when what they thought was government that was for them, for the people, when they found out that that was not the case. I was not prepared. Then he did me a tremendous favor, and he came out and announced that he was going to unilaterally do a mask mandate with a criminal penalty. The day, exactly, boo. The day before he did that, I was trying to figure out how I was going to disperse 50-yard signs to people who had requested them in the state of Indiana. Within 36 hours after he did that, I had requests for over 1,000-yard signs in the state of Indiana. And I sure as hell was not prepared for that. Many of you know Mark Rutherford. I tell people that I'm a Mark Rutherford libertarian. Mark is one of my great mentors. And I called Mark and I said, Mark, I need help, man. I can't do this by myself. What am I going to do? And Mark does what every good mentor does. He said, let's call Sam Goldstein. We'll talk him into being your campaign manager. And so, reluctantly, Sam agreed. And we put together a small team that began to grow because traditional Republican activists reached out to our campaign and said, we like what Rainwater stands for and we want to help. And we weren't prepared for that. We ended up with a team of 17 people, all volunteers from all over the state of Indiana, doing logistics, volunteer work of all types, phone banking, knocking on doors, because voters were ready for something that they could believe in. They had been lied to, they had been cheated, they were being mistreated by the people they had voted for, and they were done with it. And I was not prepared for that. Now, we were able to achieve second place votes in 33 out of 92 Indiana counties. But folks, I have a message for you today. If I had been prepared for any of that, who knows what we could have done? I believe that the two old parties have become so complacent, and they have become so bent on not only consuming each other but themselves that voters are looking for the next Donald Rainwater, and that person is probably in this room. So I'm going to ask some of you to do me a favor. If you are running for office in 2022, would you please stand up? If you are running for public office. Now, here's the important part. If you have, stay standing, if you have a campaign manager and a treasurer, sit down. If you don't, if the only campaign manager or treasurer you have is you, keep standing up. And everybody in this room, look at the people standing up. They are not prepared and they need your help. If we are going to take advantage of the opportunities that the two old parties are just too happy to give us in 2022 and beyond, we must be prepared. We need to train our candidates how to do two things: talk to voters and ask for money. I learned that from Sam. Now, I've walked around here all weekend long, and I've had people walk up to me and tell me they were running for office. And they talked to me for a few minutes, and you know, not one of them looked at me and said, "Mr. Rainwater, will you donate to my campaign?" I'm telling you right now, folks, see me afterward. I'm telling you right now, if you're running for office and you can't ask the people in this room for money, how the hell are you going to get enough to compete with the millions of dollars the old parties get funneled to them? We need to be prepared. When you walk out of this building, this is over. And the hard work starts. The hard work of being prepared. I don't accept when people tell me libertarians can't get elected. Yes, we can. We just need to be prepared. It is incumbent upon all of us who want to see the world set free in our lifetime to get candidates prepared, to get campaign managers prepared, to get treasurers prepared, and to get out here and go kick some ass. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a hobby. This is not a game. And I'll tell you what, this is not about me or you. It's about posterity. It's about our kids and our grandkids. And people ask me, do you think you can make things better? And I say, no, I'm just trying to hang on and not let them get any worse. We need everyone in this room to look in the mirror and decide, what is my talent? What can I do? And then get up and go do it. In Indiana, we have a Secretary of State's race this year. That's our ballot access race in Indiana. We have a candidate by the name of Jeff Moore, M-A-U-R-E-R. His website is MAURERFORINDIANA.com, Moore for Indiana. If you don't know what to do with your extra cash, please go donate to that campaign. Because if we can get second place votes in Indiana counties for Jeff Moore, the way we got them for me, we get to kick somebody off the election board in every county. We get second place votes or better, and then we get to put a Libertarian on the election board in that county. And folks, we need your help because we're not prepared. None of us are prepared. We need to do better. We can do better, and with your help, we will all do better in 2022 and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Don. The Secretary has been asked to be recognized for a point of order. Personal privilege. Karen Ann, Ms. Harlows.
I don't think this is on. Is this on?
Is the Secretary's mic on?
Well, then I'll come up there.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to say something that might not be entirely popular. Everyone has a right to put in write-ins, but just because you have a right to do something doesn't make it right to do. The people that you are making with these hundreds of write-ins that have no chance of winning, these are the people you're punishing. And John Wilford has to do those minutes. You're punishing him and them. Now, you have a right to do that, but part of libertarianism is exercising your rights wisely and courteously. Oh, no, they suspended the rules to do motions now.
What kind of motion?
Any kind of motion.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Hang on just a second. I'm trying to figure out where we are.
We could.
Looks like we got more than 400. Oh,
No, they overruled me and said we can move on to. Yes, and
I mean, I can
no,
see it. There's still 400 people in here.
I know.
Still looks
They
as
just
full as
need
it.
to have motions, but someone could move.
Yeah, it still looks
Here's
like we
platform
still have the same
table
amount of
or
people
the
we had.
Platform tokens that they want.
I mean, yeah, we have a little chunk there, but we're
No,
still well over
that was
400.
moved to be after.
Second to that motion? Virginia, how much longer do you guys have? Virginia, Do you really want to exclude a state from voting in this election?
So, hey, this is James Repass, Virginia Dugout. They're doing their final tally right now. They're just having some issues and trying to finish up.
I have a very important announcement. The chair is back in the room, and he gets to deal with this stuff. I already beat up your gavel, Ken. There's a motion on the floor to end balloting in 5 minutes. There was a second.
Close polling.
To close voting, balloting for this
Close polling,
office in
close
5
polling.
minutes.
To close polling.
To close polling in 5 minutes. There was a second. This is debatable. You want to speak to your motion, please?
They've had plenty of time. Everybody can.
Hang
see what's
on just a
going
second.
here. There's no. That's why I waited the first time.
We're looking to see if it's debatable or not.
I moved the previous question, Mr. Chair.
What about debatable?
Tom Thomas, Colorado delegation.
The motion is not debatable, so we'll move to a vote. All in favor? It takes a 2/3 vote. All in favor of closing balloting for the Judicial Committee election in 5 minutes, please stand. That's a lot of people. Okay, sit. Opposed? Please stand. Clearly carries. What time is it? So balloting, Virginia, you have 5 minutes to get your votes in if you want your ballots to count in this race. And I am giving the gavel back to the chair.
I'd just like to thank Sam Goldstein. He is a no-nonsense man. All right. With my nicotine and alcohol levels replenished. Where are we at? What microphone was recognized last? 2 was recognized last, so we're going to go to 3.
Hi, Ken. Ovens O'Brien from California with a point of personal privilege first. I just wanted to remind, I know I addressed the delegates yesterday, but I wanted to remind you all that, it's our last day, and if you need a photo, I also forgot to mention to those of you who aren't familiar with me that I don't charge you for photos. I mean, you guys give me money because you're great, but you don't have to. So if you need a campaign photo, if you're running for office, you're considering running for office, you're running for something within your local party, whatever, I highly recommend you come and get a photo, and it doesn't bother me to ask me. I've been standing in this line and people ask me, and I keep going and doing that, and they've been great enough to give me back, which is awesome. So first, I wanted to just say that. And I also wanted to thank you, Ken, for everything you've been doing up there. Seriously, you've been such a trooper. You've been a fantastic trooper.
Thank you. I just realized there was one announcement I was supposed to make when I got up here, but because the vote was happening right as it was happening. We are going to lose House AV. The AV that we have here, we're going to lose that very, very soon. The guys are going to start tearing it down around us. Where they are working, stay clear. Yes, and also as the sound disappears, I believe that I was told that certain people had brought bullhorns, and despite the fact that there are signs outside that say no bullhorns, they suddenly become quite necessary.
Mr. Chair, microphone, whatever this is, 3, 1. While you were out of the room, we voted to end business at 5 o'clock.
Okay. I'm not sure if the AV will last until 5 is my only concern, but my main issue is that I want to make sure that as the AV guys start tearing stuff down, please stay out of their way, because they have things to do, they have lives. They're not here to argue over bylaws and stuff, I promise. So, I mean, some of them at least are members of our party, just so you know, or were anyway. I don't know if they still are, but they were. Yes. All right, that's a 2-minute warning for Virginia.
So I just point of inquiry on microphone 3. So Virginia has not put in their ballots yet, correct?
Virginia has what
They're not
on
done,
3?
okay.
Where? What?
I was just checking, so they haven't put in yet.
So
So
guess
we
not.
don't have, people aren't making motions on the floor yet because.
No.
Okay.
So we're still in inquiry-only mode. Microphone 1.
Kate Prather, Texas. Just a point of personal privilege. I had won a gala auction item last night and I was unable to pick it up. Is there a way to do that for anybody else like me who was not able to pick up their one gala auction item?
I would suggest that that would probably go to Jim Turney, the chair of the Convention Oversight Committee, initially, and he would probably know who is in possession of your item.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Or or direct you to who does, because I don't know. I go to Jim. Jim will go somewhere else. Jim Turney, do you know where? He's coming up to. I think he's coming up to the microphone to tell us. By the way, if those who don't know Jim Turney, he's a great guy. He's been around a long time, and took over. 2 months ago. Became the chair of the Convention Oversight Committee, picked it up and ran with it. So give Jim Turney a quick round of applause.
Thank you.
And then Jim gives us the answer.
Here's the answer. Right now, for the AV crew to be able to get out of here under our agreement, they're going to have to pull cables, take down screens, but you see these beautiful lights we've been enjoying up here, that's on a truss. It has to get lowered down here for them to be able to pack up their truck. They're leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning for their next event. That's when the truck pulls out. And I want to make an addendum to what Karen Ann Harlos just said about your rights. I asked the hotel as well, okay, do we have any contractual problems to stay in the room for the rest of the day? And they said no, but we can't hold staff waiting past the end of time of the event. So they've hired staff based on what we told them we were going to do. And that means they've got a staff problem anyway. As you all know, staff shortages are common around the country these days, and we've seen them in the hotel and the consequences, the longer lines at the restaurants. So if we're going to be not just exercising our rights, but doing so politely and to quote Karen Ann, her beautiful comment, we really ought to get this done, close it off, so that the hotel staff, which is waiting here for us, to clear this room and allow the AV crew to finish, allow them to do their job with the hotel, that would really be a respectful way to keep our agreement.
All right. So, with that information in mind, good news, all the ballots have been turned in.
Orders of the day.
So, I believe maybe while I had stepped away that there was a motion passed that we're going to keep on trucking, right? With that, yeah. So the next item, I believe, is the Platform Committee report, which, if I'm not mistaken, by our rules, starts. What's that? Oh yeah, we did vote for honors part 2, didn't? When did we do awards? Okay. Hold on one second.
I have a point of information.
Hey, hold on one second. I want to remember. I'm trying to. Do you remember when we put the award ceremony? Did we do it now? It failed? Okay. All right. I'm being told that motion failed by the secretary. So that means we are at platform. That means that the first item, if I remember correctly, Madam Secretary, are the deletion tokens. Yes. And the first one to be considered, and these are, for those unfamiliar, I think everybody's familiar, I think that's what this is all about, but for those unfamiliar or perhaps watching at home, the tokens have been put into a box, a certain number were reached, and now we do an up or down vote on whether or not to delete a plank. And the first plank that is to be considered is 1.5. Am I supposed to be giving this, or is Platform supposed to be giving this?
I do not know.
We've never done this, have we?
Oh, we have.
Oh, we have.
I did not state it last time the chair did.
I'm doing the one, okay, I do the deletion and the Platform Committee gets a report. Perfect. All right, so, Madam Secretary, are you hooked?
I have the platform on the screen if
I don't know if they're still up anymore. Okay, I think we lost him because that's the whole AV's tearing down thing. So if you go out to lp.org and you go out and look at the platform.
And I can read it. Oh, this isn't on, but I can read the
Okay.
Oh, okay. The plank reads 1.5, abortion. Recognizing that abortion is a sensitive issue and that people can hold good faith views on all sides, we believe that government should be kept out of the matter, leaving the question to each person for their conscientious consideration.
All right, and I apologize. I have two quick announcements from COC. Number one, the signs are not souvenirs. They stay with the party. The state signs, keep them here. Number two, oh crap, I forgot what number two was. What was number two? Oh yeah, the auction. Registration desk. Yep, go to the registration desk if you won the auctions. Sorry. There we go. So that's back to me, isn't it? Oh, okay.
50%, no debate.
Yeah, 50% up or down. Okay.
No debate.
And so is it, how do I ask the question? Delete?
Shall plank 1.5 be deleted? Yes or no?
Okay. Shall plank 1.5 be deleted? Yes. And so, yes.
It's non-debate.
Okay. All right. The former chair, Sarwark, has suggested that it may be quicker if we do this with an actual ballot. That's what I needed to know.
I thought he had to come to the mic to say something instead of go
Real
right to
quick,
the chair.
his rationale,
How is he recognized?
Sarwark has a micro
they're not going to
penis.
listen. They're not going to listen. I know. They're not going to listen. It doesn't matter. All right. Okay. Guys, please, hold on. Guys. Listen, if you don't mind, we have the time now. Let's just listen to Nick for one moment. Mr. Sarwark, for one moment. But no, less than, not 2 minutes. That's way too long.
Orders of the day.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Mr. Molman.
Yes.
Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Ohio. This is a time fight. If we vote, there will be divisions, there will be standing counts, there will be objections. A ballot is taken by each delegation chair with the ayes and the noes of their delegation, and then that number is final. It cannot be objected to. You can't take extra time. Once the ballots are in, it's done.
How did he get to the front of the line
all right.
and speak when
we can do a counting vote?
Here's what we're going to do.
Counting vote.
The procedure does not call for this. Yeah. This is not the procedure. The procedure is just correct. We're not set up for this. This is not the procedure that is required, and therefore we will just try the easy route and see if we can get away with it. All right. But because I expect it to be a little bit close, I'm actually going to ask for a rising vote on this because it is an emotional issue, and I think that'll be easier than shouting at me. So, all those in favor of deleting platform plank 1.5, please rise. All right, I hope I got that. Those opposed to deleting the plank, please rise. Shit. I know what's going to happen next, but I'm going to rule that the plank is deleted.
Without debate.
I knew there would be a call for division,
Division.
and I will hear that call for division. It was close enough that I am going to allow the division. So all
Point of
those
order,
in
Mr. Chair. The call for division is dilatory.
I'm going to rule in this case that it is not because it was
I
a.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
I had a point of order.
I withdraw the appeal.
Is the appeal withdrawn? Okay. Let's just do this standing count, and then we're done, and we have it official with the numbers on the record. Okay, guys? It is a big deal. All right. Crack Teller team, again, thank you all again for this. I know. And I mean, look at this. By the way, Pat Dixon from Texas and Mimi Robson from California, like, they're not tired of counting. I mean, I'm just saying. All right. Those in favor of deleting plank 1.5, please rise. And tellers, do your thing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
$25. 23.
27.
29.
So why go through motions deep to get here when we could just do it?
$51.
Hold on, sir. Sir, you're fine.
Mr. Chair?
$25.
Our piece of the platform committee report is still up here? Because we can't display on the screen anymore. People are going to need to look.
That's weird. If it happens again, I'm gonna call shenanigans. Just saying. Wow, that was wow. No, 141, 142, 141. Like the rows were very similar. It's just creepy. That's all. Anyway. All right. Now we do it again. All those opposed, please rise.
Interesting. It's interesting.
Oh, tell the chair, please.
Yes. No, twice. I swear to God, yeah. 66. 66. Wasn't quite. 66. Thank you. So creepy how all the numbers are almost the same in both. Just weird. Those numbers: 69, 66, 67, 66.
No, it's a clear.
All right, good news. We have results for this, and I believe also the Judicial Committee right after this. So,
But the problem is we can't display.
well, yeah. mean, that's, we can display on this screen.
Okay.
And
No,
then
my
the-
screen's not displaying there either.
Well, no, we'll just have to ask House if
Okay.
they can move it there. So, all right. In this vote, to delete platform plank 1.5, the ayes are 512, the nays are 268. The motion passes. Microphone 2.
I have a motion to suspend the rules pending the reading of the next plank that should be up.
I'm sorry.
I have a motion pending a reading of the next plank. Sorry, I spoke too soon.
Okay. I believe the next item of business then is the consideration of the deletion of plank 3.5.
Do you want to announce the results first
I did.
of the JC?
Oh, the JC. I'm so sorry. No. But we have to review it.
Do you want me to, do you want them to, I mean,
Hey.
it's going to take a while. I think probably we should do that.
Okay. You know what? Let's do this. I have a great idea. We've all been in this hall for a really long time. Why don't we take, hold on. We have to let the state delegation chairs validate the results. We have to do that. So the rest of us, though, don't have to do that. We can take a break. Sucks to be the delegate chair, doesn't it? So why don't we take a 15-minute recess and let the state delegation chairs review the Judicial Committee ballots to make sure that they're all correct state by state, and then we will not release the results until we return. Does that sound good?
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest something different?
Okay, wait. Mr. Starr has an idea. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Can we just
Objection.
Can we just dispense with 3.5 first, and then do what you want to do?
We could do that. We could dispense with 3.5 first, and then we do that. We could do that. Is that? That is the orders of the day. So, that is actually the orders of the day. So I'm hearing clapping, and unless somebody else makes a motion for recess from the floor, then I'm just going to keep going. So, all right. All right. We're going to
Mr. Chair, microphone 3.
Yep, microphone 3.
I have a motion to suspend the rules, if it's well taken. It's a compromise on amendment. I'm sorry, plank 3.5.
No, he tried to do that.
Unfortunately, amendments are not in order. It is required. It is an up or down vote.
It's a rule suspension, sir.
I appeal.
Give me just 1 second. I need to make sure it's not in the bylaws.
Okay, we appear to have a conflict on the floor.
Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. If you, Mr. Sarwark, if you have been assaulted, that is your right to press charges. I want to ask this body, everyone, please, please. We can argue, and we can debate, and we can disagree, and we can yell, and we can scream, but our values are that we do not initiate force. I understand tempers flare. You got to see a little bit of mine earlier, and I apologize for that. And I think that perhaps my original idea of taking a 15-minute recess might not be so dumb anymore. Maybe we need to take a little break. Tempers are high. We can pick right back up where we are. I promise you.
Mr. Chair, I'm withdrawing mine. I believe my colleague on microphone 2 has
I just want to ask, can we take a 15-minute recess to cool our heads? Okay.
Can my screen be displayed?
Okay. I tried. I get it.
Do you want to display my screen?
All right,
so
yeah,
wait.
please, you can, down here, House AV, if you guys are back there at all, if there's any way you can put the secretary's screen on the monitors. I know you guys are busy doing stuff, but when you get to that, please, if you could put that on there. All right. What's that? Yeah. No, I know, I understand. I'm just saying when they get a chance, they need to do that. We're back. We were going to hear a thing, we were deciding whether it was in order or not, but Aaron Starr is now at the microphone, which means it's going to be a legit motion, because that's how that rolls most of the time, like 90-something%.
Okay, so let me preface this, folks. So the normal process here, of course, is that these votes are cast without amendment or debate. However, let me preface this by saying that there's only one sentence in this blank that people are really bothered by. And I'd like to substitute that sentence as follows. We condemn bigotry as irrational and repugnant, and replace it with, we uphold and defend the rights of every person, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other aspect of their identity.
Okay. So what I'm hearing, and I need to, Mr. Starr, have you looked in the bylaws to make sure that we are allowed to suspend this rule?
This is in Rule 5.
I understand, but there's nothing in the bylaws that prevents.
Nothing in the bylaws that prevents this.
I just, because of the nature of this, I want to make darn sure. Give me just one moment.
Thank you. I think it's just easier just to get it done. It'll just add complications if I have other people speak.
Mr. Starr, I do need that in writing. Mr. Starr.
I got it.
Ms. Harless, if I may, I just emailed it to your Gmail address.
Thank you.
I'll ask.
Thank you. You got it. That's the right one. Oh, yeah, you're perfect. Thank you.
So,
Then that is in order, Mr. Starr. Thank you. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure we weren't
thank you.
violating the bylaws.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, if it's...
I heard you make that motion. I'm fairly certain I heard multiple seconds.
Absolutely, but I'd like to ask for your indulgence.
All right.
So
Everyone, please. Mr. Starr does have the floor, and he is speaking to his motion, I believe.
So I don't want to take credit for the language that was drafted. This was drafted by Spike Cohen. And I think it would be courteous, since I'm kind of making the motion as his surrogate, but I think it would be courteous just to allow him 2 minutes to speak in favor of this before we come to a vote, if the body's willing to do that.
That's right. It's because it's a suspension of the rules, so it's not. I will ask if there's any objection to hearing the rationale for this substitution.
Okay.
There is an objection, therefore, I'm sorry, it's out of order. I'm sorry.
So in that case, we'll just go for a vote.
We go right to a vote.
Okay.
And this is a motion to suspend, so it does take 2/3. Mr. Starr, if you could read that again, please.
Just 1 second.
And actually, be sure to eat that microphone so everyone can hear, and everyone else, any side conversations, out.
Would you like me to read the entire plank, what it is now, and then what it will be? Okay, hold on. I got it. So the plank currently reads, and I'll just read it in full. Libertarians embrace the concept that all people are born with certain inherent rights. We reject the idea that a natural right can ever impose an obligation upon others to fulfill that right. We condemn bigotry as irrational and repugnant. Government should neither deny nor abridge any individual's human right based upon sex, wealth, ethnicity, creed, age, national origin, personal habits, political preference, or sexual orientation. Members of private organizations retain their rights to set whatever standards of association they deem appropriate, and individuals are free to respond with ostracism, boycotts, and other free market solutions. That's the current plank language. What I'm proposing is that we replace the words, we condemn bigotry as irrational and repugnant, with the following language. We uphold and defend the rights of every person, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other aspect of their identity, period. I could read the whole thing with it if you'd like. Is that pretty clear?
You know what? You are basically verbalizing the 3-column format, so let's hear it as if it were amended.
Point of order.
All right.
Point of personal privilege.
That's not interrupt.
Is it an actual point of order?
It is an actual point of personal privilege.
What?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Ohio. Mr. Chair, can you
Hold this for me.
please tell me where we are in the business? I would like to know what is happening.
Okay, where we are right now is we are considering the deletion of plank 3.5, which then has had a motion to suspend the rules to, instead of deleting the entire plank, amend as being read by Mr. Starr. And Mr. Starr is about to read how it would read after it was amended. He's read how it exists today, the proposal itself, and he's going to then read what it will read, the full plank will read after, if amended, if it passes.
So to understand this, it is a motion to suspend to not do the up or down vote on deletion, but rather to open up consideration of an amendment?
It is to suspend the...
We're not going to do the up and down vote on deletion if the suspension of the rules occurs. Is that right?
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
All right. Mr. Starr, if you would not mind.
So the language as amended, if this should be adopted by 2/3, will read as follows. Libertarians embrace the concept that all people are born with certain inherent rights. We reject the idea that a natural right can ever impose an obligation upon others to fulfill that right. We uphold and defend the rights of every person regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other aspect of their identity. Government should neither deny nor abridge any individual's human right based upon sex, wealth, ethnicity, creed, age, national origin, personal habits, political preference, or sexual orientation. Members of private organizations retain their rights to set whatever standards of association they deem appropriate, and individuals are free to respond with ostracism, boycotts, and other free market solutions, period.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Mr. Chair?
As noted, this is a motion to suspend, and it is not debatable. There was objection to allowing debate on the motion, and so we are moving to a vote on whether to adopt this, or to suspend the rules to consider the motion, correct? Or does it adopt it?
It's adopt. It's suspend
To adopt.
and adopt.
So this actually does all of it. It is combine, suspend, adopt, the whole shebang. Thank you for doing it as a
Mr. Chair?
combined motion. Yes.
Point of privilege?
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to let the body know that this amendment was actually authored and put forward by Spike Cohen as a compromise.
And I mentioned that.
All right. That's debate, and I'll rule that out of order, but it also doesn't matter because we're moving to a vote. So here we go. Again, if you are in support of this substitution and amendment and everything happening, so if we pass this, what Mr. Starr read to you will be the language that our platform reads. It requires 2/3 to make this happen. Those in favor, please stand up. Those opposed, please stand. The motion passes.
Looking at the JC tallies over here.
Tallies are where? Over here on this
Yeah, they've been coming and reviewing.
All right, real quick here. We have JC results as noted, but we need to make sure all the delegation chairs are cool, that everybody's good, and I'm going to give you all just a couple of minutes if you're not.
Done.
They are done? We're done? Everybody's come up and checked? Oh, well, even better. Is there a delegation chair that has not checked the results up here? Come up quick. if you haven't. All right. All right. I'm just going to give you all just a minute to look over your specific state's results. They're also up here on this monitor here.
Find out if there's enough votes.
This is even more exciting because I'm going to get to know first. And then I just have to announce it. Y'all can't even see it. I don't have TVs.
Mr. Chair, microphone 1, point of personal privilege.
Microphone 1.
Mark Montoni from Colorado.
Mr. Montoni is recognized. If we could keep the side chatter down, please. We're just waiting for the delegation chairs to validate, a few of them to validate the results. So let's keep moving with business, but that requires you guys to not have chit-chat out in the rows and in the halls and stuff. Mr. Montoni.
Point of personal privilege. I believe when someone makes a motion, they are supposed to sit down and wait their turn in line after they are done presenting their motion.
I believe that is the case unless every other person in that line gives them permission to move ahead of them. I believe you are correct.
This line has stayed very static for a long time, so is this one. I don't know about the other one. I can't see it. But we need to make sure that everybody is given a chance to speak.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Mr. Montoni. Though somewhat abused, as you know, I am very much in favor of making sure everyone has a chance to be heard. So if you see somebody new in line, please give them a shot to get to the mic. Let them have their say. I remember my first convention the first time in the mic. It's a fond memory. All right, so where are we at here? It looks like just got a couple states here. One state, maybe? 2 states? Oh, we're scrolling, so I can look at my state did.
Okay. Is that, no, not yet.
Oh, no, so sad. We got cut off up here. Oh, no, we're back.
Okay, let me know when he's done with DC, because I can't go to Texas. I need to get
And to be fair, AV guys, I'm acting like I'm sad, but at the same time, I know you guys need to leave. So if you need to shut stuff off, just do it. Like, I mean, I'll be sad about it, but I'm just saying. Yes, where are we at?
Seating recognition on microphone 3, point of personal privilege.
Microphone 3.
This is Derek Thompson from the Minnesota delegation. Just wanted to say that this party is now changed forever.
Yeah. I did.
Mr.
We
Chair,
have one right
microphone
here
1.
that we're waiting on. Mr. Goldstein, microphone 1.
I move we adjourn this convention.
Mr. Goldstein,
no one did anyone second that.
Is that amendable?
there has been a motion and a second.
Yeah, but it's debatable, because it would dissolve the assembly.
It is, I believe it is debatable, is what I'm hearing.
Mr. Chairman?
So, yeah.
So,
And it can't be done while...
no, we'll amend it. We'll amend it.
Right. So, all right. So it is a debatable motion. So, Mr. Goldstein, would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if the room will be quiet so they can hear me.
Yes, everyone, please, please, please.
I'll make an amendment.
I think we have finished most of the business we're going to get done today. We're not going to get through the rest of the platform report. We're not going to touch the bylaws report. We're not going to do the awards. We're not going to do the treasurer's report and audit report, which are really, we should hear because that's essential to the LNC moving forward and the body of the delegates knowing what's going on. So if we're not going to do any of the rest of that, let's just go ahead and adjourn and get on with the business of the party by going home and winning elections. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Is there a speaker against?
Yes.
So, yes.
A microphone, too.
So I'd like to actually move to amend this slightly. I agree with Mr. Goldstein mostly. I'd rather the motion read as follows. I move to adjourn sine die effective upon the announcement of the results of this election for the Judicial Committee.
All right. There is a motion to amend the... We always make this stuff hard on ourselves. Motion to amend, the motion to adjourn sine die, and a second to that. So now... That's still debatable, right? That's still debatable. So now we're in debate. What?
Well, whenever.
Call the question.
Yeah, well,
You can't just.
hang on 1 second. Did you speak in favor of your motion? You did, right?
I think it's fair that people want to know what the results of the Judicial Committee elections are. But I don't see any other business that is so pressing that we need to keep this going and delay the AV people from being able to leave and get their other work done.
Okay. All right, so that was in favor. Does anyone want to speak against the amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Call
Ms.
the
Harlow.
question.
You have to be recognized.
I
right,
recognize
thank you.
Ms. Harlow's.
It's against the amendment and actually the underlying motion. I guess what's essential is in the eyes of the beholder, and I'm just going to say once again, if you're going to keep asking committee volunteers, and I understand bylaws is affected as well, but bylaws was heard partially in 2020, and now you're going to have 4 years of volunteers on the platform committee. We could move to suspend the rules to go through each of the proposals quickly, up, down, up, down, up, down, and at least you've shown that committee some respect. It don't even need debate. I think if you just consider it with quick up, downs, they will feel like they haven't been ignored for 4 years. I've chaired this committee for 4 years with a lot of the same volunteers. And I have to tell you, they're just wondering if we just can't schedule and plan conventions properly in order to hear our business. And we shouldn't be abusing our volunteers this way.
All right. So we've heard someone in favor, someone against. This is just the amendment that we're speaking to right now. Is there someone else who wants to speak in favor of the amendment? I'm hearing no one else wanting to speak to the amendment, so we're going to move to a vote on the amendment. This is the majority vote. Those in favor, let's just do it by voice. That'll be fun. Those in favor say aye. Of the amendment. Just amend to that we would not adjourn until the results are known. So this is just the amendment. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed? Ooh. All right, I'm gonna make everybody stand up, sorry. We're gonna get our exercise in today. Get Fit Caucus. Everybody in favor, stand up. This is just the amendment. Just keep in mind, this is just the amendment.
Yeah, this isn't the main vote.
All right. This is Aaron Starr's amendment. I'm sorry, this is the amendment proposed by Aaron Starr. It's not his amendment, it's proposed by him.
There's still another vote after this.
There is
You
another
can
vote
still
after
vote
this.
on the amended motion
Yes.
after it's done.
So this is just the amendment. All right. Those opposed, please stand. Holy crap, that's close, but I'm going to rule that fails. It's close, but I'm going to rule that it fails. All right. Do we actually have the results?
Yes, we do.
Oh, hey, would you accidentally put that up on the screen for me? In case this passes? Okay. Hey, look, those are winners, and it's all 7 people. I mean, I'd like to announce it, but we're in the middle of a motion. So, we're on a motion to adjourn, sign die. And those are the results down there. They're right there. Right there. And there's 7 people. So, although that might be a problem, because I know one of them might not be, we'll have to figure that out. Anyway, we will have to figure that out.
If there's a vacancy, as long as there's 4
Yeah.
JC
Yep.
members, they fill their vacancy.
You're correct. So, all right. That said, we're on a motion to adjourn, and we are, that's still debatable, so we heard...
Point of inquiry, please. Mic number 2.
This is microphone 2. I'm looking for someone to speak in favor of adjournment right now. Seeing no one in favor. How about against? Who wants to speak against adjournment?
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized at mic number 1.
Number 1.
See, the time is 4:32. I think we have time to at least start the platform report. So if we could leave the adjournment at 5 o'clock, which I believe it's already set to. By the way, I'm Pietro Geraci from New York. I think it's already set to 5. Let's just go to 5. Let's at least start the platform report. If we don't get through the whole thing, we don't get through the whole thing. But Ms. Harlos is correct. Show some respect to the work that those volunteers have put in over the last 4 years. Let's hear what they have to propose.
All right. All right.
As much as we
All right,
can.
order. Guys, if you want to save your time, order.
Let's
All
as
right.
much as we can and just adjourn at 5.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grassi. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in favor of adjournment?
personal information.
Or personal information.
I'm at the Ramada, and the bus leaves at 5. If we don't adjourn till 5, there's a good likelihood I miss the bus. Will you somehow take care of our transportation to the Ramada?
I cannot take care of anyone's individual transportation.
Can we get back to my point of inquiry?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you had a point of inquiry at number 2. A point of inquiry at number 2.
Okay, what we are working on right now, debating, is a motion to adjourn. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the ruling of the chair is that a motion to adjourn is debatable and amendable?
Sign die, yes.
Okay, if it's on die, if it's just a motion to adjourn, it's not, but if it's on die, it is that?
We would be adjourning sign die, and so therefore it is amendable. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Anybody else?
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Star Child from California. We are eating up time with this debate over adjournment. I would like to call the question so that we can.
There we go.
So we can stay in
All right.
session and continue until 5 o'clock and get through as much as we can,
All right.
as the gentleman said, and
There we go.
Carrie Ann Harless said.
We are calling the question. The question's been. There's been a call. Oh my gosh! Now we got to do 2 votes. All right. So there's been a asked to call a question. There's been many seconds. Those in favor of calling question, closing debate. Those raise your hand. Hands and eyes and all that stuff. Those opposed. Yeah, I kind of figured it'd be like that. All right. So now we actually have to vote on the actual motion to adjourn. Those in favor of adjourning, please raise your hand. Yes. It is signed aye. Yes, sir. It means we don't have another day. We're done. So, yes, it means the convention is over. So, those in favor of adjourning signed aye, please raise your hand. Wave it in the air like you just don't care. All right, those opposed. That fails. The motion to adjourn fails. We are back. And hey, look at here. There's Judicial Committee results. Maybe I should announce those. All
Put right. It up without
Since
making an announcement, taking the time with that, so we can just get to platform.
I'm going to do this very quickly. That way it's all official. In order, I believe, if I've got it right, and if I don't, too bad. Blake Tarnoff, Rob Stratton. Looks like next is Michael Seebeck. Yeah. Stephen Kinsella. Ken Krawchuk. Mark Montoni. And Rob Latham. And there are a couple things that need to be verified on this. There are requirements in order to serve on the Judicial Committee, but once those are verified, then those will be the Judicial Committee that are seated. If for some reason someone is disqualified because they did not qualify due to the bylaws, rules, and whatnot, those seats will become vacant, and the elected Judicial Committee members will elect the vacancies therein. So, because they can't be seated if they aren't allowed to be elected. So,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
At the risk of angering my committee, but doing the right thing to get as many of our proposals heard, I am moving to suspend the rules unless it's in the article, in the bylaws. Please let me know, Mr. Parliamentarian, to go through each of the proposals with just a single up-down vote. No debate, no amendment, no minority reports.
Second. Objection.
It's in the rules.
Is it in the rules?
It's in order.
It's a rule of order, right? It's a rule.
It's a bylaw. It's in the nature of a rule of order.
Okay.
Point of information.
Yes.
With the JC results. So earlier we said that we would go down to the next up if
We're in the middle
somebody,
of my motion. So
I want to ask a question on how we're going to handle this because it sounds like it was different.
So,
It's okay,
yeah, so unfortunately, the way I understand that it would work for Judicial Committee, because it specifically says that the Judicial Committee fills its own vacancies, that we're not going to be able to validate exactly who was qualified while we're still here. So those vacancies are going to exist past the time that we're here.
That was explained totally differently earlier, but
So I
doesn't really
apologize
matter,
on the Judicial Committee side. So, all right. All right, so does everybody have a copy of this book? Okay, if not, you should go get one. It's at the corner. Anyhow, so there is a motion on the floor.
Yes.
The motion is to suspend the rules.
To go through each of the platform proposals.
To go through
with
each-
each one, single up-down vote, no debate, no amendment, no minority reports.
Okay, and that would be start at proposal 1 and keep going.
Yes, quickly.
Okay.
I will.
Yes,
I will
yes.
give our
So
rationale
it would be a description, a rationale,
and then a vote.
and then a vote, and that's it.
Up, down.
Okay, that is but this is currently, if I understand, it is a bylaw, is that correct?
But it's in the
But it's in the nature
of a rule of order.
of a rule of order.
As long as we go plank by plank, I believe it's in order.
Okay. And that's, okay, okay. I've got lots of agreement going on up here with parliamentarians that are parliamentarians and not me. So, that's a motion to suspend the rules to do this. Is there a second? There are multiple seconds.
Objection.
There is objection. Is it just objection generally, or is it a specific objection?
It's not debatable.
Well, okay.
No, we need to go to a vote on this. It's
Okay,
not
we just
debatable.
go to a vote. Okay, good deal. All right.
Quick point of personal privilege.
Does this make the threshold 50%?
2/3.
2/3.
Two-thirds. It's still up or
Delegate
down,
Steve
still
Hansen,
two-thirds,
Delegate
right?
Washington. Whomever it was that's worried about getting back to the Ramada, if they want to see us over in Washington, see either Steve or Terry, and we'll find them a ride.
That has nothing to do with this motion.
Thank you for that. All right. So, the motion on the floor is to suspend the rules, to go through the platform committee report, proposal by proposal. We would get a description of each one and an up or down vote for each one. This requires it will require 2/3 to pass each of the proposals. It will also require 2/3 to pass the suspension of the rules. So, to make this easy, I'm going to once again ask us all to stand. So, those in favor, please stand. Boy, that's gonna be close. Maybe not. That might be a little. All right, those opposed. It's gonna be that group there. Yeah, that is 2/3. That is 2/3. The motion to suspend passes. Ms. Harlos, I will let you are the chair of the platform committee, if I'm not mistaken. I am. So I will let you do the honors.
Thank you, everyone, for honoring the time of my volunteers. Proposal 1 is to amend current plank 1.1 crime and justice. It's to add I believe it's one sentence to the end of it that reads as follows. Additionally, we support the abolition of qualified immunity so that law enforcement and prosecutors would be held legally accountable for misconduct that leads to wrongful convictions or other acts of injustice. I'm going to give you our quick rationale. We currently lack any statement on the topic of holding police or prosecutors legally accountable for wrongful convictions or other acts, which creates a class of people that can violate the rights of others with impunity.
I just want to quickly note, the platform committee report is both available in the app and on the website. On the website, it's under About Schedule. There's a platform committee link. You can get it there. I know we're running low on the paper copies, but that's where the report is actually posted, just in case you want to need a copy.
Take the vote right now. It's up, down right now.
Oh, okay. Wow, look at that. It's 2/3. All right. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? That passes handily.
All right, thank you, everyone. Proposal number 2, amend current plank 1.9 self-defense. Again, this one is very simple, but I'm going to read the last sentence and tell you how we propose to amend it. The current sentence reads, we oppose all laws at any level of government restricting, registering, or monitoring the ownership, manufacture, or transfer of firearms or ammunition. We propose just to add one phrase at the end, adding or firearms accessories. Let me give my rationale. Our current plague omits this category, and we've seen the government prohibition expand into this area, with a notable example being bump stocks.
I want to read them too. All right, all those in favor of amending the current plank 1 point, is that 1.9? Please, yeah, oh, hey, you're already standing. All right, those opposed? That passes.
Thank you, everyone. The next one is slightly more complicated. Amend current plank 2.13, healthcare. It currently reads, and I'm going to put the amendments where they go. We favor a free market healthcare system. After the sentence, we propose adding, medical facilities, medical providers, and medical products, including drugs, must be freely available in the marketplace without government restrictions or licenses. The rest of the plank remains the same, and then we want to add a sentence to the end that says, we oppose governments either mandating or restricting voluntary access to medical treatments or procedures, including vaccines.
Mr. Chair,
All right.
microphone 3.
No, where are we at? Number three? Number 3.
Darrell Perry, delegate from Maine. I demand a division of this question in accordance with Ronald.
Hold on. Guys, let me hear what he has to say, and then I can answer it. What is it you're asking for?
I'm demanding a division of this vote so that we vote on each question separately. Ronner does allow demands of division.
I'm sorry, we have suspended the rules, and it's an up or down vote, Mr. Perry.
Then I motion to suspend the rules to divide this question.
Mr. Perry has made a motion. Is there a second? All right. We're going to vote on this one time, and then we're going to go. I know, but we're just doing it benefit of the doubt. Those in favor of suspending the rules to allow for division of a plank platform instead of just an up or down vote, please stand up. Those opposed, it's okay. It's his right. Those opposed. All right, that handily fails. We will continue doing these plank by plank. We are now voting on Proposal 3. Amending current plank 2.13, healthcare, with the things that Ms. Harlow's just said. Those in favor, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. See, look, we're getting exercise. All right, it passes handily. Ms. Harlow's.
Proposal 4. It's to amend current plank 3.2, internal security and individual rights. The part I'm about to read, we are proposing to strike. The defense of the country requires that we have adequate intelligence to detect and to counter threats to domestic security. This requirement must not take priority over maintaining the civil liberties of our citizens. The Constitution and Bill of Rights shall not be suspended even during time of war, but we wish to insert in its place. Individual rights shall not be curtailed, whether based on circumstances of war, epidemic, natural disaster, or emergency, or any other pretense. The rest of the plank remains the same.
All right. Here we go. All those in favor of adopting Proposal 4, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. That passes handily. Ms. Harlow's.
Proposal number 5, amend current plank representative government. This is a sentence we propose to add at the beginning. We staunchly defend the rights to petition the government for redress of grievances and to express dissent. These rights are thwarted when government acts behind closed doors. Now I'm going to read part of the current plank so this all makes sense. The current plank, which we're not proposing to amend, goes on to read, we support election systems that are more representative of the electorate at the federal, state, and local levels, and we're adding, such as proportional representation, alternative voting systems, and explicit inclusion of none of the above on all ballots. The plank, where we're not amending it, goes on to read, as private voluntary groups, political parties should be free to establish their own rules for nomination procedures, primaries, and conventions. We call for an end to any tax-financed subsidies to candidates or parties and the repeal of all laws that restrict voluntary financing of election campaigns. We oppose laws that effectively exclude alternative candidates, parties, deny ballot access, gerrymander districts, or deny voters the right to consider all, and we're striking out the word legitimate, alternatives. We advocate initiative, referendum, recall. We're striking the word and because we're adding another thing to this list, repeal, and here's where we're adding, and oppose any effort to deny these options. And then the plank continues, when used as popular checks on government. And I would like to read the rationale here. During the height of COVID, many state and local governments passed unconstitutional mandates and handed down heavy penalties for noncompliance. These obstacles added additional difficulties to collect signatures for ballot access and recall. Also, the First Amendment does not say that there's a right to petition the government for redress of grievances, only if you're not sick. Further, these proposed changes make our position much more clear that government, when it exists, must serve the people it represents, must act in open session, and must be accessible at all times, especially during an emergency.
All right. We're now voting on proposal number 5. Those in favor of proposal number 5, please stand. All right. And those opposed? That motion passes. Ms. Harlos?
Proposal number 6, amend current plank 4.0 omissions. We would like to add a sentence to the beginning. And I'll read the whole thing as it would read, but I'll tell you this is the sentence we're adding. In every matter, we advocate the consistent application of the principle of the non-initiation of coercion, physical force, or fraud. And then the plank goes on to read, our silence about any other particular government law, regulation, ordinance, directive, edict, control, regulatory agency, activity, or machination should not be construed to imply approval. And I'd like to read my rationale. The overriding philosophy of the Libertarian Party envisions a world set free from force and fraud. The current language tells readers what not to assume from silence, but it gives no guidance on how to come to what might be the party positions on issues for which it's currently silenced. By reminding readers of our principle, it gives guidance on how other issues might be viewed and which options would definitely not be possible. It also serves as a satisfying literary bookend to the statement of principles.
All right, we are now voting on proposal number 6 to amend current plank 4.0 emissions. Those in favor, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. That passes. All right, Ms. Harlos.
Thank you. Next one, amend current plank 2.8 marketplace freedom. It currently reads libertarian support free markets. And then we defend the right of individuals to form, and we want to strike, corporations, cooperatives, and other types of entities, and simply replace it with commercial enterprises. Based on voluntary association is how the plank continues. And to add a sentence to the end that we call for a separation of business and state.
All right, those in favor of proposal 7, please rise. Those opposed, please rise. All right, that passes. Number 8.
Okay, this one is slightly more complicated. Amend current plank 3.3 international affairs. I'm going to read it and tell you where there's strikes and additions. American foreign, and now we're striking, policy should seek an America at peace with the world. Our foreign, and then we're continuing policy, and I'll read how the sentence would read, should emphasize, and then striking, defense against attack from abroad and enhance the likelihood of, and we continue, peace, and adding, with all nations, entangling alliances with none, strike by avoiding foreign entanglement. So let me read you the sentence as it would read if amended. American foreign policy should emphasize peace with all nations, entangling alliances with none. And then, in the next sentence, we want to add, it talks about military and economic aid that would end, but we want to add tariffs and economic sanctions and regime change.
All right, those in favor of Proposal 8, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. That amendment passes. Time. All right, there's been a motion and a second to extend time through the end of the platform committee report as we're doing it. Is there objection? I figured there would be. All those in favor of suspending the rules to amend the time that we will adjourn to be the end, yes, you got it. Please stand. And those opposed, please stand. Ooh, it's close, but I think that passes. Yep.
Thank you. Proposal 9, amend.
Yes, Star Child. Hold on.
Suspended the rules.
Yeah, okay.
No, that was
So,
part of the.
it was part of the motion, but maybe only keep it to what was, yeah, I don't know. Try to reduce it. It'll go faster if we do.
It's published. Anyone can see it. It's not like it's a secret.
That's true.
And I've been skipping it
use
when
your
I don't think
discretion.
it's necessary.
Use your discretion.
Proposal 9, amend current plank 3.0, securing liberty. We wish to add this sentence. In the United States, constitutional limits on government were intended to prevent the infringement of individual rights by those in power. Then we're deleting this phrase, the protection of individual rights is, and just continuing the sentence, the proper purpose of government, and then adding, should it exist, is the protection of individual rights. Then we're striking, government is constitutionally limited so as to prevent the infringement of individual rights by the government of itself, and the rest stays the same, except for striking the word "the," which is a stylistic change. And I do want to read this rationale because it might not seem clear. Rearranging some wording makes the plank flow more consistently, and the change regarding the purpose of government makes the plank consistent with the statement of principles, particularly the Dallas Accord amendments to the statement of principles made in 1974, so that there's no confusion on the position of the party. The position of the party is agnosticism on the necessity of the existence of government while keeping clarity that while governments exist, they must be limited and concerned only with the protection of individual rights. It also makes it clear that although the Constitution was intended to protect rights, in many cases it has not done so.
The platform's still going. We're going to keep going.
We're going to get through this.
Yeah, all right. If the body will indulge, our chair-elect, Angela McArdle, would like to address the body for a moment. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got to vote first. That's a good call. Let's vote first. Proposal 9, those in favor of amending the plank as read by Ms. Harlows, please rise. Those opposed, please rise. The amendment passes. And now I will ask, does the body object to hearing from Ms. McArdle for a moment? Okay, we'll wait till the end. All right, we're going to keep going then. Ms. Harlos, go ahead. Proposal 10. Do it.
No, she's gonna speak afterwards. Okay, Proposal 10. Proposal 10 is to add a new plank, adult rights and responsibilities, to Section 1 after the current plank 1.6, parental rights. The new plank would read as follows, and it would be 1.7. Adult rights, well, now that we deleted one, well, the numbering is done automatically. Adult rights and responsibilities. Once individuals are presumed to have adequate judgment to vote and serve on a jury or in the military, they should also be presumed to have sufficient judgment to decide their own purchase and use of alcohol, tobacco, firearms, cannabis, and engage in other activities currently restricted by the government due to age.
All right. Those in favor of Proposal 10, please rise. Those opposed, please rise. I think that passed unanimously. I see a couple of people standing, but I'm pretty sure they're just talking. So that passes unanimously, I think. Okay, I'm sorry. With almost unanimously.
Thank you. Proposal 11, amend current plank 3.7, self-determination. I'm going to read it as it currently reads and tell you where we're making changes. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of individual liberty, it is the right of the people to alter, and we're striking or to, so it'll be comma, alter, abolish, we're striking it, or withdraw from it. So the sentence would read, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of individual liberty, it is the right of the people to alter, abolish, or withdraw from it. It continues, and to agree to such new governance, and we added or none, as to them shall seem most likely to protect their liberty. And we're adding this sentence. We recognize the right to political self-determination, including secession. Exercise of this right does not require permission from others.
All right. All those in favor of Proposal 11, please rise. And those opposed, please rise. Proposal passes.
Thank you. Proposal 12, amend current plank 2.4, government finance and spending. We are adding a since at the beginning. It used to just say all persons are entitled to keep the fruits of their labor. We're adding since all persons are entitled to keep the fruits of their labor, and we're adding the following. We oppose all government activity which consists of the forcible collection of money or goods from individuals in violation of their individual rights, and strive for the eventual repeal of all taxation. To further that end, and then the plank continues, I'm going to read it as it currently stands. We call for the repeal of the income tax, the abolishment of the Internal Revenue Service, and all federal programs and services not required under the U.S. Constitution. It continues, we oppose, and we're striking any legal requirement, so it would say, we oppose forcing employers to serve as tax collectors. We support any initiative to reduce or abolish any tax and oppose any increase on any tax for any reason. To the extent possible, we advocate that all public services be funded, and we're adding or allowed to be provided, and then it continues in a voluntary manner.
We did, okay. All right, those in favor of Proposal 12, please rise. Those opposed, please rise. That passes. Number 13.
Proposal 13, amend current plank 1.2, expression and communication. The current first sentence reads, which we're leaving intact, We support full freedom of expression and oppose government censorship, regulation, or control of communications, media, and technology. We wish to add this language. Language that is perceived to be offensive to certain groups or individuals is not a cause for any legal action. Speech that is not literally a threat of aggression or violence is not in itself aggression or violence and can never be used to justify aggression or violence. Individuals are responsible for their own reactions to speech. The rest of the plank remains the same.
That'll make things faster in a minute. Those in favor of Proposal 13, please rise. Those opposed, please rise. That proposal passes.
I move to suspend the rules to take up and adopt an amendment to the property and contract platform.
Can that please go at the end of our report out of respect for the committee?
Concern is if we get to the end, we automatically adjourn.
You can do what you like, sir.
Okay.
I buy that argument.
All right. Everyone drive.
I can't put that on the screen.
Yep, I have it. The problem is getting it to everybody else is going to be hard.
It's just an addition.
It's additional text.
They're not going to see it. We have this report.
All right, there is a motion to suspend the rules to consider a platform plank, consider and adopt a platform plank under platform plank 2.1, property and contract. And I have a copy of it here, so I'm going to read it. I'm going to do my very best to make this obvious. So 2.1 immediately would have the word aggression added to its title with a comma following it. So aggression, comma, and then follow what it currently reads, property and contract. Everybody with me so far? Okay. It would now add 2 paragraphs ahead of this current language. Aggression is the use, trespass against, or invasion of the borders of another person's owned resource, in parentheses property, without the owner's consent or the threat thereof. We oppose all acts of aggression as illegitimate and unjust, whether committed by private actors or the state. Next paragraph. Each person is the presumptive owner of his or her own body, parentheses, self-ownership, which right may be forfeited only as a consequence of committing an act of aggression. Property rights in external, scarce resources are determined in accordance with the principles of original appropriation or homesteading, parentheses, where the owner consensually transfers ownership to another person, close parentheses, and rectification, open parentheses, whereby an owner's property rights in certain resources are transferred to a victim of the owner's tort, trespass, or aggression to compensate the victim, close parenthesis. That's a lot, but that is, and it retains the to the paragraph afterwards that begins with "as respect for your property rights." ... So it retains that. So that is the motion, and it is a motion to suspend, so it is not debatable. Yes, Mr. Starr. Mr. Starr, I apologize. What you're asking is to be able to see it, and unfortunately, we are past the time where AV is capable of showing that en masse. I do not have a mechanism or means to show it to you, and so I cannot provide the answer to your request for information, which is what I'm interpreting what you have asked, because anything else would be out of order right now. So I cannot answer your request for information other than what I have already provided. So, there is no debate on this item. It is a motion to suspend and adopt combined motion. It takes 2/3 to pass. So all those in favor of the motion to suspend and adopt the amendment, please rise. This is going to be tougher. I know it. Give me just a moment. I need to examine the audience from a couple of angles because this is a lot. All right, those opposed, please rise. See, I knew that was going to be a tougher one. I think we're going to have to do a standing count. I apologize, it's too damn close. We're going to have to count. I'm sorry, we have to do it. All right, those tellers, please come to the front. I'm sorry, guys. I want to drink. I'm out of bourbon up here. I'm just pointing that out. Look, Fireball. Well, I will save the Fireball for I am being offered something better. However, all those in favor, please rise, please rise. Let's get the count going while I refill my alcohol. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, tellers, please count those in favor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us time to continue, Angela. Thank you so much for giving us time to continue.
Yes. Yes. Well, or we can literally just, without objection, a closing statement from our new chair, which are elected.
I wouldn't even ask her his objections. Somebody's going to.
You're correct. You're right. It's all good, my friend. It's all good. It's very close. And I think, listen, I think if it had been published, I think if people had seen it, I actually like it. I like it a lot. Actually, I can vote on this too. I can vote on this. My delegation's down. A person, I can vote.
Not in your chair.
But on a standing vote or a ballot, I'm allowed to, aren't I?
Not a ballot.
God damn it. Yeah, no, thank you. Keep the side chatter down, please, please. Let them count. Last thing we want is a recount, Jesus.